Nobody races more.
You go.
Well, good morning and welcome for those of you just joining in this morning and the Eastwood Stream as we present to you Drag Week 2015 presented by Gear Vendors Under and Overdrive Unit. This is day 3 and we are here in the tower coming to you live from from Great Lakes Dragway in Union Grove, Wisconsin. The 60th year this place has been open, the place that runs 6 nights a week, but it's all about Wednesday morning here, David, as we come into today after an exciting couple of days. We left Indy yesterday, all kinds of stuff happened on the road, and we crank her up here again this morning.
As you know, for the people here in the grandstands, as well as at home on the live feed, what Drag Week is all about is 5 races in 5 days at 4 different drag strips. And this will be number 3, so we've really only have 2 passes under our belt. We've already had some attrition. I counted this morning, 38 cars out of our 301 are down and out and gone. And those are only the guys who have bothered to tell us that. There's probably a stream of ATF and gear oil between here and Indy.
In tears.
It never stops. Yeah, the road of tears. That's kind of what that was.
So as we get ready to crank up this morning, a proper introduction. My name is Brian Loans. That is David Freiberger. Those of you that have been watching the stream know that because we've been with you the last couple of days. We're going to be with you all the way through Saturday as we continue on. But David, let's get everybody up to speed on some top 3s, performance-wise, who's where, and what are we looking at so far?
We can do that. Let's see, rolling from the top in the unlimited class, that's been a real nail-biter. And for those unaware, Jeff Lutz did drop out.
Yes.
He's out yesterday, and so we've got Tom Bailey on top. He is averaging a 681 ET, which comes from a 727 and a 635. So really not exactly bracket racing that car. We're hoping to see more 6s out of it. But at this point in the game, we have dashed all hopes of seeing an all 6-second drag week.
It's over with unless he starts to uncork a couple of 5-second runs on top of each other, but reality is probably not.
Or if Bryant Goldstone does an all 6-second drag week. That would be really interesting. Back to results. In Unlimited, Tom Bailey's on top. Dave Schroeder, he was the guy with that blue mid-year Corvette with the 872 motor in it, and he is averaging with a 731. And John Ferrone, what's interesting with this car, he's in number 3. He blasted an 801 first day. His best pass ever yesterday in India, 749.
Not just his best pass ever by 0.4 of a second at almost 190 miles an hour. And again, that is a car that weighs over 4,000 pounds, as many of the cars in the pits do. One of the things that escapes the mention of a lot of times as to how heavy a lot of this stuff is. Now, obviously, on the upper end of our unlimited category with the composite bodies and everything, some of those cars are flyweights. But really, when we get down to the steel-bodied stuff, cars like George Gallimore's Monte Carlo, the 102-mile-an-hour runner on the 315 radials we saw. Ferrone's cars are 4,000-pounder. Tom McGilton's ZL1's a 4,000-pounder. There are some very fast cars that are like cannonballs going down the racetrack.
Here's a story I think not even you know about Ferrone. So remember last night we were talking, I connected him with my buddy Pete Walsh in Indy because they were having a problem with the car at the side of the road. And usually the first thing you blame when a car won't start is the box that you don't know what's coming in and out of it. So they went with the fuel injection. They're like, Big Stuff 3, this has got to be a problem. So my buddy went to another guy's house who took the box out of his personal car. They drove the thing 70 miles to meet up with this guy who they'd never met before. This was just because they'd been watching it on the Drag Week live feed. And of course, they took the brand new box, plugged it in. What do you think happened?
Didn't start.
Yeah. And so beyond that bit of news, I don't know exactly what's going on with them. I hope we see that car show up here today because he is number 3 in Unlimited.
Number 3, and it's turning into a career week for John Ferrone if he can get to the racetrack.
Now we roll into this new category this year, Ultimate Iron. And we created this for the all steel-bodied, full-tube chassis cars that everybody was just hammering on us. You got to have that class. You can't have nothing but these carbon fiber cars driving around. But the thing is, only 2 guys showed up, or 3. And we're down to 2 in the class. Goldstone is leading with the 73 Javelin. Beautiful car. He ran a 698 first day, 678 the second day, for an average of also 688. Or he ran 698.78 for an 88 average. That car maybe will go 6s every day if he can put that together here. He's followed closely by Joe Barry, also hunting for a 6. He ran 7:11 and a 7:04 at Indy.
Yeah, Barry made a couple of hits yesterday with that 7:045, his best ever at 197 miles an hour. Barry did go 202 on the first day in that iconic steel 1956 Chevy. And I think we are going to be getting cars pulled up here and headed down the racetrack, as I know that we're all set up to go. Looks like the track is prepped and ready to go, so I think we're going to be heading cars into the water box here just momentarily.
Okay, then let's run really quickly through all the rest of the class leaders for the people at home and for here. Pro Street Power Adder is our big tire, obviously nitrous and turbo cars. Matt Blasco rolled out of Canada with the 72 Dart, and he is on top with a 786. 779. Glenn Hunter out of New York with that red and white 56 Chevy. 782, and then McGilton in the ZL1 brand new Camaro, a 783. Pro Street naturally aspirated, Doc McIntyre
Making
on
a little
top
history
by a big, big long shot. There's debate on the internet right now about who has the quickest NA pass in history, and I'm going to call that it is Doc, not actually Dave Schroeder. Now, Schroeder ran his Corvette a couple times and won a 738 with no nitrous on it, but he is in a class with the potential to have a power adder. We don't know for a fact it wasn't a nitrous pass. You just can't consider it a drag week record.
That debate on the internet, did you post it? Because we were having that debate in the car between the two of us driving down the road last night.
No, that's been fired up already. So, and Pro Street naturally aspirated, followed by Billy Gebhardt and then Glenn Bridger. Moving into modified power adder, Prospero on top, no longer with the wagon. He's got an RX-7 now. Pete Johnson is behind him, and then Shane McClellan in the Crusty Nova. Modified naturally aspirated Jay Brown. This is awesome. He's got that sock motor in a GT500 Mustang, a 69, and the thing's rolling 888. We're looking forward to that car. Brad Dyer and then Dustin Gardner.
One guy in one car I'd like to recognize real quick that dropped out of the event yesterday, but was highly entertaining. Of course, the Chevette that was running in our unlimited category. He unfortunately had a situation at home he had to leave in 10-2, but boy, what a car that was and the effort. Those of you that saw that car, the Chevette with the turbocharged big block that repeatedly ran in the low 8s and then punched into the 7s a couple times this week, really put on a heck of a show. He had to leave, and he had to leave for some reasons that were out of his control, but they were very good reasons, and we applaud him for making the right call. We hope to see you back next year.
So, Brian, I'm thinking that the people at home don't like looking at us as much as we like looking at each other. So I would like the track to go hot, and when we get some downtime, we'll run through the list and talk about some more class leaders.
Absolutely. The drivers appear to be getting in their race cars, going to strap in and fire them up and get them down the course.
All right. And that action will be way better than this.
One of the things that makes today's live feed unique that you're watching is actually coming out of the racetrack via a satellite truck, like a full pole, big Freightliner truck down there with a satellite dish on top of it. So it adds a little bit of a variable in there. So it's obviously a big high-tech rig, and we're working with it. But if there is a little hinkiness in it, we're going to get it ironed out. We're working with it. Just be a little bit patient with us if that happens.
Especially the people back home. And we've had really solid feeds the past couple days. This track, I think you don't have internet at all. Is that the deal? Or if you have one, it's basically like might as well be a carrier pigeon. So we had to bring in the satellite truck. We are hoping it will stream clean all day long. But if it does not, just bear with us and come on back to the same link, and you will see that live feed keep going.
So I just received a report here that Dave Schroeder may be out. They broke a lifter in the car. It is a probable thing that is a probable demise for his hopes this year. Not definite at this point. As he said, the note that I just got is Schroeder is probably out, not definite, with a broken lifter. And again, you mentioned it, valve train, transmissions, and electronic stuff.
I will also mention to Schroeder that he probably just lost the equivalent of a small block Chevy. But if he blocks that cylinder off, he's probably got another 800 cubic inches to go. He should just keep rolling on the thing.
Yeah, that's what could go wrong there, as we have our first car coming into the water box, and is the man who gets here and has gotten to the last couple of tracks way before sunrise, Kurt Johnson, a 632 cubic inch big block Chevy in the front of this Fox Mustang, with the steam wafting out of the front of the thing as he gets his burnout on here. And Ray Myers is going to be lined up next to him. Myers in the flat black Barracuda on the Alston side. So the very first pair of the day, and Kurt Johnson, who has won this event multiple times in different categories, was not planning on taking this car. He had a boosted Mustang he'd been working on. Unfortunately, ran out of time with the thing. So he decided he was going to take the Mustang that has treated him so well over the years, and he's going to take this guy right off the starting line. And there goes Kurt Johnson. 632 cubic inch big block heading down past the 8th mile as Ray Myers goes 11.12.1, 127, and Johnson goes 11.73.1, only 111 miles an hour. Not the number he was looking for. That car has been running in the 8s on and on and on. And the Illinois plated Pontiac GTO going to roll up next to another Pontiac GTO. So the 65 GOAT and the 74 GOAT lineup side by side. Different classes for each of these competitors, as the 65 model is running in the street race big block naturally aspirated category with the street race big block power adder K designation on the window of the 74. A little bit just before the 330-foot cone. It's going to run cleanly down the right-hand lane. 65 goes 10.17.9, 134. The 1974 Pontiac goes 10.79.6 at 128 miles an hour. More Pontiac power comes to the starting line in the form of that beautiful red first-generation Pontiac Firebird. Going to line up next to the LS-powered Fox Body Mustang here on the right-hand side of the drag strip. This is the Mustang that forever, maybe unfortunately, will be known as the car that pitched the window out of it at the top end at St. Louis on Monday. We had a glass down for a little while out there at the big end of the racetrack. Yesterday was a glass-free day for the Mustangs, so we'll see what happens here. So the boosted LS motor is hooked up and rolling down through the 8th mile at 101 miles an hour. The Fox Mustang with Chevy power goes 10.31.8 at 114. 10.82.5, 125 on the Alston side of the strip. I like that blue, the flat blue paint job on the Pontiac Firebird, hashtag not dipped. So it's not a Plastidip style paint job on that car. Let's find out, maybe it's a Krylon roller job. Who knows? The Pontiac G8 over here in the Alston side. Also listed as a Plan B machine, so the racer that is in that car had not planned on taking the late model car to the Drag Week extravaganza, but hey, things happen. You're entered, you want to come, you got to find something to drive. Firebird barely skittering the front tires along the racetrack for the first 150 feet, settles down 128 in the 8th, and the Pontiac goes 862 with a 2 at 160 with a parachute out down there at the big end. 1360 with a 2 at 106 for the Pontiac GXP. A reminder again, if you're going, when you get to the end of the racetrack, everybody turns left. Everyone turns left here at Great Lakes Dragway. You got to turn left at the end of the racetrack.
Actually, no, because that. We need the cars past the finish line before you start the next pair for video. Thank you.
Next pair up is that humpback Ford as the trunk lid comes open. You watch the driver yanking gears. I think he's got a quick change, like a sprint car style rear end in it. As the third generation Camaro got to look over and see, what are you doing over here at 1,000 feet? The Ford just motors by him. 11.15 Ford at 123 as the third gen Camaro goes 12.63 with a 9 on the Alston side of the drag strip. Our man in this naturally aspirated Pro Street second generation Camaro was having all kinds of issues with traction yesterday. This thing was just ripping those back slicks right off the thing. It wouldn't go 6 feet without turning the tire like a funny car. And then we have the 3-valve 4.6 powered Mustang leaving the starting line on the right-hand side of the strip. Mustang was off the starting line by 0.4 of a second quicker than the Camaro, which once again has gone into just violent wheel spin past the first 60 feet. 13.50 with an 8 at 110, 12.84 with a 1 at 106 miles an hour on the right-hand lane. The is there a sponsor on the right lane? I see. Is it something Ford company or just Bafoco? Okay. Yeah. Okay. And so we come up now with another pair. Boy, this silver Nova with the boosted big block Chevy built by Mike Roy who actually was hanging out yesterday, even though he dropped out of the competition on Monday, but he was hanging out. This is Ralph Hoke, this 1968 Nova. Hoke has gone down in the 8s both days. He went a 71 and a 68, and Hoke is on a mission out there to the 8th mile. He goes through at 125, and Hoke, hammering on the Nova, goes at 9:10 with a 9 at 158 miles an hour with the parachute out. And the fourth gen Camaro goes 1381.2 at 103. So the gear jamming Chevelle of Daryl Yost comes up, the 1969 model. Another 9-second contender, 982 and 992 over the past couple of days. And the nice 1969 Camaro is going to be rolling up on the Mafoco side of the track. 8. Both drivers pre-stage. In goes the Camaro and in goes the Chevelle. They're off the starting line. Oh, man. Oh, look at that. He got the drive shaft flop around into that thing like a fish. Yost just pitched the drive shaft out of that car violently up as he went to grab second gear. 10:43, 128, or probably as he grabbed second gear. He is rolling slowly now down to about 1,000 feet. And you can see the parts and pieces laying out there just at the 60-foot cone. Top of first gear, he grabs second, and that was the end of that as the drive shaft rolling around underneath the car inside with the loop that was added in there per the safety rules. We're going to have to send an expeditionary party out there for Yost to get him pulled off the top end of the racetrack. Boy, oh boy. Of course, the one downside of the manual transmission stuff, very violent, a lot of shock load put on the driveline pieces. And so you run into situations like that every once in a while, especially in a very high horsepower car like Yost's machine, where the drive shaft or a U-joint just gives up the ghost. I don't know if he twisted the shaft itself or if it was a universal joint. Obviously, the joint threw pieces out, so I guess it was a U-joint. So the pickup truck down there to hook up to Yost, and we will drag him down the top end of the course.
It's interesting what goes on here in the tower sort of behind the scenes. I am constantly like receiving texts from racers on the road, from guys in the pits, looking online at results, looking at Facebook, finding out what people are doing. And it's pretty crazy. It's like the world of technology, where you can find out what's going on 70 miles from here from some racer. It's never been like that at Drag Week. It's usually like they disappear into a black hole, and then all of a sudden you find out if they're going to show up the next day.
Well, you think about all the stuff that this building has seen over the years, and when we're here with the information hub up here, it's kind of a very different scene than what you would have seen in the tower up here at Great Lakes Dragway, say in the 1960s or 70s at the height of the popularity of the Olympics of drag racing that were held here for so many years. And so it's just cool. It's a great place to be. Very historic racetrack. Has a very interesting piece of drag racing history as far as its place. You know, Broadway Bob Metzler was the guy who so successfully promoted this place for many years, and the guy known for his flamboyant outfits and his crazy ability to promote. He was a great character of the sport of drag racing and was involved in this place really hands-on, I believe, until the late 90s, and he was still around as a fixture here until just a couple years ago when he passed.
That's true. I remember being here in the early 2000s, and he had sort of his collection of stuff over here. It was kind of a museum of sorts. You know, being an out-of-towner, I'm not exactly dialed into it, but it was a shocker when I came in. I heard the crazy stories about this guy, like riding on the front of a jet car and things like that.
Yeah, the Dream Mama, that's famous photos, and he did that more than once, I believe, to entertain the crowd during rain out. You know, it's raining out there, they put the thing out on the racetrack, and Doug Rose would whack the burner, and he would sit in the front and chug a beer and wave to everybody going down the racetrack. So, a true entertainer and one of the most colorful guys over the history of the sport.
It's interesting, last night a guy came up to me, and he had this little GPS device that plugs into a cigarette lighter. And he was like, you know, we can set this up so that you can track the position of every Drag Week car while they're on the road. Now that'd be kind of interesting, and that'd be amazing use of technology. Go online and be able to see where your favorite guy is at all times. Find out if he's way off of the route. Find out if he's stuck.
I think we skip it and go right to the brain implant chip.
Right.
Yeah, we just go, you got to skip the plug-in thing and go right to the brain chip.
The thing we want to get to is where we don't actually have to hold a race at all and you just follow it on the internet.
Right.
That's really the
Yeah,
ultimate.
a simulated race on the internet is where this is going to end up.
Yeah, idiocracy. It's on our way.
So we're going to get the car, Daryl Yost, getting hooked up. They're going to pull him down the end of the track. And again, welcome everybody to the live feed. If you're watching at home, thank you to Eastwood, the presenting sponsor of the live feed this year. And thank you very much to the folks at Gear Vendors. Rick Johnson is out here as he is every year. He travels with the entire deal. He helps people out. He's always preaching the gospel about the Gear Vendors unit that his company manufactures, and we'll talk more about it over the course of the day. But a great option for those of you running a high horsepower car or truck that want to add an overdrive and you're afraid of maybe the fragility of a standard issue overdrive transmission. The Gear Vendors can get you to places you never thought you could go as far as drivability and economy.
And pro mod levels of power.
Yes, at Pro Mod levels of power.
The other thing I wanted to mention is bestofeastwood.com. Eastwood is putting on this sweepstakes where you can win tools. They're giving stuff away every 2 weeks. You go to bestofeastwood.com, you give them your email address, you're entered into the sweepstakes. You can get a plasma cutter, a paint gun, a welder, your choice, every 2 weeks. Please go support Eastwood for covering us on this live feed by signing up for that sweepstakes.
Absolutely, and so just check it back here. Yost is being moved along. Now I can almost guess we're going to have a call, although as a stick shift racer, I am guessing that Yost may have a couple of universal joints and maybe a spare drive shaft along for the ride this week.
Yeah, he's probably got more of those than he has underwear for the trip, would be my guess.
Kind of like me,
Well,
as you well know.
I know, there is a stench.
So once again, we'll be back up with cars heading down the racetrack momentarily. If you're just tuning in and you're kind of unfamiliar with the Drag Week format, the racers, there is no minimum amount of runs, or actually one is the minimum amount of runs you need to make. So a lot of the cars you see run down the track will be appearing one time and one time only. They'll make that hit. They will bring their time slip to Tanya and Tara, they're located over at the Hot Rod Hauler or the Toter Home, and then they'll pack up and hit the road. That being said, guys will make multiple attempts. If they don't like the first run they made, they'll get back in the staging lanes. And what ends up happening, by the end of the day, the pace tends to slow down, but the desperation level goes through the roof. Because if you've not put a good run together by about that 2 o'clock time that we plan on shutting the staging lanes, you have to rush your way back in, cross your fingers, and pray you can stick one down through there.
And we only run 2 different run groups here at Drag Week. They are not separated out by class. They're only doing time trials. They're not really going heads up at this point. First, we run what we call the class cars, which is everything other than our Street Machine Eliminator category, and then we run the Street Machine Eliminators. Now, what those guys are running for is an average ET throughout the week. They're going to run 5 times in 5 days. We add up their ETs, we divide it by 5, we get an average, and that puts them on a qualifying list. The top 32 run a bracket race on the very last day. So Street Machine Eliminator works a little bit different than the other classes. Once we've run those cars out, we go to an all-run session here at Great Lakes.
Yeah, and that's when you'll see everything from a 13-second Street Machine Eliminator car. It could be lined up next to an Unlimited car. It gets kind of weird at that point, but everybody's got one goal in mind: just get me a clean run so I can go hand in my slip and start the drive. As an example, it was a 250-mile drive yesterday. We drove the route, and we drive the route in our crummy, soul-sucking crap rental car, not something cool. But we leave at, 2:30 we left that basically, 3 o'clock.
A little bit later than that because we cleaned up all the video stuff. Let's say we were out of there at 3. The pits were fairly empty, but that doesn't mean the guys made it very far.
Exactly. So a 260-mile drive, if you hop on the highway really in anything and you can buzz along at 60, it's just a couple-hour ride. We touch the highway very infrequently at Drag Week. It's secondary roads, it's back roads, some incredible scenery, but also it leaves guys stranded and stuck in some of the most remote places you've ever been in your life. We drove past more corn yesterday. We've driven past a lot of corn. We saw a lot of corn yesterday.
And Drag Week cars parked in the corn trying to save themselves because they had no option to pull over because they had dead fuel pumps, dead roller lifters. Although I will say, we really separated the wheat from the chaff the very first day. Yesterday, I didn't see as much carnage, as many dropouts, although looking at the numbers, 38 cars down. Do you remember what we had out the very first day? It was 18.
Yeah, I want to say there was about half of that went out the first day. Maybe even a little more. 18 to 20, I think, hit the deck the first day.
And then same number the second day. Some of that happened on track at Indy yesterday, but a whole bunch of it happens on the street. If you're not familiar with that program, we do require the racers to drive our route to get from track to track. That way we can sort of keep an eye on and make sure that nobody is having an assist. They don't have a support vehicle. They're not putting the car in the trailer. They're legitimately putting the 1,000 miles on the car. So they get a map when they leave here, or actually a set of driving instructions. And they also have to stop and get their picture taken next to a bunch of landmarks that have been really goofy on this trip.
Yeah, some really interesting stuff. Try to keep it fun and exciting. Jenny and Michelle do a great job kind of plotting that thing out and picking the good spots for everybody to stop and get the photo and stretch their legs before they hop in for the next section of the ride. So one thing you can do if you live in the area of Cordova Dragway, or you live between here and Cordova, well, that's where we're heading tonight. The route will be posted on hotrod.com, so you can actually grab it, see where we're going to be driving, and if you want to grab a seat, pull up a chair, and watch some of the fastest and coolest cars in America drive through your town, that's what you should do. You might have been sleeping at this point in the ride yesterday, because you were. There was four older guys we drove past that were set up in lawn chairs, drinking beer in their front lawn, watching the show come by. It was really cool.
Super cool, but not nearly as good as going back to racing.
So here comes Robert Williams, coming up, the man from Florida, last year's champion in his category. Williams running in the street race, big block power adder. He's running the 920 to 930 range all week long. We'll see what he can put down here in that big, heavy second-gen Camaro. Beautiful Pontiac over here, going to be lined up next to Bob. This is Gary Hulberg. It's a 66 Le Mans, 14 seconds. Oh, look at the wheel stand. Oh, man. That thing picked the front end up, and that is big trouble out there for Bob Williams. That thing landed like a ton of bricks. He pedaled it, settled it out, and still goes 957 too at 147 miles an hour, but he dead hooked the thing off the starting line. It kept climbing and climbing. I've never seen the car do that off the head of the throttle.
And he only really lost 2/10.
Yeah.
That's amazing. That guy's name is Neverlift from now on.
That's why it clanks when he walks by out in the pits. Wow, that is a gutsy piece of driving out there from Williams.
I wondered why he had a wheelbarrow strapped to the roof of the car on the road. Now I know. Gotta carry some stuff with him.
You know, the smoke that was coming out of the right header bank there may have just been some oil that got into the, got sucked down through the top of the cylinder head or something. I don't know what it was from the thing being way back on the angle. I thought it was maybe going away as far as the motor went, but it cleaned up and he went through the top end with a good mile an hour. But boy, what a ride.
So for anybody who comes up to me later, which is about 50% of the racers, and complains about the track conditions, I'm just carrying that photo with me.
Yeah, that's the photo. We saw the windshield wipers on that thing from behind the car. They're going to go out there and get a look to make sure Bob didn't put any moon craters in the track when that Camaro came down. I did share the story earlier in the week, but I was at LS Fest in Bowling Green, Kentucky before coming out to Drag Week, and there was a guy with an S10 Blazer that pulled about the same stunt that Williams just did, except slightly more vertical, and he took his foot completely out of it and shattered the oil pan and drove the entire length of the racetrack while fire hosing the right lane with oil. That was like a 2.5-hour cleanup. It was a lynch mob trying to get that guy by the time they were done.
Look at the grandstands here.
Yeah, it's a great crowd. This is really cool. The place is filling up. Even the top end stands starting to fill up a little bit down there. Of course, this place has been a staple of the area to host all kinds of stuff. You guys just had a really cool King of the Streets race here over the weekend, right? No prep action. Brought out some of the fastest and craziest cars up here in the Chicagoland area. I guess I don't know if we're technically in Chicagoland, but certainly over in the Chicago metro style area here in Wisconsin. There was a dude that came out in the spring of that race, had a big blown Hemi powered early Plymouth or like an early 60s Dodge. He ended up winning the thing, but showed up in a no prep race with basically like a steel bodied Pro Mod, man. There's a good video of that thing out there.
You said the word Dodge, which reminded me of Chrysler, which reminded me of one incident that we had last night on the road, unfortunately. We don't know exactly the details of it. It looked like a rear ender, but Dan Smith in the 79 Chrysler 300, which was the most flawless 79 Chrysler 300. They weren't this good when they came off the assembly line. No one else has one on earth, and unfortunately smashed the thing up pretty good. But in the spirit of Drag Week, he hung a new headlight on the front of that thing to keep it legal, hit the road, and he should be here today to run again.
And the drag racing historical dork notational side of things, I just got a note from John Lundberg, who was watching the feed this morning. And John Lundberg, great drag race announcer, first stood in this tower in 1964.
Wow, that's
cool.
So cool. Probably the same tower, probably the same paint.
Just not the same skill level.
Yeah, exactly.
Dwayne Phelps Jr., the 2007 Corvette over there on the right-hand side of the drag strip. It's a very quick car for Phelps. 973, 980. So a high 9-second car in that Corvette over there and the wheel-standing wagon. So So the Corvette heads down the right-hand side, goes 992.1, 135, 1075.5, 125 for the wheel-standing Chevy 2 wagon on the Alston side of the drag strip. Here comes our man, Jason Dozier. It's a 1984 Mercury Marquis wagon that ran 152 miles an hour yesterday. Got a full interior, beautifully clean car. And again, we talk about the 79 Chrysler being that clean. That 84 Mercury Marquis wagon could be the cleanest one in the country, and it's got turbo power under the hood. And Greg Pecoraro, he is the driver of the Wagzilla Cadillac CTSV wagon, and Greg punched that thing down into the low or high 11s the other day, low 12s yesterday. Dozier is not messing around. 120 in the 8th mile. He's going to go 150 again. He goes 9:07.4 at 150.45 miles an hour in the Mercury wagon. The Wagzilla machine 12:030 at just 73 miles an hour, so Greg was out of it at the big end.
UPS next day in the yellow house came in right now.
So if you ordered packages, we just had a UPS delivery. If you ordered packages, the UPS guy has been here, and that's going to be, those packages came in down the,
Right at the yellow house.
at the yellow house when you come in the racetrack. So go grab your packages. Jeff Sias from Massachusetts is going to go down the Alston side of the drag strip. Jeff's got a manual transmission in that car, and he's a whiz with it. They were debating on their clutch tune-up out there. Looks like it worked pretty good as he goes 996.5, 138. The Corvette goes 1158.1 at 115 miles an hour. David, a car that showed up and has really been hammering the racetrack is this pink Mustang that ran down in the 750s yesterday.
Calvin Hayward, it's a 91, his first time out at Drag Week. The thing went 7:59 day one, 7:58 with a 9 day two. He is bracket racing this thing. Car runs 183 miles an hour every time it makes a pass at Drag Week. We'll see what happens here.
Calvin first ran this car just a couple weeks ago in Norwalk, Ohio at the NMCA Finals. Had a great weekend out there in the drag radial category, just getting the thing shaken down. He's got the tune-up set up, and we'll see what he can do lined up next to Chris Burnham in the Fox Body Mustang. Look at him leave the starting line, 120 short time. Hayward goes through 146 in the 8th mile, and he goes 763 with a 6 at 182.44 miles per hour.
I'm guessing he's packing that thing up and hitting the road.
Wow. And once again, that thing clean as a whistle as Frank Sapronaro comes up. This is another one of our 7-second players. Sapronaro in the gorgeous station wagon that he built himself. Sapronaro, an East Coast guy from the Maryland area.
And on the opposite lane, Doyle Henderson's got that 67 Camaro. He ran a 12:29 on the first day and obviously got something fixed or turned on the nitrous bottle in his naturally aspirated class. Whatever he did, he ran a 990 yesterday.
990 is going to be good enough to be about 2.5 seconds behind Sapronaro if things go right. Watch the wagon. He was battling huge wheel stand issues yesterday. He's got it on the trans brake, and he is ready to go. Oh, he really tied her down today. Didn't start feeding it the power until about 150 feet down the drag strip. 145 in the 8th. He goes 782 with a 1 and 181 miles an hour. The 180 mile an hour runs are falling out of the sky this morning.
I guarantee that this is the world's largest collection of 7-second cars that drove 250 miles yesterday.
No fooling. The very clean little Chevy Malibu going to roll up now on the Alston side of the drag strip. The parachute hanging out the back, that blatant indication that 150 miles an hour could be in the cards over there for the Malibu. Ed Owenberg heading down the racetrack in his Mustang, and he'll have nothing for that G-body over there as the Malibu 127 at half track gets to the 8th in 5.65 seconds, goes 877 with a 1 at 156 miles an hour. The staging lanes are open for class cars. Get them in to get your runs in. Staging lanes are open for our class competitors.
Right-hand lane here, Glenn Sheely has been to Drag Week a whole bunch of times. Car's really easy to overlook. It looks like a pretty much stock Corvette until you see that it runs 981 2 days in a row. He's in the street race small block naturally aspirated class. The way we break down our classes here at Drag Week really depends on suspension modifications and how big the tires are. Pro Street, big tire and a non-stock configuration rear suspension. Then you get into the street race small block classes and the super street classes. Those are all stock suspension classes with different levels of modifications allowed on the rest of the vehicle, generally to control price, which is somewhat of a joke, and also weight. Those things in street race are stock front suspension as well, whereas it's a little bit more liberal in super street.
If you have ordered packages, they're at the yellow house. If you have ordered packages, they're at the yellow house on the property. UPS made their delivery, so if you're waiting on stuff, go get your stuff. Because once you leave here, it becomes their stuff, and they like stuff. So Shealy completes a burnout in the uphill burnout area here at Great Lakes Dragway and moves on to the tabletop racetrack. And there is the Fox Body Mustang on the Alston side, the early Fox Mustang, like a 79 or an 80 model, based out of New Jersey. Lots of racers from the East Coast out here this year. Of course, we got racers from Alberta, Canada, the East Coast. We got them from all over North America. And we got them from all over the world as we got spectators from New Zealand, racers from Australia. This is wild stuff. The Mustang is off the starting line first on the Alston side, 106 miles an hour. The little brown Fox Body goes 10.14.7 at 132 with Shealy, 10.04.4, 135.
I've got a couple bits of news coming in. You remember, I think the first pair that went down the track, maybe the second, Kurt Johnson in that 632 cubic inch big block Chevy in a Fox Body. He's been running 8s every day, one pass and gone. But he was leading his class. The pass he made this morning brings him into third. So for the first time at Drag Week, he's going to come back and make another run.
This Camaro is gorgeous on the right-hand side of the drag strip, and it is fast. An LS motor under the hood with a turbocharger on it. It has been a consistent 9-second player. And the little Fox Body here in the Alston lane, pay attention because it's going to be gone in a flash. There he goes. 131 in the short time for the Fox Body. 120 in the 8th mile. See if he can clip a $150 out the back door. He goes 9.043 at 151.13 miles an hour with a parachute out. The Camaro goes 9.71.6 at 141 on the Mafoko side. That Camaro does not look like a 9-second car. It is just so well done. It looks like a restoration job over there. And hey, one of the things I want to say is apologies for the placement of the big satellite truck there. It's the only place we could stick it. Those of you in the grandstands, we apologize that it obstructs your view in certain areas of the grandstands over there. There was literally nowhere else we could put it and get everything plugged in and ready to go. So the S10 Chevy pickup truck going to run down next to the Fox Mustang, goes 9.46.0 at only 103 miles an hour. So the driver of the Mustang out of the throttle well before the lights. 11.51.7 for the S10.
What we've got going on here in the right lane is really interesting. I've got a new deal going on at Drag Week where you can run with your hood sealed and get an award for reliability at the end of the week. Jim Forbes from Arizona sort of bypassed that thing because he seized up a blower on the road, got the supercharger off without opening the hood, fixed the thing, and here he is in that gasser category Nova.
So Forbes going to line up next to Mark Cicino. It's Mark Cicino in that gold Pontiac Grand Prix. The gorgeous G-Body comes off the starting line. Two opposite ends of the spectrum as far as these cars go. The high-riding Gasser Style 62 Chevrolet and Cicino's 1980s Monte Carlo using the best of adjustable shock absorbers, all that kind of good stuff. Cicino goes 9.77.7, 136, with Forbes going it down in the 10-second zone.
After crunching numbers, Kurt Johnson back in the lead. He pulled it off in that 632 big block Chevy Fox Body I was talking about a moment ago. Now I'm getting other news from Monty Smith confirming that unfortunately Dave Schroeder is out. Not going to make it, but they are going to fix the car and be there on Friday.
The way things are shaping up, the odds say that we may actually end up with an overall winner at Drag Week this year that is not from the unlimited category. That becomes a more distinct possibility every time somebody drops out. John Ferrone will move into the second position, I believe. Is that correct?
That is correct, but John Ferrone, I got the news on what's wrong with him too. I told the story earlier about how they went and fixed his fuel injection box. You know what the problem was? A broken shaft on the butterfly and the throttle body. So they're jamming on that. That's a mechanical fix. It sounds like they can do it pretty quick if they can just find one. Who knows how big or custom the throttle body is on that thing.
Yeah, that's a strange one, that's for sure. But man, if you can plan on it breaking, it probably will out here at Drag Week. The 1947 International KB1 truck on the Mafoko side leads the starting line. And here comes that orange Nova with the small tire on the back. Moving around a little bit as some of those small tire cars tend to do at the big end. Goes 8.88.4 at 156 miles per hour. 10.41.1 for the pickup truck. As Scott Scribner and Mike Cox come up to the starting line. Cox in that 1951 Kaiser Henry J on the Alston side of the drag strip, running in our gasser category, and we have Scribner in a very clean 1969 Camaro.
New for this year, we split gasser into A gas and B gas. B being for the more basic cars. He's running B gas, which means he spent all year long trying to find a real piece of rear window glass.
Ran into Mike last night. They said they were going to run the valves, make sure everything was good, just do their preventative maintenance, and that car is running well as Mike Cox goes 990 with an 8 at 133 miles an hour. That is the number he was looking to see up on the board. 1040 with a 7 on the Mofoco side for the Camaro. A great pair here, a true Pontiac-powered Pontiac and the Hemi-powered 1970 Plymouth Roadrunner of Mike Chenoweth. Chenoweth stepped on this car's program a little bit over the winter. The winter in the pre-drag week season makes more power. We had Randy Behar. He took a different tack. He didn't change the engine. He changed the car.
Yeah, he used to run a gargantuan Grand Prix. I think he tossed 1,000 pounds out of the car when he changed to this Firebird.
And it eats well. It came off the starting line, had the front end about 6-8 inches in the air. Perfect. Sets it down and motors to the stripe. 890 with a 6 at 149 miles an hour for that true Pontiac-powered Firebird. 1165.3 at 124 for the full-size Hemi-powered Roadrunner of Chenoweth. Mark Payne, the 1968 Ford Mustang Coupe in black, and Chris Bashir driving that S10 pickup truck. Bashir's truck. He shows up and runs it at NMCA events in True Street all over the country, and this is the ultimate extension of True Street when you get to drive the thing instead of 30, 1,000 miles.
Now the Mustang there is in our modified class, which means it's a small tire car, but he's either got a 4-link or a ladder bar underneath that thing, or a track locator, anything non-stock.
Bashir is going to spool the turbos, reaction times, and he wipes the tires out. That truck typically does not do that. The Mustang drives down cleanly, 1044.8, 128 miles an hour. So Bashir got a little aggressive maybe with the boost up there in the starting line. He will go back and reassess his program. 1499.1 at 82, and Bashir undoubtedly will be back up to try to run the S10 again.
Coming up here in the left-hand lane is Jeff Schulze. He's got that 67 Camaro. He's running Pro Street Power Adder, a remarkably competitive class. The first few cars are separated by less than a tenth. Schulze's down at the bottom with 960s. He's averaging a 962 at 141 miles an hour.
Yeah, this class seems to be turning into Drag Week's equivalent of Pro Stock, the way that these drivers are all stacked up on top of each other.
We're looking at C.W. Barber in the 08 Corvette in the right-hand lane. Another very consistent car, 1017 on the first day, 1013 on the second day. He's running in street race, big block, naturally aspirated.
Pretty cool. We've had 3 tracks in a row where the return road brings our conquering heroes back up in front of the crowd, which is always very cool. They don't just disappear off into the vapors in the pits. You get to see them up close and personal when they come back to the return road. You also get to see them up close and personal in the pits. Make sure you walk around and check all this stuff out like in the most up close way you can, especially over here in impound, because spectators are allowed in the impound area. The racers are allowed in impound only to use what is in their disposal or within the impound area itself. They can't go out into the pits and get help from any other racers. So it is a way that we can keep everybody on the up and up. We can take some of these very fast cars and see exactly how and what is going on to make sure that they are within the bounds of the rules.
Now, I may have confused people a moment ago describing that this Corvette is running in street race big block, naturally aspirated. They're thinking, there's not a big block in that thing. Well, big block and small block at Drag Week is separated by a cubic inch cutoff. So if he's got a big stroker 450-inch LS motor in that thing, actually if he's even gotten something in the 440 neighborhood, he's going to be running with the big block classes.
A little update from our statistician, Eric Rudy, sent us a note there that Jim Forbes on that last pass, his quickest and best ever at Drag Week, and he now leads the gasser category, or his gasser category, one of the 2 by a 10th. So Forbes running in the B gas. He's running B gas? He's running A gas. So Forbes is running an A gas.
Yeah, the supercharger puts him in A gas.
So the live feed is streaming out across the world. Thank you to the Eastwood Company for sponsoring the live feed this year. Without them, we would not be able to be bringing you all this action live as Schulze goes 9:43 with a 6 at 142 miles an hour, 10:25 with a 1 at 133 on the right-hand side of the strip. All right, kids, this is one of our favorites coming up to the starting line right now. It is the Mammoth 1970 Monte Carlo of George Gallimore. A twin turbocharged big block and all steel car weighing over 4,000 pounds. It has repeatedly run over 190 miles an hour through the lights. It went 192 yesterday. We almost fell out the window screaming and yelling about it. Jeff Ferguson, the guy who built the engine, the guy who works with George to get this thing down the racetrack, standing next to the car. He talked about pulling some power out down low. Ferguson black tracking to the 8th mile. 151 in the 8th. Here he goes again. 775 with a 2 at 191.48 miles an hour. That thing is a bulldozer from hell over there in the Alston lane. Unbelievable. Man, that car is awesome.
I'm getting news that we're looking for a small block Chevy flex plate in the pits. The guys from Australia pretty much walk up to anybody with a funny accent and go, do you need a flex plate for a small block Chevy? And they'll know who to get it to. They're looking for a 168th 8-tooth unit. They did not tell me if they are looking for a one-piece rear main seal or a two-piece, but I'm guessing they'll butcher anything on there that you happen to have. They're pitted over by the fuel shack. So if you've got a small block 168-toother, head over there and help those guys out.
So the flex plate hunt on for the Australians. Get them some parts if you got them. 10.026, 138 is the Mustang. I believe that was John Puckett of the Capri. Is the Mustang going to work down 1498 with a 4 at 93 miles per hour. Jake Bauer coming up. Bauer running street race small block power adder in this beautiful murdered out 1966 Chevelle. And he'll be lined up next to the AAR CUDA Tribute.
That was Randy Heisselman.
Heisselman, that is correct. That was good recall. I saw the brain work. I saw a little smoke come out of your ears, and then the words came out. That was
because
nice.
I met him like 5 years ago instead of 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, the long-term memory is not your problem. It's like a hamster. The short-term memory is very difficult. So the Chevelle tries to move itself around a little bit. In the center, Heisselman is really blowing some smoke down there. Goes 10.55.4 at 128. The Chevelle goes 9.55.2 at 141. We have the Nova of Ed Schwartz coming up now. Schwartz, the 1972 Nova, running in the street race small block power adder category. It has been dead nuts locked into the 960s, 969 to 968 the last 2 days. And the very nice Connie Heisselman driven Camaro over here in the Mafoco lane. Now, this is the first time I've seen this car up close, and I was describing it as having kind of a Motion Performance stripe, and I look down and I actually see the Motion Performance logo and the Phase 3 logo. Obviously, this is a tribute-style car. Maybe it isn't. Maybe they're just mental enough to come out here and really pound on an original Motion car.
Stranger things have happened when, as you know,
yes.
Very first drag week came a real super stock Hemi Dart. Legit 1 of 50 car. Drag Week has been going on for 11 years now. This is the 11th running of Hot Rod Drag Week.
You know what's funny? The screen capture photos already showing up on the internet of Bob Williams' humongous wheel stand. Everybody's watching. The whole world's watching out here. That's what makes Drag Week so great. It's drawn people in from all across the globe watching the Eastwood feed as Connie Heisselman goes down a 5:30 with an 8, something weird going on there as the something triggered the timing system at the top end. 987, 5135 on the Alston side of the drag strip. So we got Rick Dorn coming up now. Dorn, the 1995 Mustang Cobra, and Travis Ray coming up. Ray from Nantucket, Massachusetts, the island located off the southeastern part of Massachusetts. He loads his stuff. If you want to take it to the dyno, it goes on a ferry. You want to take it to the chassis shop, it goes on a ferry. You want to come to Drag Week, guess where it goes? On the boat. At this time it came on his truck and trailer, and he left Massachusetts, took a few days to tow out to St. Louis, and the relatively stock-looking Corvette really has some gusto. 150 to the 8th mile for Ray, or rather 150 to the 60-foot mark for Ray. He goes 9.42 with a 2 at 146. This is his 3rd attempt at Drag Week, and he's never finished.
not far off his pace. He ran 9:36 and 9:33 the first 2 days. Now the car here in the left-hand lane, straight out of Oz.
Yeah, the Australian 1970 Ford Capri being driven on the Alston side of the drag strip. And we have the Ford Crown Victoria on the Mofoco side. Now that Crown Victoria, it made a 13-second pass on the first day, and then it's made a more Crown Victoria-like pass yesterday. The Crown Victoria actually looks like it's got a stick shift swapped into it. If you watch the back end of that thing bounce around a little bit. Meanwhile, the Capri goes through 10:30 with an 8 at 132 miles an hour. With Jarrett Kime coming up now. Kime coming up in the Gorgeous. Oh, sorry, Darren Pape. Pape coming up in the Gorgeous Chevy 2, and Ken Stasiak is driving the 55 Chevrolet, the Dan Chisholm and Ken Stasiak campaign machine. Stasiak drives it on the racetrack, and Chisholm drives it down the road. They have run this car for several years, the high-riding 1955 Chevrolet with the beam front axle, the parallel leaf springs, the nose-high gasser stance, and that wonderfully painted roof with the lace paint job on there offsetting the black on the under the belt line of the car. Stasiak knocking over the Christmas tree, goes 077 on the hit, 113 in the 8th, and they go through 953 to the 9 at 138 miles per hour. 1168.2 at 116.
You remember I was talking about Ferrone and how he broke the throttle body? They found one.
Wow.
My buddy Pete Walsh in Indy, his son Brandon runs a big speed shop there. They had one on the shelf. They're driving down there right now to pick it up and head up here with that Australian Charger.
He's going to have to put on his hustle pants to get here in time and get that thing in the lanes before we shut it down, especially if he wants to make a representative run. The Chevy 2 Nova with the stack style injection, but it's actually EFI with the injector stacks coming up through the hood. You're going to get a long look at that at the top end as he is rolling slowly. 1160 with the 9, 118 for the Monte Carlo. And this, you never want to see a guy out there lose power on the racetrack because it means things could get really dicey for him trying to get to the next track. Speaking of that, tell the story. Last night we come out of that toll booth. We were following Walt Herr, and he was putting on a pyrotechnics display going down the road.
Oh yeah, banging and farting hard. I have no idea what was wrong with the car, but he seemed pretty unconcerned.
Well, I'll tell you what, our mentality on this thing is pretty sick and twisted as well, because what we did was we sat behind him and you took video to see if we could get a video of it shooting fire out of the exhaust. We had a lot of concern for him too. Ray Myers coming up again. It's Myers in the primered up Barracuda. And there's the Chevy 2 launching off the Alston side of the strip with a very narrow little tire in the back. Basically about a 9-inch wide slick on the back of that car. Ray Meyer goes 10:21.6, 131 miles an hour as the Chevy 2 goes 11:83.8 at 114. Alan Casita coming up, the 1966 Ford Galaxy 500, green on green. You get that kind of pea soup looking interior in that thing. And there's our man right there. Oh, no, this is Lonnie Andazola. So Lonnie Andazola, the 67 Camaro. We have a couple of 67 Camaros that have similar paint schemes. I thought that might have been Walt's car, but that is Lonnie.
And that's a street race, small block, naturally aspirated car. I always like telling the crowd which of these cars is NA so that they can just have mind blown on some of them that are really fast.
Yeah, the naturally aspirated guys, when you think about what, we're not saying this is easy for anybody because it is not, but when you think about the NA guys that they don't have the option of turning up a boost knob somewhere, they got to run the wild crankshafts, or the camshafts rather, they got to get really crazy on how to make their power and normally turn big RPM, and then they got to make it live all the way to the end of the week. Or at least try to. 10:75.9 at 125 miles an hour for Lonnie. 12:34.3 at 111 on the right-hand side of the strip. Pardon me, I'm just going to burp into the microphone because that's pro.
No, that's burping
pro
into my
level.
face.
Well, yeah, you didn't get any on you though, so we're good.
Sounded like you had to re-chew it.
It was fighting its way back up, man. What do you want me to do? The C20 Chevy pickup truck coming up on the Alston side of the racetrack. That is Dan Nissen. And again, I've talked about this earlier, but it has the big, giant, full floater rear axle still in it, and he's got a set of slicks bolted to the ends of it.
And a roadkill sticker in the window. Just
Can't beat
guaranteed fail. That knocks off, or that adds 2/10.
The LS-powered, turbo-powered Nova Mustang heads down the Mofoco side of the racetrack 127 in the 8th. This is a good run for this car. 868 with an 8. Only 137 miles an hour, so once again, not a full pull under power. The driver of the Nova clearly off the throttle as the big pickup goes 14.27.2 at 94.
Rick Callahan is here on the left-hand lane with the 69 Roadrunner. Really interesting story here. That thing is cheated up so bad to race the exact rules for the factory appearing stock tire class. That is basically a racing sanctioning body for bone stock appearing vehicles that are completely cheated up. This car has been into the 10s on the stock Redline bias ply tires. Unfortunately, at Drag Week, we require every car to have a drag tire on it, so he does have slicks on the car today, and I've noticed it has been slowing down just a little bit. He's gone, oh, I take it back, 10:26. Yesterday was the number I saw, 11:67 wasn't quite what he was looking for, but today...
Whoa, 12-12 with a 0, 116. That thing is definitely backing up. 13.33.8 at 104 on the opposite side. So a sincere thank you to the folks from MSD. They're going to be in the pits all weekend long, or all week long. MSD's got some of their best tech guys here. They got their tech trailer here, and they will be able to help you out with your tech needs throughout the week if you have any ignition problems. So we got the Mercury here on the Mofoco side. The Zephyr, I do believe. And the Gold Tribute Nova, which the driver has a, I believe the first name is Pete and the last name is Sprain, your kind of jaw deal here.
It's gotta buy a vowel.
So it's Paul Kartasowski, I do believe is how it's pronounced, the 1974 Nova in gold with the Yanko stripe down the side. The turbocharged Mercury goes in. Oh, a beautiful wheel stand for Paul. Paul settles the car down and it slows down past the 8 miles. The Mercury goes 834 with a 9 at 167 miles an hour. So be sure to check out Eastwood.com for all your paint, tools, and auto supply needs. Eastwood is offering 10% off to Hot Rod Drag Week viewers by using source code DRAGWEEK. And also when you're visiting Eastwood, go to www.bestofeastwood.com to be part of the sweepstakes to win prizes like a welder and a plasma cutter and other stuff being given away. Bestofeastwood.com is where the sweepstakes is at, and Eastwood.com. Use keyword DRAGWEEK or source code DRAGWEEK to get your 10% discount on any purchase. G-bodied Monte Carlo comes up, lined up next to the Fox Mustang. The Mustang hikes the front end up. Every gallon of RocketBrand racing fuel is blended with the uncompromising care, knowledge, and expertise that comes from over 60 years of internationally sanctioned racing experience. RocketBrand racing fuel, taking you faster than you've ever gone before. So apparently, as Alana just passed on a note that the Roadrunner that we saw run down there, Callahan's car, apparently had a fire last night. Apparently caught fire at some point along the way. As Bob Samakowski in the 1972 Nova heads down, going to watch that GTO get to the end first. 1081.4, 127, and Samakowski goes 11.12.3 at 120 miles an hour in the Nova. Here's a guy right now, Mr. Roberts, rolling up there in the Malibu, that unique shade of green, the used antifreeze green Malibu. Lining up next to Bob Kripe. Kripe, the 1969 Chevy Camaro, one of the few, if not the only, roots blown car we have here this weekend. What's this problem? That's a problem, man. We got to fix that.
Jim Forbes.
Two
Okay.
of them. 2 out of 300 is not good.
No, it's not.
Gotta love a car like Robert's car. Just fights the racetrack, a nice wheel stand, sets itself down. Good drag race out there. It will be the Roberts going 9:59, 8:1:39 in the Malibu, 10:30 with a 9 for Kripe in the 69 Camaro. And the smoke funnels off the back of that SN95 Mustang over here on the right-hand side of the strip. As the Pontiac G8 going to make the rear attempt to stage with the back wheels. It's a no bueno situation. You get the best, you will have the best elapsed time ever, but
If only that was rare.
it's a 1,310-foot drag strip at that point. So the purple People Eater Mustang is pre-staged. In goes the Pontiac. They're both locked in. And the Mustang, what looks to be about a 275 radial, chewing at the racetrack at the start of the run. 121 at the 8th. The Mustang goes 903 with a 0 at 150.55 miles an hour as the G8 goes 1344 with a 4 at 106. So here comes our Finnish Corvette racer. This is Kimmo Nevalanian. And the folks back in Finland are cursing my name for destroying his, but the way we'd say that here, or I'd say it anyway, Kimmo Nevalanian comes up. He busted a half shaft out of this car early in the week, dumped the clutch, well, in his first run, or second run maybe, dumped the clutch and blew one of the half shafts out of it. He repaired the car in the pits at St. Louis, made the run with his wife. And David, you know a little bit more about this thing and Kimmo's plans while he's here in the States with this car.
He's racing this thing everywhere. We're going to see him in Fontana, California in a couple of weeks where he's going to run the Optima Ultimate Streetcar Challenge. He has a few other events like that in the works. It's interesting to see him here running Drag Week with that Pro Touring looking car.
Sticking my face out the kind of portal window we have here in the side of the tower, it looks like Frank Serpenaro and the guys are packing up, ready to go. Glenn Hunter Jr. and several others have made their way into the pits as Kevin Studeaker comes off the starting line in one of the wagon of doom that I call it over there, that Chevelle wagon. Things are going pretty good for him in the front half of the racetrack, but he was out of the throttle in the back half. Goes 11.003 at only 120 after pulling along on the pretty strong in the front half, and Kimmo hustled down to that manual transmission equipped Corvette on the Alston side.
In the left-hand lane in the burnout box, Lisa Fisher's got this 87 Regal Turbo. It's not a Grand National. She's running in street race, small block power adder, obviously at a cubic inch disadvantage with the V6 in that car. She's been running 1070 and yesterday a 995.
Very stout numbers, of course, and the 3.8-liter variant of the Buick V6 with the turbocharger on it can make tremendous horsepower. There is good support in the Buick community for that engine.
And it sounds like that.
And it sounds like a Hoover vacuum cleaner as they head up towards the starting line. The Pontiac Le Mans on the Mofoco side will run down. The Le Mans running in one of our naturally aspirated categories, rather, I should say. That is the Street Race Small Block NA category for the Le Mans. So the G-body with the V6 in it. Again, the car is not going to 60-foot that hard, but boy, once it gets the boost built up behind it, it will make a big charge. As David said, a 9-second runner over there as the turbo shall be spooled, and off we go. 137 short time. Again, not some blistering eyeball squaring up number, but you get to the 8th mile at 110, you suck the paint off the side of the Pontiac, and you go 975 with a 6 at 137 miles an hour. A great pass there for the Buick, as they're going to be very happy with that, and that may be a one-shot deal for them.
That is Lisa's best run of the week.
Now is the time, after a couple days of driving, that some of the competitors may start to wick it up a little bit. You get a little confidence behind you. You say, okay, we've made it this far. We're 3 days in. Let's see if we can really start to hit it. This is Ralph Hoke coming up. Hoke in a 1968 Chevy Nova, painted in a nice silver hue. We saw Hoke earlier, and he does have the turbocharged Mike Roy engine lined up next to the Vermont-based third-gen Camaro. The third-gen Camaro, kind of a sleeper over there, and again, problems for Hoke off the starting line. It just chewed the tires up. He's going to lace into it at half track, though, and stand on it. Still going to have enough to pass the Camaro. Goes 960 with an 8 at 158 miles an hour after cutting a 60-foot time that you could have probably sprinted quicker to 60 feet. This is Terry Converse, the manually shifted Corvette, going to roll up on the Alston side. Converse has done a great job of running this thing down the racetrack. Race Rat is the license plate hanging on the back of the Corvette. And again, it's got the slicks, it's got independent rear suspension, so you watch the thing bob and weave as he heads down the track. It'll squat and unload. Look at him hit the starting line. Boy, oh boy. The fourth generation Camaro is going to watch Terry Converse pull that Corvette into high gear and just motor away 1071.2 at 128 as the Camaro goes 1154.4 at 117 miles an hour. New York's Jason Russo going to roll up in the Dodge truck, and on the other side of the racetrack we have BJ Bax. This is the 1965 Chevrolet Nova wagon.
The Nova's in street race small block naturally aspirated. Brian, why is that truck in Unlimited?
So Jason Russo entered this truck in Unlimited for two simple reasons. One, he wanted to race early in the morning, and two, he wanted to be on the road with all the really fast stuff. So that was his strategy there. He knows that he is in this thing not to win it, but he's out here having a great time, and his original plan did not come through with what he was planning on racing. So he's out here with a big Cummins-powered Dodge truck, and he is going to fog bank the starting line with all that soot as BJ Bax says, keep that thing away from my pristine wagon, and runs for his life down the Mofoco side. He goes through 11,007 at 124 miles an hour as the Rollin' Coal Dodge goes 1499.5 at 93. So we have Steve Forrester coming up. Boy, Forrester's car is a rocket ship. This is a high 7-second, 180-mile-an-hour piece. And Doug Flynn is coming up on the other lane. Flynn with the Nova that has had, you said, multiple engine combinations in it. What's in there right now?
Well, Flynn is an engineer at Holley. He deals with their EFI setups, and he got a little bit tired of playing with the newfangled things, and he's like, you know what, I had to go back big block. He's got an all-aluminum big block in that thing. I think he told me it's about a 582 tunnel ram setup. I think this is his third or fourth time at Hot Rod Drag Week.
One of the more sleepery 8-second cars you're going to look at. I believe this thing is running the 8 so far this week, and it leaves hard when it wants to. So Flynn is fully staged. Forrester's fully staged. Will we see another 180-plus mile-an-hour pass out of the Fox body of Forrester? Oh, we're going to see a wheel stand. He is going to try to pedal it and get it back into the groove again. And Forrester looks like he's going to go down to the big end. He goes 824.3 at 170 miles an hour. 890 with a 9 at 159 for Doug Flynn. But Forrester, that thing started to come off the starting line. He did a nice job again, a gentle pedal. To be able to run down in the low 9s or whatever the heck Forrester just did, or in the 8s after that pedal job is pretty much a testament to how gentle he was when that thing started to come up in the air. We see a lot of guys just chop the throttle and so badly because you upset the suspension so in such a violent manner. But a guy like him that knows how to drive that car, not the best run, but one he certainly salvaged.
Here's a 69 Camaro in the right-hand lane that we saw towing a trailer on the highway last night, clearly having some difficulties, loading up the mufflers, shooting fire. Let's see if he's got it fixed. No.
It sounds exactly like it did leaving the toll booth last night. So the Mustang is going to get down to the finish line first, 13.093 at 105. And 1371, at 85 miles an hour for the 69 Camaro of Walt Herr that was shooting ducks out there in the starting line as he just attempted to leave. Gear Vendors Overdrives, not only a sponsor of Hot Rod Drag Week, but their products help make it possible for many of the cars you see out here this weekend to drive 1,000+ miles and lay down way more than 1,000 horsepower at the tire and remain streetable. Make sure you stop by and see Rick Johnson at the Gear Vendors display. Say hello, shake his hand, ask him good questions, and thank him for his unwavering and undying support of Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week for all these years. The only car in the whole place that our soul-sucking crap rental car could actually beat is the inline 6-powered Rambler on the right-hand side of the strip. That is a 232 cubic inch, naturally aspirated, one barrel of thunder equipped inliner, and Tony Sanchez, who had to put a new transmission in that car last night, he blew up or broke the case of the Turbo 400 in the AMX. He replaced it. He found one out of a Jeep, of course, that different bolt pattern that they used. He bolted at the back of his AMC engine. He goes 1099.9 at 125. Meanwhile, we're back at the ranch. The inline 6-powered car goes 1937 with a 6 at just 70 miles an hour.
There is a tight battle for those 19-second cars here at Drag Week. I think we should line them up side by side.
That parts call for that Chevelle that broke the drive
So we have a racer in need. Daryl Yost pitched the U-joint out of that thing. We saw him earlier. He needs a, let's see, he's looking for a 1350 U-joint, caps, and bolts. So he needs bolts, caps, and a 1350 U-joint. And we know you guys probably carrying them around in your pocket out there. So find him.
I got a joint. I need the caps that hold the joint onto the yoke.
Okay, he's looking for the caps specifically. So if you got a set of caps.
You're talking about the U-bolts that hold it to the yoke, right?
I'm sorry, bolts.
I'm looking for caps with bolts.
Caps with bolts. Oh, it's the cap on like a billet yoke style.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm with you. I'm with you. Okay.
Thanks.
Yep.
So find Daryl Yost and help him out. Needs the pieces, needs the parts. Greg Weigert coming up. 1968 Pontiac Firebird. It is an all Pontiac battle here as we get the big Poncho convertible on the Bafoco lane. And Weigert making a good run of it down there. He goes through 1084.6, 124 as the Pontiac goes 13090 at 103 miles per hour. Our man Dominic Zavacek coming up. This is a 4-speed 1973 Chevrolet Camaro. And Zavacek sporting a big block engine in this car. So a big block 4-speed machine and the wheel-standing Chevy Nova that did not have wheelie bars last year. And after basically carrying the front end at an incredible amount at every single track, it was re-equipped with the wheelie bars for the 2015 campaign. And another one bites the dust out there in the starting line. And Zavacek may have had a driveline failure. He hooked the car, let the clutch out, hooked the car, and the Nova going to go 906 148. But Dominic is going to roll to a stop just past the 60-foot cone. Hopefully nothing too serious gone there.
4C.
Well, we're on a quick break here. I will remind the fans in the grandstands, if you go home and you want to see more Drag Week action, we are live feeding this thing for the rest of the week. So you want to go to hotrod.com. We will show you where to see us on live video. There's also live chat. Hotrod.com also has hundreds and hundreds of photos and details of what's going on here at Drag Week. It is a battle to the end. We're going to wrap it up Friday back in St. Louis, but then Saturday, we've got the Heads Up Showdown. We take all the cars that finished Drag Week and throw them out there together to run side by side regardless of the class that they're in. We run random pairings on the first round, and then we use the elapsed times from those winners to set up a ladder. We run all the way down to the last 8 cars, and then it's really fun because we take the quick 4 on one side, and then we put the slower of the top 8 cars on the other side. We let the quick guys pick who they're going to race. They get to pick which duck they're going to shoot. So that's going to be a good time. All the Drag Week racers here, we want to make sure that you know that you can get into that deal for free. We want to see you there.
So we are moving along hot and heavy as we always do here. Just another stick shift car biting the dust on the starting line, giving a good kind of indication of the grip level that is happening out there and that is available to these cars. We have seen several 180 mile an hour runs made this morning. Several of those made on very small radial tire cars as well.
And a 191.
Yeah, the Gallimore Express, that thing just a locomotive of an automobile. I was going to hold this in my back pocket, but since they made a successful run, I talked to Jeff Ferguson this morning. Gallimore, that big Monte Carlo, has gone 192. He said if they can make it till Friday, they're going to crank the knobs all the way to 11 and try to go 200 in that thing.
That would be like watching you run a 10K.
Yes, well eating donuts and drinking beer. And it is Glenn Hunter Jr., the twin turbocharged big block 1956 Chevrolet. You got to remember Hunter's car. If you love this event, you likely remember Glenn Hunter's machine. He ran a big block with a giant Whipple charger on it. So the twin turbo big block machine has gone down there.
I just did to Kurt Johnson the same thing I did to him last year. I keep calling his Mustang a 632 big block Chevy. It's stuck in my head. The thing's a 509.
Oh, geez.
I think it's a low deck. It can't even really be a 632. So I apologize for that.
71 Demon comes off the start line. Oh, in trouble. As you can see, Hunter's car firing flame out of the exhaust pipe, and Glenn going to pull that thing off to the left side. That thing has been on a set of rails all week, so hopefully nothing major happening. It doesn't look like anything coming out of the car, but boy, The left-hand lane claims another victim. We're going to get some holy water out there or something. It's turning the Bermuda Triangle. They're eating them up left and right. So Hunter's going to get out there and get a look under that thing. I don't know if anything broke necessarily or if the thing maybe went into a lean condition and backfired. We'll have to find out what's going on. We'll catch up with Glenn.
Once again, in the middle of that excitement, I just want to repeat my error earlier. I was talking about Kurt Johnson, who's leading the big block naturally aspirated class, and I keep saying that it's a 632 big block Chevy because that's stuck in my head from the reaming that I received last year from saying the same thing. It is actually a 509 cubic inch car, which makes it all the more stunning that it is running 890s.
You know, if you've noticed and if you've been watching from the beginning, and we should probably, if you haven't, we'll reintroduce ourselves and what we're doing right now. My name is Brian Loans. That's David Freiberger, and we are here at Great Lakes Dragway in Union Grove, Wisconsin. It is day 3 of Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week 2015, sponsored, of course, by Gear Vendors. And you're watching the live feed that is brought to you by the Eastwood Company. They stepped up this year and really making things happen, as Mark Cicino has come up with a set of bolts to help out our man that is missing them for the U-joint. So once again, we need you back up here. Daryl Yost, come up to the timing tower. We got your U-bolts, as Mark Cicino's got them for you. See, guys, people say people from New Jersey are good for nothing, but Cicino's got the bolts. Everything's good. Uh-oh. Yep. It's going to throw them at me.
It's going to roll you. We're looking at them through the glass here in the back of the booth, if you're looking at the live feed wondering what we're doing there.
So yes, it is day 3, the morning of day 3 here on Drag Week, and as these days are very long, we start out with a whole lot of energy. These mornings and see a lot of very fast runs, and by the time we scrape ourselves into a hotel room after consuming way too much candy and gas station food, about ready to claw our eyes out and get ready for the next day. But it's going hot and heavy this morning. The starting line is very tacky here at Great Lakes Dragway, and it's claimed a couple of victims out there already.
We've been sleeping like 2 or 3 hours a night, so when we got in early last night, I mean, you'd expect that we
made
would
the right move
do
here.
What anybody would do, which is go drink beer till about 1 in the morning.
Yes, that was a very good decision on our part. We're like, we should probably get some sleep. Yes, I'll meet you in the lobby in 10 minutes.
Right, exactly. There's a brat place down the street and they got suds. Our photographer Wes Ellis is standing outside giving us the finger going, no, I was there. Why didn't you hook me up with that?
Well, hey, if you're in Wisconsin, you got to eat some brats and drink some beer, and that's what we did, and we had a great time. And we're having a great time at this very historic racetrack. You know, when you think about it, this year, the tracks always have kind of a personality, the list of tracks, but this year is a lot of kind of old school places, obviously some of which have been upgraded to the modern giant stadium standard. But today and tomorrow specifically, 1955 this place opened. The 60-year anniversary of Great Lakes Dragway is in process this year. The next day, tomorrow, we go to Cordova, which opened in 1956. You got to remember, this was the place that hosted the Olympics of drag racing for many years, and Cordova is the place that still hosts the World Series of drag racing, 2 legacy events, and 2 of the events that put these tracks on the map long before there was such a thing as a 24-event national event drag racing tour.
Cordova reminds me of the early days of Drag Week, which reminds me to mention Jack Day from Rocket Brand Racing Fuel, the only sponsor that we have had for every single one of our 11 years of Drag Week racing.
Incredible stuff. And Rocket Brand Racing Fuel will be a part, again, of shipping winners of their classes, or the winners of our heads-up shootout, and our overall winner will receive a 55-gallon drum of fuel, as well as our Spirit of Drag Week Award winner will see that as well. So the lanes for session 1 will close in 15 minutes. So if you're going to run, if you're a class car and you want to get in, you got 15 minutes to get in the lanes. We'll move into daily driver, and now it's 10 minutes. So 10 minutes until the staging lanes close, because I was ignoring my phone. So it's 10 minutes. The staging lanes will close for session 1.
In the right-hand lane, you're looking at Terry Kiefer in that 67 Barracuda. He is running super street, big block power adder, an 11-second car.
If you have not gotten your Drag Week license plate, vanity plate from your state, you better hurry. We have the Pontiac's got one on the back of it. The Mustang is going to run behind him, also has the Drag Week plate on the back of the car. So if you're listening from somewhere in the state, you're going to be running Drag Week, see if you can reserve your plate today. The Pontiac goes 11:15.4 at 130. The Barracuda goes 11:29.2 at 118.
We'd also remind you, if you're here in the stands and we get a quick break, run out there and pick yourself up a Drag Week t-shirt. We are selling them out of the white trailer that is right adjacent to short staging over here. You can get a bunch of different designs of Drag Week shirts and other stuff.
People are swarming around that trailer like they're giving out free beer, so make sure you get over there and get a shirt before they sell out. I gotta get a shirt, man. I haven't got a shirt yet.
We don't have XXX.
Oh, see, that was hateful. Jeff Pagano, the 1970 Chevrolet El Camino. It was not as hateful as what you said about our man, FE expert Jay Brown yesterday, though.
Jay knows I kid.
Well, the internet didn't, because they were mad at you.
The internet has no kid.
The internet was angry at you yesterday.
On the right-hand lane, Jeff Pagano's got that 70 El Camino.
Big tire, naturally aspirated big block Pro Street car.
I think I'm hearing a stick.
The driver of the Mustang did a nice job with the 5 gear in that car. Goes 12-14-7 at 114 miles per hour. Speaking of sticks, one of the more unique combinations is the 1977 Buick Skylark of Randall Burns out of Ely, Nevada. That is a 455 Buick hooked to a 5-speed manual transmission, and Randall has gone ahead and fuel injected that big block Buick engine. The Pontiac next to him is Jimmy Waugh's machine. It's a 1999 Firebird, likely LS1 powered, or maybe swapped with a 6-liter or something along that nature. Runs in the 12, so I'm going to guess it's probably an LS1 with some upgrades, 1230s and 12.0. He's looking for an 11-second pass. We were joking a little bit about it yesterday, but Randall, the driver of that silver Buick, is a geologist, and he's the head geologist at a giant copper mining operation out there in Ely, Nevada. And the only place more remote than Ely, Nevada is Neptune. There is literally nothing around there. It's a cool place to drive through. If you've ever made the drive from the Los Angeles area to the Bonneville Salt Flats, you actually pass through Ely. And at one point, there were more brothels in town than dentist offices, I think.
The Rambler that we saw run 19s earlier, that was his slowest pass of the week.
That is a mark that he's striving. That's good. He's going the right direction.
Set new standards.
Randall waits till the bulb's nice and green, lets the clutch out, and starts grabbing gears in that 455 Buick-powered 1977 Skylark. The Firebird is not waiting around for Randall. 1226 with a 110 miles an hour. And 13.25.0 at 109. If you've ever watched the show Street Outlaws, you know the woman who is driving the machine on the Alston lane. That is Tina Pierce Jones in the Chevrolet Colorado pickup truck.
And she is going to suck the paint off Dennis Riley's little Ford Mustang, which runs in the high 14s.
So Tina's made a string of very consistent 8-second runs in this truck. It's a turbocharged combination. I'm not sure if it is an LS or a more traditional 23-degree headed small block. But either way, Tina's husband builds the trucks that she races, and they traditionally do race trucks. She's raced some S10s. They've gone with the more current Colorado style, well, previous generation Colorado body style.
Whoops.
Came out a little hot and heavy in the starting line, turned the slicks pretty hard. She pedals it, gathers it up again. You can see that black smoke. The fuel enrichment comes in as the boost comes on. 10.53.2 at 152 miles an hour as the Mustang goes 14.54.1 at 93. Glenn Sheely and Greg Pecoraro coming up now. The 2013 Cadillac CTS-V wagon. We were having fun with Greg last year because most of the competitors are suffering and boiling inside their cars, or getting leg cramps, or disjoining their elbows and hips to get in and out of these things. He's rolling around in a CTS-V Cadillac without a care in the world. That being said, it's a pretty fast CTS-V Cadillac wagon.
Best of 1177 during drag week.
So you got the 7-liter, or at least what started life as a 7-liter naturally aspirated LS7 engine in the Corvette, which has obviously been breathed on for Glenn Sheely, and you have the LSA, the supercharged factory variant 6.2-liter engine in the front of the CTS-V.
I'd like to mention again that we really appreciate the sponsorship of Eastwood, which is bringing you the live video feed all week long. Please check out bestofeastwood.com, where you can enter a sweepstakes, and every 2 weeks they're giving away some significant tools like plasma cutters and welders and stuff. So please check bestofeastwood.com.
Street Machine Eliminator lanes 4 and 5, please. Street Machine Eliminator competitors lanes 4 and 5. If you're running Street Machine Eliminator, it's lanes 4 and 5 as Glenn Sheely leaps off the starting line a full second ahead of Greg Pecoraro. But trouble for Sheely as the car is slowing as it goes down past the 660. Greg goes by, goes 10.89.2 at 129 in the wagon. Yeah, baby. First 10-second pass of the week for him. Coming up again in that absolutely gorgeous Motion Performance Tribute 1969 Camaro. And there's the 1955 Chevrolet Gasser on the Alston side of the racetrack, rolling up with that flat black paint, the Pennsylvania license plate on it. and the cool, kind of old school drawn graphics. That's Jay Grabiak. Grabiak has gone 1083 and 1080, the car living at about 120 miles an hour. Of course, if you're unfamiliar, you guys in this area part of the country, Nicky Chevrolet is your legendary Chevrolet dealership from the muscle car era. Back on the East Coast, it was Baldwin Chevrolet out of New York, and they hooked up with Motion Performance and Joel Rosen to build a series of very exciting and very fast cars. Sean Yanko is part of that whole program as well, but the Motion Tribute of Carol Heitzelman looks back to those days, goes 1087, 8 at 123, 1074, 7, 121 miles an hour for Grabiak. So Street Machine Eliminator lanes 4 and 5, please. Street Machine Eliminator lanes 4 and 5 to the staging lanes, please. Get them in there. It is going to be your turn to run as soon as we unload our lanes of all of our class cars, but the lanes are open for you. Street Machine Eliminator to the staging lanes, please. That being said, I believe we have closed the lanes for our class cars, waiting on the official word from Lonnie Grimm, but I am almost 100% sure that the lanes are closed for class cars at this point. Mr. Heinzelman heading down the racetrack in his Tribute AAR Cuda with a big block in it. Goes down through there, 1063, 128 miles an hour. The 1955 Chevrolet on the Alston side goes 1217 with a 1 through the big end. Here comes Jesse Martin, the 1989 Ford Mustang. Martin, a Massachusetts guy, 1089 and a 1085. I spotted him one day in New England Dragway during our divisional event. He brought this car up to an NHRA divisional to have the chassis certified. And I looked over, and there was a guy with a Larson race car shirt on at a drag strip in New Hampshire. I said, "You must be a drag week guy." And he nodded his head. And he is lined up next to Chris Bashir in the S10 pickup truck. And Bashir did not overpower the track this time. Watch the little S10 go through the 8th mile at 123 miles an hour. The S10 goes down 894 with a 9 at 155. And David, that is the magic of those small tire radial cars. They look so cool in factory, and they go out there and rip off sub 9-second runs.
There are so many for the 10-second cars, because a 10-second deal, that is a legit street car. And yet they look like a 14-second car next to some of these guys out here running a top 8 or a top 7 even.
You're racing a forklift out here. If you ever want to learn how to TIG weld, check out Drag Week sponsor Eastwood.com for over 1,000 how-to videos. Everything from how to weld, how to paint, to hands-on cars, a full online TV series hosted by Kevin Tetz. Eastwood has the products and the know-how to keep you doing the job right. Eastwood is offering 10% off to Drag Week viewers by using source code DRAGWEEK when you make your purchase. Also, go to bestofeastwood.com and enter yourself in the sweepstakes to win prizes like welders and plasma cutters. Over the next few weeks, they'll be giving all different kinds of stuff away. Bestofeastwood.com. It's free to enter. Get in there today.
I can't wait for Jacob Kronk here in the right-hand lane. This thing ran 10.0 yesterday, and he's not going to run that 999 I was looking for.
Jeff Oppenheim comes off the starting line in the G-Body El Camino. Oppenheim took a minute to spool the turbos up. 100 even in the 8th, and Oppenheim goes 10.62.5 at 126 miles an hour. Dave, when we talk about Hot Rod Magazine project cars, when I was a kid, one of the ones that I remember and love dearly was the one, I believe you were involved in this one with Canaan. He plugged a 500 cubic inch Cadillac engine in the front of a El Camino of that G-Body variety. You guys said he took it, I don't know if you were with him, but he took it out to Brotherhood Raceway out there in Los Angeles, strapped a couple of bags of concrete onto the tailgate, and he went out. I think it ran high 12s or something like that. But as a kid, I love that story.
Yeah, I actually was not around for that. Unbelievably, I never raced at the Brotherhood.
Wow.
I never have even been there.
Sounds like it was a pretty hairy place.
Yeah, I have heard the stories, and I've been there now that it's got shipping containers stacked on it. So it is checked off my list. Brian and I have a shootout going as to who has been to the most drag strips. I'm at 72. He's at 100 plus.
Yeah, so these are dead and or living drag strip locations. I actually went on a road trip with my family over the winter time. We visited 18 drag strips in 3 days up and down the East Coast. Both of our wives are living saints.
I was going to say, that is just a dream vacation for your wife right there. Ruining those kids for life.
John Manasse coming up now. Manasse in the Chevelle, lined up next to the very clean first gen. John Manasse is a former winner here at Drag Week. Won when he was racing his Nova, a normal competitor of Lebanon Valley Dragway out in eastern New York. Manasse powers down the Alston side. 10.15.6 at 132 in the Chevelle. The Camaro goes 10.22 with an 8 at 136 miles an hour.
Daniel Warren here in the left-hand lane in that 58 Del Rey. He showed up really hoping to be the slowest car at Drag Week. Unfortunately, he's been outgunned fairly significantly.
Yeah,
he's running 16s. We've got guys in the 20s.
So the very clean Mustang Coupe completes the burnout as the Chevy Del Rey, which is disappearing from the bottom up in a slow motion fashion on the Alston side. And he's got the radio on that thing, I think, because he's got his head bouncing up and down. That is a really, really neat car. Was it a Del Rey model that Toad drove? Remember Toad drove the car in American Graffiti? It was a 58 Chevy, but I don't remember if it was a...
Nope, full-on Impala.
Okay, oh, it was an Impala, okay.
Full dress.
Well, that being said, then Toad's car would have kicked this thing's ass all the way to Magnum Sheboygan by the time they get down to the top end. So the Mustang goes through 10:41, 9 at 129 miles an hour, and the Del Rey goes through 15:21 with an 8 at 91. 15:21.
Oh, stepping it up.
He's putting in an effort down there. So it's Mark Covey coming up in the Buick and Ricky Dorn coming up in the 1995 Ford Mustang Cobra. That SN95 style, body style Mustang. Not really one that ever grabbed my attention personally.
Oh, I've got a good story about those if you need to hear it after these guys go down track.
Ooh, I like it. Mark Covey in the Buick GS, the worked up Buick Mill, the big torque making motor goes pulling the front end up off the starting line.
Apparently I'll have plenty of time to tell the story while that Mustang's finishing.
And Mark Covey goes 10:30 with a 1 at 127, and preach on, brother.
So, it's got to be about 1993, and they're designing those things, and they invite the Hot Rod Magazine staff out to look at the design, which they don't do anymore. And maybe this is the reason why. So, we walk into this super secret room deep inside Ford, and they have like an amphitheater with a car on the stage. And it's covered up, and they literally reveal the thing to us, and I go, it looks like a Toyota. The Celica taillights. Yes,
wow.
I was literally escorted from the building.
They walked you out?
Well, not literally.
And the nice burnout done out there by the Fox Mustang, but where he stopped, there is a puddle. You got a guy, one of our Great Lakes Dragway guys running down there with a mop to touch it up. Hopefully it's just a little bit of fuel.
Brian, what's the displacement on Kirk Johnson's Mustang?
I'll tell you what it isn't. It isn't 632, dum-dum. It's a 509 cubic inch big block Chevy, which makes it even more incredible that that thing is an 8-second car like it's fallen out of a tree.
Getting news, Tom Bailey just pulled into the drag strip.
Okay,
Our
so
current
Bailey
leader is
still
here.
alive. So it should be noted, you know, every time Tom Bailey has run at Drag Week to this point, he has had his engine builder, Steve Morris, as his co-driver, as his passenger. Steve Morris was involved in an accident, apparently broke his neck. He was unable to come to Drag Week this year, so that one of Steve Morris's guys is with him, but it's not Steve.
Let's hope Steve is watching the live feed. Hope you get better, Steve. We're really sad you're not here. You put on such a good show the past several times you've been here.
And of course, the very first time he came to Drag Week, he brought that giant Caprice station wagon that was kind of his calling card for a little while. He did not survive the event, but he did come back and make some runs at the end of the week. After when we got back to, then it was Kansas City International Raceway that we started and ended with on that first Drag Week.
That was one of the good shows I was referring to. Do you remember that thing, how it would leave?
Oh yeah, it was all, you know, wallowing down and pulling the front end up. And one of the other, I wonder if Justin Bertram of JPC Performance is watching here, but Justin Bertram pulled one of the very memorable moves in Drag Week history on that first one. He was racing at the time a brand new 2000, remember that thing? He had a 2005 Mustang, and they had just started producing those in that retro. Was that the year they brought the retro style out? Was it 05 or 07?
05.
So they just brought this thing out as a brand new car, and he is just beating the daylights out of this car. He blew a donut in the middle of the racetrack. Remember that? He went to grab second gear, the car spun completely around on his way down the track. Didn't hit anything, but that was about the story of his week.
Interesting to see him backing Kurt Johnson back out. Meanwhile, Josh Norris is out here in that 67 Chevy too. It's running modified, naturally aspirated, and he went a 10-0 yesterday. Another guy who's got to be hunting for a 999. Personal
Absolutely.
goals at Drag Week.
And
It's a lot of why people come.
100%. And Johnson is going to begin his burnout right now. Again, just going to reheat those tires up. And you said it, David. The personal accomplishment or the personal end of this thing is really what drives this competition. Yes, there is a lot of ego involved. Yes, everybody wants to be fast. But to be able to sit in the car you put together in your own garage with your own two hands and have it do what a lot of people probably think it can't do is a great feeling of accomplishment. And that's why we see the Friday night conclusion of the event where the awards are given out and the handshakes are granted and the prizes are awarded. You know, it's man camp tier time. Kurt Johnson, once again, is all over the racetrack, has to pedal the thing. 121 in the 8th mile. Johnson goes 898 with a 5 at 152 miles an hour. Scrubbed off a couple of Hun with all the moving around it did, but he goes down to the 890s one more time.
And that's what he's looking for, is an all 8-second drag week with that naturally aspirated car.
So a question for you, and I don't know if you know the answer, like if you would, if anybody. Got the Ford Capri down here. The Australian guys are like Cleveland freaks. It's all Cleveland stuff. Did Ford like ship all the Cleveland tooling down there, or what happened? Why is it all kind of Cleveland engines down there in Australia?
I don't have that answer,
Yeah.
but I'm sure we've got about 30 guys in the pits will be walking in here right
They
now
can
to
tell
let us
us.
know.
Right now, in fact, no. And Kimo from Finland comes up now. Kimo coming up in the gorgeous Corvette that will be doing some autocross action, some road race action, some cruising across the country action. But this week it is all about hammering the gas and ripping gears down the drag strip. So the Ford Capri heads down the Alston side. The right-hand drive machine goes through the 8th mile at 106. And 10:33.2 at 132 miles an hour, and that car lives in Kansas when it's not being run on drag week. Unlike John Ferrone ships his stuff back and forth. That one stays in Kansas.
Frank here in the silver 55 Chevy out of New York last night broke some lug studs on the back of the car, scuffed up the rotor pretty good, but didn't hurt the body on it, and they obviously got it fixed in their back here, running a big block and a stick in that car.
Yeah, that is the combination of that, and I believe it is a 509, not a 632, David. You can erase that from your memory banks as well. I believe it is a 509-inch engine, and it always has been run with a stick shift in it. Vince Rash coming up. Rash, the 1969 Pontiac Firebird. And Vince Rash, if he's driving something other than a Pontiac, he's been kidnapped. That guy is a Pontiac guy to the core.
The Firebird is naturally aspirated as well. And 976.
139 miles an hour through the lights for Rash. 1061.3, 127 for Frank Romano. Here comes a pal of mine. This is Fred Simmons coming up now. Simmons from Massachusetts, from the Mendon, Massachusetts area, operates SMG Motoring. That is his shop. That is an LS1 that he has just recently swapped a set of CNC ported Edelbrock cylinder heads on and an MSD Air Force atomic Air Force intake manifold. The car has a S60 style rear end in it, like 430 gears, and he says he's getting over 20 miles to the gallon still rolling down the highway.
Isn't it amazing you can do that these days?
Really is. The more worn-in Nova is going to get to the stripe first. 11.11.1, 121 miles an hour. 11.85.7 at 114 for Fred Simmons, the Massachusetts runner who is doing drag week with his dad. Tom Taylor did a really nice piece on Fred and his dad yesterday on HotRod.com.
A lot of coverage at HotRod.com. Please go check that out. It helps us out a lot. If you go surf through all our photos, there's hundreds of them and a lot of detail. Once again, we will be streaming live all week as well. Clear into Saturday for the Drag Week Heads Up Shootout, which is a do not miss event. Guys, turn it up and do not care.
Here we go down the racetrack with Steve Fagan. And Fagan going to go through 912 of the 448 miles an hour as the wagon goes 1079 for 124 down the Mofoco side. A little bit of English coming out of the hole there for Fagan in the short wheelbase Blazer.
Yes. When you get a second, can you do me a favor, reach over and turn on that top amplifier?
It's funny, if we got down to brass tacks about it there, I believe there are several world's fastest or world's quickest cars of their style here at Drag Week, and I am certain that Josh Doshier, the 1984 Mercury Marquis wagon, has to be the quickest and fastest one of these things in the world. The preferred ride of grandmothers across America during the early 1980s. This thing has that tan interior, which seems, I don't think there was any other option. You could have got light tan, dark tan, or medium tan on the interior colors of these things. And that taupe outer color is going to be matched by that nice kind of bronze hue on the outside of the 4th Gen Camaro he'll be running against on the Alston side.
That's Gregory Edwards in Super Street small block power adder, and he rolled into the day defending his number 3 spot. Imagine being number 3 in class with an 854 and an 847. The other 2 cars in the class are in the top 7s.
So we will watch the wagon go down the highway. The cage in this wagon is beautiful. You see how it was built. There's actually a bar that runs around the back of the rear seat. Kind of as a seat support bar there, but a very nice piece for Dozier. And that Mercury Marquis on a Fox chassis, just kind of a stretch wheelbase Fox, so you can, the Fox Mustang parts that bolt in will also bolt in there, and a couple of turbo drivers spool them up and turn them loose. Once again, staging lanes are open for Street Machine Eliminator category runners, as Dozier sits for a full 10.54 seconds. And his elapsed time, if it goes right, will be quicker than his reaction time. How about that? 9:14 with a 4 at 151. So he literally has a time slip with a quicker elapsed time than a reaction time, which may have been the plan, because that's kind of fun.
Keep in mind, these are just time trials. It is not a heads-up deal, so reaction time means absolutely nothing at Drag Week until the last day at that heads-up shootout. Check out this 55 Nomad gasser in the left lane. This thing is virtually returned to the earth.
It is coming back, yes.
And he is still running it out here at Drag Week.
It is
another one of the cars we saw stopped on the side of the road, but this time just to help out.
The Nomad is consuming a quart of oil every 150 miles, which in roadkill speak is totally normal. 965 for 142 for the Mustang. The Nomad goes 1373.6 at 100 on the nose with the well-lubricated upper cylinder area. You're looking at the leader in our hot rod class, which is for 28 to 48 American cars, hot rods. You can run them fenderless, as you see on this 47 International truck. That's Tim Hall, and he's been running a 1035, yesterday 1020. So Tom Bailey is set up over in the impound area. They're swapping the tires on that thing, and could we see history made today? Who knows? This place has held a lot of it over the years. The 1947 International KB1 truck up on the converter. Goes in as he is lined up next to Roberts in the Malibu. And Danny Roberts trying to hang on to that thing. It's Paul actually having a ride of his own over there as the International truck started to hunt around pretty good early in the run. 10:29.1, 126 for the truck. 9:55.7, 140 miles an hour for Roberts. And here comes one piece of heavy iron out here on the Mofoco side of the racetrack. This is Bryant Goldstone. And Bryant Goldstone has made 2 runs in the 6-second zone this week. He went 698 on day 1, and he went 678 yesterday. This is a twin turbocharged big block combination in the front of that wildly painted AMC Javelin.
And that thing is all steel, down to the deck lid, the fenders. Even though it's a quick release front end, it's all steel put together. This car had a drama earlier on in the week because we have a limit to the size of trailer that you can haul around on the back of your car when you're driving from track to track. And if you see his trailer, it has got to be within 1 cubic centimeter of our limit. And a lot of people were saying this is bogus. We got to check this out. So we did that this morning. As soon as he rolled in the gate, we laid a tape measure across that thing, did a bunch of complicated math that involved probably, pi and actual inches and multiplying and stuff like that. But we sent somebody out who proved capable of that, Mr. Keith Turk, who's been running the pits for us and doing race control, and he gave it the thumbs up. He said that thing barely squeaks by.
So Bryant Goldstone will try to make a third 6-second pass. If he is able to do it, he will be the only guy so far that has run 6 seconds at every track. Bryant Goldstone. Pulls it. Oh, a great lot for Goldstone. Oh, but it busted the tires loose at the top of low gear. He was 113 to 60 feet. He goes 745.2, 200 miles an hour, 0.13 across the finish line. It was really going well. I'm sorry, Dave. It was really going well for him. 113 on the hit, but it was the top of first gear. It ripped the tires off it.
I'm just saying he's a really smart guy. He might look at his class and do the math and find out if he's still on top right there, because the only other guy he's going against is Joe Barry.
Not a snowball's chance in hell.
Yeah.
I bet he comes back. My opinion is he comes back. I think he wants, you get a little taste of that 2-day in a row 6-second action. I think you want to keep the needle in your arm.
Well, and you're right, especially since Joe Barry is right behind him.
just said I was right, by the way. I don't know if you if that was involuntary or.
Pause the video, take a screenshot, call the media.
Bam, bam. That's a bam moment right there. Thank you very much to the Eastwood Company, our sponsor of the live feed here this year on Drag Week 2 2015. And it's Gear Vendors Under and Overdrive, the sponsor of the event and the long-standing sponsor of the event. Those of you that are taking photos down there, if you do not need to be in that area, you should be out of there. You can see the starters trying to move the crowd up the racetrack. Unless you have a photo credential, you cannot go beyond the metal stanchion on the right-hand side of the drag strip. That would include all the people walking along behind the metal stanchion.
We have a racer looking for some 2050 oil. Bring it over to the Tech and Fuel Shack. 2050 oil.
1072, 124 miles an hour for the beautiful Chevelle on the Mofoco side. 11-second run out of the Camaro on the Alston side of the drag strip.
Once again, if you've got some 2050, bring it over to the Tech Shack. I can't imagine that everybody doesn't have that, and it's going to be a mob scene over there. Guys just throwing cases of oil, looking for some 2050. Goldstone is still up by 100th over Barry.
So here comes Converse in the stick-shifted big block Camaro. Corvette, rather. Apologies. The stick-shifted big block Corvette out there.
It's been a long week.
And we're just getting going. Get the Hugger Orange third-gen Camaro is going to watch the Corvette go across first. 10, 67, 7, 128, and a bunch of smoke coming out of that third-gen at the stripe. 1201 with a 2. Great Lakes Dragway proving to be every bit the racetrack that the first two facilities we visited this week. As far as the traction capability has gone, yes, Goldstone ripped the tires off the back of the car, but let's consider something for a second. The engine in that thing is likely making on odds of 2,500 to 3,000 horsepower.
And even with that pass, still 100th ahead, but you're right, he is not going to let that sit.
I don't think it's going to. Maybe he does, maybe he doesn't. Still, to lay up a 200-mile-an-hour trap speed on that run after having to pedal it is something else. And Jay Brown going to be coming into the water box here. And again, guys, if you got to stay behind those stanchions. Here's the deal: we have to stop racing every time somebody goes in the wrong area. We love having you here, but we've got to keep you in the right spots. Tony Sanchez, the freshly re-equipped Turbo 400 in the AMX, or the Javelin rather, goes 1065, 126, and the Nova 973 on the Alston side.
You've got to keep your eyes on this 69 GT500 in the right-hand lane. This is Jay Brown. He was at the very first drag strip with a 69 Mach 1 that we absolutely fell in love with. This car has got the same stank on it. It's got a single overhead cam, a sock motor, and he has been running 880s with this car. Having some bad luck the past couple years on Drag Week, but he is owning it right now.
Brown is a 3-time winner at this event. 2005 in the big block naturally aspirated category, 2006 in the 12-second. Oh, and Brown's going to hang on to it with that thing driving itself across the racetrack. You can actually look down and see the black marks when the thing turned the tire, turned sideways, and started to pile drive itself towards the wall. He saved it. He'll come back. You can't bend up a sock motor car. Whoa. So Brown, an eventful 15:35, won at just 50 miles an hour. Competition made a cleaner run down the Alston side.
What do you want them to do? The right side of the lane. People keep going way past it into the where the photographer is supposed to go. I gotta keep chasing.
We're the top 10 right now.
How far are we letting them go down? They're going past the tree.
So once again, here comes the Nova. This is the third shot, the third time we have seen this car. Street Machine Eliminator, you should be in the lane. Street Machine Eliminator, you should be in the staging lanes, please. As best I understand, the lanes are going to be closed right now.
Spitting a bunch of parts out of the Nova here on the line.
And a very quick reaction by the starting line crew.
Did we get those U-bolt caps? Where are they?
On the rail right there.
So thank you, Mark Cicino, for dropping off those U-bolt, the U-bolts of the caps for the universal joint. As Daryl Yost has grabbed those things and he's going to put them in his car. And I happen to be facing the staging lanes when the excitement started here in the starting line. David, what did you see?
parts fall out.
Oh.
Yeah, literally something hit the track. I thought it was probably a U-joint, but they were messing with the hood up there.
NOS is proud to be the official nitrous system of Drag Week. Be sure to get your coupon to get one free bottle fill-up this week, compliments of NOS. And be sure to discuss your setup with NOS technical representative Monty Smith. Monty is a racer himself, a chassis expert, as well as one of the world's foremost experts in nitrous tuning. Monty will be cruising the pits looking to assist with your setup, compliments of NOS, the undisputed leader in nitrous oxide. Well, there was some non-critical junk that hit the racetrack as he's going to let it eat out there. Goes out, you can hear the nitrous come in about 60 feet into the run, 110 in the 8th mile, and the Nova goes 995.7 at 135 after that excitement over there in the Alston lane.
It was odd. I saw him pick it up. It looked like something really lightweight, like paper or something
Weird.
like that. Maybe something just fell off the car. It was non-critical. New deal at Drag Week, we no longer allow methanol in any class outside of unlimited. You can have an injection kit on the car, you just can't use it as your primary fuel. And today, we're going to do our first fuel check on a guy who seems like he might be questionable. We got Jack Day from Rocket Brand here who could probably, sniff the test tube from across the room and let you know exactly what that is.
He can tell you what refinery it came from just by smelling the stuff. So the wheel-standing second-gen Camaro with the single-turbo LS motor goes down through 954.8 at 141. I'm in love with that thing. It kind of swaps lanes down there in the shutdown area. 1309.3 at 103 for the Pontiac convertible on the Alston side.
On the right-hand lane, Super Street small block power adder. Jim Carger in that car has laid down 8s both days so far.
So Bryant Goldstone has returned to the impound area. They're setting their stuff up on the roof. It looks like they're going to pull the hood off that car and maybe get it set up to run again is what our suspicion is. We'll have to get one of our pit moles down there to follow up with Bryant as a pair of Fox bodies come to the starting line. No trouble on the hit of the throttle on the Mofoco side as that car 127 in the 8th. And the LSTuner.com sponsor machine goes 873.3 at 157 miles per hour. MSD welcomes everyone to the 11th Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week. MSD has been involved with Drag Week since its first running, and we're excited to keep up with the tradition in 2015. For late model LS racers, MSD is excited to offer the new Atomic Air Force composite intake that's a true bolt-on horsepower product. And it's available for the new LT1 engine platform as well. Keith Harrison heading down the racetrack in his Ford Coupe, and that thing is really hunting around a little bit. So Harrison gets down the top end of the coupe. We'll see the Camaro go by first, 11:09.2 at 126 miles an hour. If you lost a cell phone, go to the ET Shack and describe the phone. It will give it back to you. Once again, if you lost your cell phone, go to the ET Shack, describe your phone, and you can claim it if you get it right. And if you get it wrong, we're going to go in there and find your password and look at all your weird photos. We got a racer in need that needs a small block Chevy oil filter. If you got one, bring it to the ET Shack. A small block Chevy oil filter to the Tech Shack, please. Bring it to the Tech Shack. And it's Shane and it's Randall. The Krusty Nova, the 417 Motorsports crew, comes up to the starting line as Shane comes off, pedals the car a little bit early. And Shane at 121 in the 8th mile. The Krusty Nova goes down 947.4 at 138 miles an hour. Certainly not the best we've seen of that machine.
He'll be back. That thing's run 885 and he's number 3 in the modified power adder class behind Prospero and Johnson.
So the Camaro purging the nitrous over here on the Mofoco side. That is the side on the, not the opposite the spectator side, I will say. When you're looking, from our perspective, we're looking, of course, directly down the racetrack as the timing tower, the unique timing tower here at Great Lakes Dragway, has us sitting directly in between the lanes.
And the left-hand car here is number 2 in modified power adder. That is Pete Johnson, 87 Mustang. He's been running 884 yesterday, 844. And today he rolls through with an 849, very consistent.
So the parachute is out in a nice 840 run as we have our Dominic Zavacek coming back up again. And John Puckett's going to be in the other lane. So Zavacek and Puckett coming up to the starting line. And the cool thing about this pair, they are both going to be ripping their own gears down the racetrack. Zavacek let the clutch out and his car died an early death just after the 60-foot cone last time. He was pushed back off the racetrack, obviously got the thing repaired, he hopes. And it is running good now. Boy, a nice launch out there. Thing pulled the front end up. He rips second, rips third, and he yanks it into high somewhere around the 8th mile. Zavacek goes 1040 with a 7 at 129 as Puckett going to coast it through 12:53.5 at just 86. Ralph Hoke, this is a critical task being John Dodson coming up now. Dodson, a critical task being performed by one of the crewmen. To see what he did, he opened the trunk and made sure there was fuel in it.
That sounds like me. As a matter of fact, last time I ran here, we had that exact problem with Finnegan's Hemi-powered 55 Chevy.
Ran out of juice.
Exactly, in that lane.
So the Pontiac Ventura on the Mofoco side, as Dodson just blows the tires off the back. Trouble for the Ventura as well as it comes off. You can see it kind of choking and puking out there a little bit. Thick black smoke coming out of the exhaust at times as it's making its way down the track. Dodson just kind of idles down, goes 16, 13, 7, 89. The Ventura goes 13, 33 with a 9 at 101.
In the right-hand lane here, you're looking at number 2 position in the street race big block power adder class. That Camaro is Kyle Coys. It's a 67, and he has run 8s twice in a row.
Well, the gorgeous first-gen Camaro rolling up on the Mofoco side. And you can see on the back valance of the car the Nicky Chevrolet sticker. And what a legacy the Nicky Chevrolet dealership has. They got a sign right in the side of this building here as the Vermont-based third-gen Camaro lines up next to the parachute-equipped and apparently charcoal-powered first-gen Camaro. Look at the smoke launching out of that thing. An early pedal job as it disappears into a cloud of its own smoke. Goes 9:17.4 at 161. The Camaro goes 12:81.5 at 108.
He will be back on that because he is in a battle for second place in that class with Randy Bellahar, who's got that 68 silver Firebird rather than the Camaro. 901 average over 2 days versus an 885 average. And when you get a bad run in like that, you really got to go back to the pits with your calculator, figure out exactly where you are, and decide if you've got your competition covered or not.
We talk a lot about the evolution of this event over time, and really there was nobody with a calculator during that first year. It was literally, can we just survive this thing? And it was Carl Scott who bested all comers in his red Chevy Nova, which at the time we thought was so extreme because he used to take the Lexan windows in and out of it. He used to swap the carburetors on and off of it.
He used to run 880s.
He used to run 880s.
And that was impressive.
And if you show up with a small block out here in some of these categories saying you can't go 880s, you are doing it wrong. The 1971 Demon goes down 988.4 at 137 miles an hour as the Pro Street El Camino goes 12:11.3 at 114. You know them, you love them. Sleepers. Jeremy Stelford coming up now, the 1984 Chevy Caprice Classic. Jeremy has every little piece on the thing to lead you to believe that this car is owned by a very old man, including the wire wheel covers. He has painted the thin white wall stripe on the drag radials on the back of the car. It has the CB antenna, the dog with a little bobbing head, the I Love Bingo bumper sticker. And Doug Garrison yanks the front end, pulls second gear, and pulls the front end again. He's leaving stuff for us on the starting line. It's a shop rag falling out of Garrison's car, and Doug goes 10:47.5, 128. And the Sleeper Caprice with the 502 big block goes 13:06.7 at 104.
Standing in the burnout box here, or sitting in there, the green RX-7. That's Rick Prospero. You know him from Drag Week for many years with that 65 tan Nova station wagon that was in the bottom 8s. I think he might have touched a high 7 with that car.
I believe he did.
And in the early years that he showed up at Drag Week, he had a 460-inch big block Chevy in the car. That motor is now in this RX-7. That motor ran 8.0 in the wagon. The wagon weighed 4,100 pounds. This car weighs 3,300 pounds. He hasn't quite gotten it down to 8.0 because it is a brand new car for him, but he is the class leader currently. We'll see if he can finally crack it down into the 8.0 neighborhood.
Yeah, and just watching this thing over the course of the event, Prospero has really not gone out there to try to rip anybody's face off in the front half of the racetrack. So taking full advantage, of course, the deep breathing capabilities and the horsepower making capabilities of the big block Chevy combo on the back half from that 660-foot cone down to the finish line. So we will see how aggressive he decides to get here at Great Lakes Dragway this morning. But again,
He's run 180 miles an hour with the car. He's run 813.
Oh, absolutely. The thing is absolutely no slouch.
The 7s is within striking range.
So this historic facility has proven itself every bit the traction equal to the two racetracks we have been at this week.
Which would be Indy and St. Louis, which is where we'll be returning on Friday for the end of Hot Rod Drag Week, followed by that heads-up shootout. We usually drive in a big circle on Drag Week. We begin and end at the same track because all of these cars need to leave their trucks and trailers behind. They are not chased on this road trip by a truck and trailer at all. The problem is the very first year of Drag Week, we went one way. Started one track, ended at a different one. And it created a problem for guys getting back to pick up their truck and trailer. It basically forced them to drive their race car again the same distance that they just drove it. So that's why we go in a big circle.
I'm saying this to take absolutely nothing away from anybody that is out here this year or anything else. But imagine how hardcore you got to be to compete this year. Then take the fact that the first year was a one-way deal. Like, you got to think about that. Like, when we put the stuff in impound, leaving Kansas City International Raceway, it wasn't like we'll be back to see you on Friday. It's like, no, you got to get home somehow from Michigan. So it was a very interesting year, and of course the format changes came as time and the event evolved. As Rick Prospero comes up in this lime green RX-7 that sounds really good burbling through towns at the middle of the night with that big turbo big block under the hood. We've heard it in several places already. Once again, the very conservative ramp in there with the boost and a whole lot of fuel in this thing as Prospero goes down 831 with an 8 at 183.71 miles per hour.
His biggest mile-an-hour number of the week, but quite off the pace on ET.
Yeah, that 145 short time. You could hear that car. If those of you that were down by the start, you could hear it, how it really came out very, very soft. And again, he ramped the boost in gradually, probably starting about 100 feet down the racetrack. You could hear the revs of the motor get up, and you could almost watch it kind of drive that tire into the surface.
I've got interesting news from our number cruncher. We're looking at Street Race Big Block Power Adder. As it stands right now with the numbers that we've seen the cars going down the track here at Great Lakes, he's redoing the averages and he's finding that the top 3 cars in class are separated by 100th.
Wow.
100th. That's how tight the racing gets here at Drag Week. A lot of people focus on the unlimited cars and now on the Ultimate Iron cars, the stuff that's blasting into the 6s. But there are so many interesting classes here to follow and see these guys just go cutthroat on each other, literally racing for 100th over 5 days of racing and a 1,000-mile drive.
Hey, when you're down there in the pits, check out the Rocket Brand t-shirt, hats, and other items at the Rocket Brand Racing Fuel booth here at the track. Rocket Brand Racing Fuel, taking you faster than you have ever gone before. And if you like them down and dirty and mean and nasty, then this is the one for you, the 1972 Demon of Matt Blasco from Alberta, Canada. It may have already started snowing up there for the winter time. He has made his escape south. This thing looks like it was dragged out of an alleyway, and Blasco has gone as quick as 770 at 184, and here he goes. Blasco comes off the starting line, 122 short, 146 in the 8th, and Blasco hammers it 770 with a 2 at 185 miles per hour. Come and get you some of that over on the Alston side of the drag strip.
just to look at the consistency. Yesterday at Indy, 770 at 184 miles an hour. Essentially the very same pass. Imagine this kind of success from a guy with a car that gnarly at his very first drag week ever.
That is unbelievable. 770 with a 2,185. You may hang a mirror in the front of that thing. It's trying to outrun its own ugliness as it heads down the racetrack. It ain't a beauty contest, and that thing's a sledgehammer.
Matt knows you, kid. But that is his very first car. He bought it for a couple $100 when he was 15 years old.
I love every inch of that thing, and of course the power plant is a twin turbocharged Predator-headed
Mopar. Chrysler.
Yes. So it is a Mopar-powered, a true Mopar-powered piece, and it is every inch of what this event is all about.
Got a car, big end needs a tow. I'm not sure who it is.
So we got a racer that needs a tow apparently down by the ET shack or down by the time slip shack somewhere down there.
No, the time slip shacks. They're down at the big end.
Okay, they're down at the big end.
Before that car gets a tow, he might want to break out the rules and have a look at what it says about that. I think there is a rule specifically that says you cannot get towed, pushed, or pulled at any point during drag week. I would go to see Keith Turk in the pits and get a judgment call on that.
Unless it's by another competitor, because we have had guys help each other off the road.
It says in an emergency situation.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, the problem with the rules here is that they've gotten so deep and thorough because of sniveling. You know, guys, racers are picking apart the rules word by word and going, you know, that guy shouldn't be legit. And the thing is, they won't protest. They won't actually talk to each other as racers. They'll come to me and whine about it. And so that's why the rules have become sort of like this tome. I wish it was as simple as the early years when we just said, you know, big block, small block, power add or not, have a nice day. But it's gotten a little bit out of control.
Yeah, it's the nature of, I think, every form of motorsports where human ingenuity is involved. You find the cracks, you find the little shafts of light that sneak through some of these rules, and you drive your race car right through them.
A lot of guys here have a rule in the book with their name on it. You know, Mike Crow is one of the first ones. I remember in the early years we did have a tire width rule, and he didn't meet it, and he was out there shaving the thing, you know, with a bench grinder or something. And so that became a rule. You can't shave a tire down just to meet your tire size. Last year we had another big drama with tire size that forced us to add the rule that actually specified the PSI in the tire at which we were going to measure the tire. That's the little tiny, you know, detail that has forced us to make the rules what they are today.
Well, and in your position as a journalist and a writer and stuff, it's kind of a cool thing because you've written stories about Smokey Unit going, man, this guy was awesome. He drove those guys up a wall, and it really turns the tables when you're the guy being driven up the wall instead of the driver.
Oh, it is amazing. It really does put it in perspective. I have said this before, and this is not at all to put myself in the same category as this human being, but I am the Wally Parks to Larry Larson's Don Garlits.
Yes.
It's amazing. It's a love-hate relationship. You know, we've done a lot for each other, and we had some disagreements over the years. So it's been interesting to follow.
Well, the good news is he has not tried to run you over yet because Garlits did pull that stunt with Wally Parks.
He did. Good story. Go with that a little bit deeper. I think he actually knocked him into a tow truck, didn't he?
Yeah, so the deal was, I can forget the track that this happened at, but anyway, it's an NHRA race, and as David mentioned, they had a very mercurial relationship, Wally Parks and Don Garlits. Many people think that it was like, you know, roses and butterflies, but it wasn't the case. Anyhow, they're at a race. They're going to run the final round. Now, this was back in the day before the foul, when there was a foul start, they used to kind of reset the guys back to the starting line. So there was a foul start. They stopped. Don Garlits turns his car around on the racetrack, crossing the center line, drives back up, and Wally Parks walks over and says, "You're disqualified. You crossed the center line." And Don Garlits is like, "I'm sorry, what did you say?" He said, "You're disqualified. You crossed the center line when you turn the car around." And Wally Parks, at the time, they had shut the cars off to let them cool off for a minute or whatever, and they were going to have to re-push start them. And so T.C. Lemons is in the push truck, and Don Garlits is sitting there with Wally Parks leaning in the car. And Don Garlits gives the sign like, fire up the truck. And Wally's like, you can't do this. You're disqualified. The race is over. Wally stands in front of the truck. Don waves to TC, and TC knows who's writing his paycheck. TC stands on the gas, and there is Wally Parks hanging on for his life on the hood of this truck as it's push-starting Don Garlits' top fuel car down the racetrack.
And I can tell you from personal experience that Wally did not forget that till the day he died.
Well, that was evident when the NHRA published their 50th anniversary book, and Don Garlits' name appeared in exactly
Nowhere.
0 places.
That's funny. You know, you talk to Garlitz today about that. You try and get the stories out of him, and he'll like tip over it into the edge of being a nice guy about it, but eventually it just comes out.
Well, what happened recently up at Cordova, where we're going to be heading tomorrow, the World Series of drag racing up there. My friend Brett Kepner is the announcer for that race, and there was a bunch of legends up there. There was, of course, Don Garlitz was there this year. They also had Arnie Beswick. So Beswick was
cool.
up there. And so Kepner got Beswick and Garlitz into an argument over the PA system regarding the early days of what would become funny cars. Beswick was one of the first guys in the country that had a full-body car with a fuel-burning motor in it. There was just a small handful of them. Many people don't remember the fact that Don Garlitz built a Dart, which he took a dragster chassis, made a fiberglass rendition of a Dart body, and plunked the Dart body over top the fiberglass chassis, or over top the dragster chassis.
I'm going to call that 1966.
I believe so.
Yeah, fugly car.
Went 192 miles an hour, and that was the end of it because no one would race against him anymore. And what happened at Cordova a few weeks ago is Brett tells a story as he got Beswick to basically say, "You F this whole thing up for all of us, Garlitz." We were out there running around, we couldn't make enough money, and all of a sudden you show up with this abomination thing that runs 192, and no one would pay us because we're only going 160 or whatever, and you got your dragster thing that's wearing a body on it. But Brett said that he was just standing there and shoved the mic between them, and they started swearing at each other, and they were getting all wound up. I mean, you get guys that are like in their 80s getting after it.
Roll tape.
Yeah, roll tape,
Man.
exactly.
Stuff like that, unfortunately, is going away every single day as the pioneers get older and older. It's tough at Hot Rod because we find ourselves writing so many obituaries. This week, unfortunately, Bill Maverick Golden.
Bill Maverick Golden, yeah, the driver, of course, most known as the driver of the Little Red Wagon, the wheel-standing Dodge pickup truck.
But really had a solid Superstock career before that, stock and Superstock.
Absolutely, yeah. He was a stock and Superstock driver of some note. He ran lightweight cars through Chrysler. I mean, he was he was as factory supported a guy as he probably could have been back in the day. And I'm not 100% sure about how he fell into the wheel standard gig. But you have to remember too, if you're a drag racing fan, today's version of a wheel stander is a vehicle that gets on the bumper on the starting line and goes all the way to the quarter-mile stripe on the rear tires. The mid-1960s version of a wheel stander was absolutely not that at all. It was just something that stood up on its end for however many seconds and came smashing down again. And so that was like when you watch old video of the Hurst Hemi under glass even, that car back in the day did not go end-to-end on the bumper, nor did the Little Red Express. So Golden eventually, of course, as things evolved and as he got a better driver, got more power, that thing would go end-to-end, but
not what it was designed for. It was designed as an AFX car.
It was going to be an FX car.
I can tell you how he got in the seat of that thing. He was not the first driver of the Little Red Wagon. We got some PA
Was it
going on
Shrewsbury
behind
or one of those guys? Or
No, it was not a wheel stander. It was one of the GM engineers, and I'm having old man Brady can't think of it. Does Jim Thornton sound right?
Oh yeah, he was
Okay.
He was one of the lead guys. He's at Chrysler. Yes.
Right. So he had driven the thing, and they were taking it out to Detroit Dragway and running it. And they didn't intend for the thing to wheel stand the way it did. And they sent it out. They decided to make it an exhibition car, and that's when they hired Maverick to go on the road with it.
And on the road he did go, and that guy literally, that was his calling card for many, many, many years. He actually, I believe there was actually a brief foray into pulling as well. There was a Little Red Express pulling truck that he campaigned during the winters for a very short amount of time in like the late 70s. But the amount of runs he has made in those things, and there was many of those, and he built many of them over the years as, times change and things change. But you walk into Don Garlitz Museum down there in Ocala, Florida, and the first thing you see as you walk in is the Express up on its back tires. You basically walk almost underneath it to get in the place.
Help me on my brain again. Who's the guy who most recently has been driving the Hemi under glass?
Bob Riggle.
Right. Have you ever seen the video of Bob Riggle standing in the cab of the Little Red Wagon going down the track? The truck had no windshield in it. Oh, no, wait. He was in the back of it.
I know, he was in the cab.
He was in the cab, that's right.
Yeah.
Because when the thing came down, he almost got thrown out of it.
There's
in
a
fact,
few-
was that at Cordova?
It was. It could have been here, to be honest with you.
could have been.
Yeah,
You're
it
right.
could have been here. There was a couple guys who did. I believe it was Richard Schroeder had the paddy wagon, had a Corvair van
Right.
wheel stander, and he would actually stand up as he was driving the thing. He would stand up outside the front windshield. But Yes, and Bob Riggle retired from driving the Hemi Underglass 2 years ago. He made his last runs at the National Hot Rod Reunion, which I guess I had the honor or the sad duty, I guess, to call his last ever run down the racetrack in the Hemi Underglass.
Wow, that's pretty cool. You've seen a lot of milestones in your career like that. I'm remembering the photo that you sent most recently where I think you had Fry on one side and McClelland on another.
Yeah, that was a full-on good moment there. Bob Fry and Dave McClelland were at Epping a couple years ago for that inaugural New England Hot Rod Reunion. So definitely a great weekend. Hey, thank you for watching the live feed here of Drag Week 2015. The live feed is presented by the Eastwood Company, and the event Drag Week 2015 is brought to you by Gear Vendors Under and Overdrive Transmissions. So it has been a eventful couple of days. We got a little bit of touch-up going on the racetrack, and we're going to be back at it. A few pairs left of our class cars, and then we move into Street Machine Eliminator.
And right now, yeah, we're in that break, which is where guys get more of a chance to thrash on them, and they're hoping that something goes wrong on the track so that they can spend more time actually wrenching on their car. Because let's talk about the class cars that we have not seen run, and I'm going to go to your Drag Week brain on that.
So the cars we have not seen run is I'm going to peer out the window quickly over into the impound because we have a good viewpoint here.
Well, we know Bailey has not run yet. We know that Jeff Lutz is out. We know that Schroeder is out. I don't think I've seen Barry run down track.
We have not seen Barry run today. We have not seen Jeffrey Lutz come into the racetrack and make any runs today.
We did see Glenn Hunter, but did he actually put anything down?
No, he pulled the car over. The thing was
That's right.
shooting ducks early in the run, and he has that car up on the jack stands right now. All four tires are way up. And well, did we ever deliver his clips?
We gave him to Alana, who delivered his clips.
Okay.
Glenn Hunter's main concern at Drag Week up to this point is that the trim keeps flying off of his 56 Chevy at the top end, so he actually ordered some new Danchuk clips for the side of it, and we had them delivered to him last night. Have we seen McGilton today?
No, we have not seen Tom McGilton in that gorgeous ZL1 Camaro. Again, one of the 2-ton Tessies out here, a 4,100-pound car that'll go 190 miles an hour. And if you're not familiar with that machine, it was built in the shop of Larry Larson. It was featured in Hot Rod Magazine recently, and it exploded on social media when the first little video clips they ran of that thing kind of backing out of Larson's shop got 41.2 kabillion views on Facebook.
Oh yeah, the car's really impressive. It's got all of the creature comforts working on it, and yet it runs in the 7s. I'm also thinking we have not seen John Ferrone because he is at the side of the road somewhere with a broken shaft in his throttle body. But I told you, they found a new one, and he's running to get it. He's basically racing the clock now out on the highways somewhere trying to get here. You got
That's
some news?
a fact. I'm checking the news feed, otherwise known as both of our cell phones that are freaking out here. Let's see, the top end of the track for a tow is not an emergency situation.
Good.
So this is coming from Lonnie Grimm. So if you're down there at the top end of the racetrack waiting for a tow and they're coming, send them away because you need to fix the car down there and drive it back. It is not considered an emergency situation. That is an official ruling by our race officials. So that is the rule. Fix it there or forever hold your peace.
I've also got some news. You think about the drag strip portion of this event so much, but it is survival. We keep pounding that over and over. Drag Week is about survival. Unfortunately, a lot of guys will push it way too far. I give a lot of credit to Jeff Lutz for ultimately saying, I'm too tired. I can't do this anymore. I've been up for 40 hours. Unfortunately, we did have a racer who fell asleep at the wheel on the way here. Apparently, Nick Perry launched his truck 40 feet. He's got mud all over the thing. The trailer is completely trashed, but the truck is okay, and he's okay, which is what's important. But that is a safety message to all of you in the pits. As much fun as we have thrashing on this whole thing and staying up all night long, you got to draw the line somewhere.
Yeah, that is a very sobering lesson, and knock on wood. One of the things that's been great about this event is the way that you have all, since day one, driven your stuff from track to track. I think everybody out there in Drag Week, and people ask me all the time, oh, there must be a lot of crazy stuff that happens on the road. I said, outside of guys having to fix stuff, nobody's driving like an idiot. And here's why. You going through a small town at midnight, and you have a turbocharged, big block powered, bright green RX-7, guess what you're not doing? Making any more noise than you possibly have to. And again, knock on wood, anytime that police officers have been curious as to what's going on, most of them will look at what they're looking at, wish you well and tell you to just keep it at the speed limit.
I am going to jinx this whole shebang right now.
Oh, we're going down the rabbit hole.
We are.
We're going down.
Brian and I are talking in the car on the way here. It is miraculous in 11 years of doing this. I've never seen a car impounded. I've seen almost no fix-it tickets.
Wait till you get your drag weekend in California.
Oh, man, yeah. That's a true fact.
And tell us about drag weekend as we're standing here, because, you know, it's a big event.
Drag weekend, it is. We're going to do this at the end of October. We're going to have a little mini drag week. Lightened up rules, so it's a lot easier to attend. We're basically doing it for fun. We're going to start in Tucson. We're going to roll through Phoenix. We're going to end in Fontana, California. I'm going to see if I can kill this.
So it'll be multiple racetracks over the course of a weekend, and the idea of the event is to kind of dial the intensity down a notch, to get out, have fun, drive your stuff, and go fast at a couple racetracks over the course of the event. You know, if you're both of us are pretty big dorks for this sport, but it really is an awesome thing to be able to visit multiple tracks over the course of a weekend. As familiar and as the same as straight line competition is, every single drag strip has its own quirks, has its own little differences, and that's why I really love to see as many of them as possible.
Which is why on Drag Week we mix up the tracks as much as we can. We know this is a vacation for a lot of people, so they want to see the country in addition and to seeing the racetracks. It would be boring if we went to the same tracks every single year. Although it's getting to the point where the cars are so fast, it's a little hard to connect 4 drag strips all within driving range. That will open up in the middle of the week. That will hold the cars that we're running. It's a big challenge.
And I hear race cars starting up. So we get about 6-8 pair left on our class cars. Then we're going to move into Street Machine Eliminator. We have 100. We started with 100 competitors in Street Machine Eliminator, and they will have their own dedicated session. Once the Street Machine Eliminator session slows down, meaning once the staging lanes fail to kind of recirculate themselves and refill, we then open all the lanes to all the categories, and we run it out to the end of the afternoon in a wide open brawl to see who can lay down a number and get the hell out of here as quickly as possible. And the first pair coming up right now after our little touch-up, starting line touch-up break. That is going to be Rob Hauser. Hauser, the 1980 Chevy Camaro. And the very clean little Malibu over there of Mike Sleeper. So Sleeper in the subtle Malibu.
So once again, the cars in this class are racing to get the best average ET throughout 5 days of competition that they possibly can. So that we put them on a 32-car field on the last day, and they run it out on a bracket race to find the winner.
1175.0, 115 for the Camaro, and Sleeper goes 1094.1 at 124. 1979 Pontiac Le Mans completing the burnout. He has the honk if parts fall off sticker on the back. You gotta love that. So the G-Body Le Mans is gonna be lined up next to Dave, that's Dave Burke in the Le Mans right there. So the copper colored Le Mans with the Mickey Thompson drag radials on the back, driven by Dave Burke, and the 3rd Gen Camaro. On the Mofoco side of the strip, driven by Raymond Lejeune. Not Raymond Lejeune, that's Ray Lejeune coming up in a Mustang. Camaro leaves. Look at that thing honk over and just torque over on the right side. I wonder if he's got a Pontiac engine in that thing. That thing makes a big time twist off the hit of the throttle. The Le Mans goes 1144.0, 117 as the Camaro goes 1636 at 83 miles per hour.
And now we've got Ray with Lejeune coming up in his 2015 Mustang. In the left-hand lane, Keith Vandenberg's got that 69 GTO. He's ran 14 seconds the first day, 12:55 the second. Let's see if he improves.
Lejeune's car, a true testament to what's out there of late model horsepower. He's got in the mid-11s at every single racetrack, up over 120 miles an hour. Oh, he's going to run over the cones if he's not careful. Well, Lejeune didn't even get an elapsed time. He left so early the tree hadn't even activated yet. Ray Lejeune red lit so early that he saw the future. He signed it tomorrow. Meanwhile, the guy in the other lane gets a clean run, but Lejeune gets a whole bunch of nothing. He's going to get a time slip with nothing on one side of it. the Ford Ranchero with the Roadkill sticker on the tailgate. The crewman wearing the Roadkill, and the crewman or the passenger wearing the Roadkill shirt. Maybe a pic, maybe a tattoo of Michael and David on his arm. Who knows? We have to do some investigation there. The Superfan Network in full display.
Stranger things have happened. This guy is currently number 2 in the field for Street Machine Eliminator. He has run 10-0 and 10-18. Can he put down another O? Because we won't let him hand in a 9-second time slip.
10:20 with a 1, 132 miles an hour as he dialed the ET back, but still making a big speed. 11:58.3 on the Mofoko side of the strip. Oh no, we're in Daily Driver now. Okay.
Yeah, this is Daily Driver.
We're in Daily Driver.
Well, formerly Daily Driver, now called Street Machine Eliminator.
Street Machine Eliminator.
We also took the index last year from 1080 and went down to 10 seconds, and we're seeing a lot more of the fast cars here as a result.
So an update here. Right now, if he stood on his time, if Brian Goldstone stood on the time he laid down in the AMC earlier, he's only 0.2 of a second behind Bailey for the overall lead. Now, Tom Bailey has yet to make a run yet, so it's a bit of a deceptive stat at this point. We'll see what happens after Bailey makes his run. The Corvette gonna just have enough to outrun the Oldsmobile. 11.95.6, 118 on a whole shot. 11.79.7, 112 for the Oldsmobile and Kerry Watson.
So once again, Street Machine Eliminator is looking for this 32-car field, and I was looking about how the new 10-0 rule affects that. With the former limit of 1080 and now it's 10-0, we've got 15 of these cars that are in the field that are quicker than 1080. So therefore, half of this field is faster than what we would have seen last year. And the bump spot currently in Street Machine Eliminator is 11:54 to get into that 32-car field.
And for those of you at home, the Eastwood live stream, you're listening to the voices of Brian Loans and David Freiberger bringing you the action here live from Great Lakes Dragway in Union Grove, Wisconsin. As the pickup truck, the step side going to get down first, 11.86.1 at 117, and that orange pickup truck goes 12.99.8 at 103 miles per hour.
Left-hand lane, Andre Miller. This 92 Chevy truck has been running in the mid-11s. 11:51 is best so far.
Again, fairly unassuming looking truck. Other than the slicks, there's no real tell about that thing. It's clean, it's got the nice roll pan on it. And the pickup truck passed 1,000 feet, and the stripe goes 11.67.3 at 115. The Mustang goes 14.31.7 at 98. If you look on the return road, there comes that Ford Ranchero, that 130 mile an hour hitter over there. That thing is cool.
Now, way at the bottom of our field here, you've got Andrew Netherland in the right-hand lane with a 2013 Honda Fit. It says Plan Z on the back of it. This is the absolute last thing that he wanted to be seen in here at Drag Week. This happens a lot when a guy has a car that he can't just get together, and he brings out what he can just to have the experience and the camaraderie of Drag Week. You got to give him some credit for that. But we are seeing a lot less of these bone stockers these days than we used to.
They have saved a ton of money this year with this car because what they do is once they get done, they load it on the back of a 10-speed bicycle and pedal themselves to the next racetrack.
He must really enjoy that car because he's spent a lot of time in it right now.
If there are more than one full-size human being in that thing, they look like a couple of trained bears in the circus driving that down the street. 13.15 with a 5.108, and the Fit goes 18.07 with a 0 at 75. The little Nash Rambler over there is waiting in the wings.
Oh, he put the Demon Tweak on the Fit today because that's his best run of the week.
The Demon Tweak. The winner of Street Machine Eliminator in 2014 was that white Valiant you see rolling up on the Alston side of the drag strip. And on the other side, we have Chris Greer, the 1979 Malibu wagon, painted in flat black. The roof rack shining proudly atop the Malibu. Trailer hitch equipped. And those taillights set into the bumper of that car as the Valiant going to leave 1:30 reaction time. Slightly more tardy light for the Malibu wagon. And the Valiant with Chrysler Power under the hood goes 10.95.8, 121. The Valiant, or rather the wagon, goes 13.26 with a 4 at 102 miles an hour. The words escaped me for a moment there. Mark Dream coming up now. Dream coming on the 4th generation Camaro. And here comes the king of the Drag Week burnout. This is Kevin Webb. Kevin Webb's car is not the quickest car, but Kevin Webb's tires are the most worn, as he will sit there and literally burn them to the cords, ladies and gentlemen. Kevin Webb in the Valiant.
Clearly with a tire sponsor.
Yes. Mid-America Dragway sticker was one time cohabitating on the rear window. That has since fallen off or gone away. And those Hoosier slicks have, been melted into a pile, as you literally see the steaming pile of rubber on the starting line. So the Michigan-based 4th generation Camaro and what I believe is the Kansas-based Valiant of Kevin Webb. Webb treated him to death. Some inside chatter on the radio between the track officials cracking us up. So the Valiant goes 13.77.7 at 99, and the Camaro goes 13.27.5 on the Mofoco side. Gary Harris, the 2005 Chevy Silverado with the alcohol injection setup on it. No, that is when you see it go down the track, you'll think, why does he have a auxiliary windshield washer container in the bed? And that is not a windshield washer container. It is an methanol injection setup, and the cheapest way to run a methanol injection setup is to use washer fluid.
On the right-hand lane, Scotty South, unfortunately, is at the very, very, very bottom of the Street Machine Eliminator category. Something went wrong. He got a 31-second time on the first day. Should be a low 14 car.
He wanted to make it easy for his friends and family to find him on the sheet. You know, there's a lot of names on that sheet. If you're on one end or the other, you're very easy to spot. So the pickup truck with the short rear tire and the alcohol methanol injection goes 12.44.6 at 87. Important note of clarification. You cannot use methanol as a fuel in any of the categories other than unlimited, but you can use it as an injectable, if you will. So the wagon known as Butterface comes up on the Mofoco side. Do you think that is a full-on real patina, or do you think that is a artfully done fake faux patina job on the wagon? It's very
a good look. It's looking good from here. I know his trailer is faked out.
Okay. That is Chris Ghosh in the 1966 Buick Skylark with the red and gray paint job, and Ghosh. Huge starting line advantage as the wagon may have been full of turbos, or may have been making a phone call, or may have been just looking around and enjoying the scenery out there, but a reaction time not real indicative of trying to leave quick. 12.15.9, 110 miles an hour. The wagon goes 11.10.2 at 121. Brian Coleman coming up now. Brian Coleman driving that 1966 Chevelle. This is Brian Coleman's first car. And Coleman is a Wisconsinite and a local and a regular here at Great Lakes Dragway. Lined up next to the SRT8 Jeep Grand Cherokee. Rumor has it that there is a new version of this hot-rodded Jeep Cherokee that may be coming from the Chrysler folks in the next couple of years. And boy, Chrysler's certainly been on a tear with the horsepower wars in Detroit over the last couple of years here with the Hellcats, and the Scat Pack cars have all been very successful and very fast, as Brian Coleman gets left on and will not be able to catch that Jeep down there unless something real bad happens. The Jeep goes 11.35.6 at 95. Those of you that are going down the racetrack, you get your time slips up here by the timing tower. You need to turn and come up the return road, up by the starting line. That's where the time slip or ET shack is. So you make your left-hand turnout, you drive up the return road, and that is where you get your time slip.
It's essentially behind the grandstands that are closest to us. Behind the grandstands on the tower side, red building.
You just drive up the return road and keep driving. You literally can't miss it. Scott Brown from Texas. It is Capone, the 5.3-liter turbocharged setup in the front of a 1953 Chevy Bel Air and that 1977, 78, 79 Disco Era Nova over there on the Mofoco side. Comes off the starting line, bobbing and weaving a little bit, turning the tire. And Scott Brown is going to get outrun by just a shave here. 10.57.4, 128. Brown goes 10.75.0, 134 miles an hour.
If you're sitting in the stands, I will remind you to go buy a t-shirt. Keep us in business by purchasing that t-shirt. Or 10. I really don't mind.
You know what? Mother's Day 2016 is coming.
That is a gift that says I love you like nothing
Yeah,
else.
yeah, yeah. I mean, you're not going to give your mom a vacuum, but you're going to give her a Drag Week shirt because you love her. That's what I do anyway. I haven't spoken to my mom in 10 years, but I'm kidding. Hopefully, mom's watching at home. Maybe she wants a Drag Week shirt. Maybe she wants that LS-powered Eagle Talon, or rather the Mitsubishi Eclipse heading down the Alston lane. 1095, 423 miles an hour as the Camaro goes 1209 with an 8 at 118. You know, we have these earpieces, and every once in a while an unkind message enters our earpiece that we have to, unfortunately, cannot repeat because the production folks down there in the satellite truck, how about that satellite truck out here?
Actually, we should apologize to those of you in the grandstands for that giant satellite truck there. We wish it wasn't blocking your view. As you know, we are live feeding this worldwide. We had about 47,000 people watching yesterday, and there's not enough internet access here to run a cord, which we normally do. So we had to hire in the satellite truck, and that's where it had to be for technical reasons as far as where it was getting reception and what we could do for cords running over here into the stands, or sorry, into the tower. So we apologize for that.
I'm surprised the launching of the Drag Week satellite didn't get more media attention when it was shot into space recently.
That's true. You could pull out your cell phone as we speak and watch the live feed from the grandstands, and that would be some sort of like clash of actual talent.
It would tear a hole in the time-space continuum, and we'd all be sucked into it. And it would wreck whatever bandwidth is actually available here.
Yeah, that's true too. Might want to not do that. It'll stall us.
This Wimbledon white Mustang coupe is really fast, really clean, and on a really small set of tires. Got the Malibu, very clean Malibu on the Alston side. Look at this, good drag race. They get down to 1,000 foot and they're pretty much locked together. The Malibu gets there first though, 1041, 3131, 1075, 4125 for the Mustang.
Little naturally aspirated small block in that Mustang, and it looks like a bone stocker. I really like that car.
I'll tell you this Silverado from the Pennsylvania area, the thing's doing a burnout. The bedsides are all shaking like they're about to fall off. The thing's smoking like a coal locomotive here, and it finally gets itself cleaned up. It has certainly had some long and hard miles put on it, but it's pretty quick. It's run down in the 13s. It actually has a hole cut in the center of the bed where it looks like they had to replace the fuel pump. And rather than do all the pesky work of actually unbolting the gas tank, you just get in there with a grinder and open yourself up a hatch. Hemi Joel Nystrom is heading down the racetrack in that 426 Hemi-powered Plymouth GTX convertible. And the GTX goes 1345 with a 3 at 102 miles an hour in the pickup, 1454 with a 5 at just 88, so slowing a little bit off of yesterday. Don Palka coming up, 1967 Chevy Camaro. Palka made several runs. He was one of the racers that hung out yesterday in St. Louis when things slowed down in the afternoon session and spent a whole bunch of time in that mid-11 second zone. So a little first-gen Camaro with the Caltrax bars bolted on. You can see him hanging out there just inside the slicks or the drag radials.
It's hilarious doing this live feed because we've got the production people talking in our ear, giving us direction and giving us flack as we go. And it's weird. Sometimes Brian will be mid-sentence, and all of a sudden they'll start talking to us, and he'll stop, and you get this look on your face of, well, it's like a baby loading a diaper. You know
well, here's why. Because when the guy is making mom jokes in my ear, that tends to stop me. If he was providing any sort of information of relevance, other than sitting in the truck and drinking, Dasani water or something over there, I'd be into it. But he's not. He's making problems for everybody. 1151, 418 miles an hour for the Plymouth, as the Camaro goes 1162.2 at 121. Step side Chevy pickup, and a good one at that. This is Nate Hines. Truck has gone 1170. It's gone 1158, and he is lined up next to the Blue Nova on the Mofoco side of the drag strip.
You'll see a lot of cars here that are running right at that 1150 number because that is the roll bar cutoff. We got a bunch of guys who'd rather throttle stop it than put a bar in the car.
Man, Nova really got aggressive up the hit of the throttle, started to wad up those slicks out there before we even got to the 60-foot cone. 104 in the 8th mile after the driver kind of gathers it all back in again. 11.19.3 at 132 is the pickup. Goes 11.85.8 at 115 miles an hour. This is Tim Bradshaw. Bradshaw coming up the 2000 Ford Mustang GT convertible. So the dual overhead cam, the GT probably have a single overhead cam engine in it. And Adam Wright coming up the 2001 Z28 Camaro LS1 Power, and that car is a certified 10-second runner. So we are in our Street Machine Eliminator session right now. Street Machine Eliminator to the lanes, please. And Joe Barry is here. I just looked out the window. Joe Barry, the beautiful 56 Chevrolet, is here. They're getting the car put up on the jacks. There's a girl posing for pictures with the thing. It's all happening down there in Impound, man.
And here in the left-hand lane, we've got our first wrong-wheel drive car of the day, I believe.
Oh, and we do have a small contingent of the wrong-wheel drivers.
That's Jason Trotter in that 87 Shelby.
So Trotter completing the burnout and bringing the car in near the pre-stage area with the Mopar license plate. He's going to move this thing around. So you got a stick shift and you got a turbo 4-cylinder Chrysler engine here.
Going against Travis Martin in the right-hand lane in an 01 Chevy Camaro. 11-second car.
Of course, turbo engines now are very common coming out of the OEMs, but back in the 1980s, they weren't as common. And the reality is many of the turbocharging experiments failed pretty miserably back then for a multitude of reasons. There was, guys back in the day when you had a turbo car like this, you were supposed to let it idle for a while before you shut it off to make sure the thing was lubricated. So they would use turbo seals. They would eat all kinds of problems, or eat all kinds of stuff back then. This one has been hot rodded to the teeth. Goes 10.64.5 at 139 miles an hour. The Camaro goes 11.52.4 at 108. Next pair up, they're both red, but they could not be more different as we have the step-side Chevy pickup lining up next to that late model Pontiac GTO. So the GTO comes out of the hole. And the GOAT going to run down the Austin lane, 11.77.7, 117 miles an hour as the pickup truck goes 13.50 with a 5 at 99 miles per hour. Street Machine Eliminator, a reminder, you got to turn in your time slips. We hammer on this all day because we have to. Today, the time slip spot is going to be the Hot Rod Toter Home, which is located just next to the impound area. It is the big toter home with the 9 by 10 foot Hot Rod Drag Week 2015 logo on the side. That is where you got to go to turn in your time slip. Go see Tanya and Tara Fling to turn in your time slip this afternoon or this morning when you're getting ready to go over there at the Hot Rod Toter Home. Tom Bailey and crew making their preparations to run their car down the racetrack, and they're going to be dumping some fuel in it. They still have the nose off it. They have swapped the tires. You want to make a prediction? You want to go on a limb somewhere there, Freiberger? You want to see if you can put a number up on the board? What do you think he's going to do?
No thanks.
Wuss. Rocket Brand Racing Fuel is formulated to provide the most power on every run. Each batch is scientifically blended to be consistent each and every time. Rocket Brand is the performance gasoline that more race teams and engine builders are turning to elevate their competitive advantage. Rocket Brand Racing Fuel, the undisputed leader in the science of going fast. Boost your way straight to the winner's circle with a turbocharger from Precision Turbo and Engine, the leader in turbocharging technology for street race applications since 2008. Precision boosted vehicles have set over 256 world records, and they have helped win more than 119 world championships, including multiple Drag Week titles with racers like Larry Larson, Jeff Lutz, and Tom Bailey. Precision Turbo offers a complete line of upgrade and custom turbos, as well as intercoolers, boost controllers, wastegates, blow-off valves, fuel injectors, engine management systems, and much more. Visit precisionturbo.net for more information. So here comes the little Dodge Omni, going to line up next to the Pontiac G8. Now this one is going to be a very bad day for the guy in the Pontiac G8 because that little front-wheel drive Dodge Omni is going to make it look like that Pontiac is tied to a tree. Or not. That G8 is hanging with him. Get down to the 8th mile, but here comes a little turbo four-banger. The power coming on at the big end. 11:22, 3:133. The 11-second Poncho hung with him. 11:53 with an 8 down the Mofoco side. And the third and what I believe to be the final of the triumvirate in our front-wheel drive turbo Mopar contingent. Coming up here, the Dodge Shadow going to line up next to that square Chevy pickup truck on the Mofoco side. The pickup truck inching its way in. The Shadow is a stick shift. He let the clutch out. The thing kind of bogged down a little bit. And there goes the Chevy truck. 1080 with a 7 at 125 is the Dodge goes 1239 2 at 113.
I need left lane number, water box, left lane number.
Next up, going to be that 427 Roush Mustang. Will be heading down the Alston side of the drag strip. The 3-valve headed supercharged machine will be lined up next to the Ford Lightning, which is another blown machine. That's a 5.4 liter dual overhead cam engine with the Eaton blower on top of it. The SVT Lightning produced by for a couple of years by Ford in the earlier 2000s. Sporting the drag week plate. Both drivers staged up, both drivers ready to go. The Roush car is a stick shift. Of course, the Lightning is an automatic. Those trucks were never offered with a manual transmission from the factory. Even the first-gen trucks, I don't think you get a stick in them. 1251 8 at 115 miles an hour. 1498 5 at 89 on the Mofoco side. Greg Dugopolsky coming up now. Dugopolsky in his Chevelle, a car that he put together a couple of years ago. He raced the Malibu with success for a couple of years, and he built this Chevelle. It has been a good piece for him. In the main base 1957 Chevy. This is a car that kind of flew under our radar a little bit. We happened to see him cruising down the highway, and both Freiberg and I kind of admired this thing as we cruised up and passed it. It has a really neat look to it with kind of a shiny top and a certainly more worn-in belt line area down around the thing. It's kind of just a kind of an old school looking old paint job on there. Dugopolsky was going to outrun the shoebox Chev as Dugopolsky goes 11:28 5 118. The 57 Chevy goes 11:40 with a 9 at 123 miles an hour. Oh man, we got a 6-liter powered GTO that literally just did a one-wheel burnout as the other one sat there and did a whole bunch of nothing. So when he gets home, it's going to be time to call, get himself a new posi traction unit. And Clark Lamb coming up now. Lamb from the Tulsa, Oklahoma area on the Mofoco side in a spectacular little 1968 Barracuda. Lamb is out here with his dad, I believe, this week, having a blast. There's a lot of father-son and mother-dad combinations, or rather, father-daughter combinations, I should say, out here at Drag Week this year. We need Mark Diedrich. Mark Diedrich to the yellow house, please. Mark Diedrich to the yellow house as Lamb goes 11:50 with a deuce 117. I got to admit, I had not seen the hood on this Shelby GT500. We believe this is a real Shelby GT500. It has a really cool like period hood on it with a hand-painted Shelby coiled snake on it. What a neat car that is. It's got the proper logos on it. It's got the proper scoops. It's got the proper spoiler and all the other good stuff. And it has a very hairy 428 under the hood as well. Manual transmission, the little Chevy 2 wagon. Mark Diedrich. Mark Diedrich to the yellow house, please. Mark Diedrich to the yellow house as the Shelby goes 11:64 7 115, 12:44 4 at 108 miles an hour for the wagon. So now we have the Chevy 2 also in the worn-in mode on the Mofoco side, and the very clean blue Nova rolling on a set of slicks, Alston side of the drag strip. they're both off. Reaction time favors the Nova of the 68 to 72 variety. Let's see what the elapsed time favors. Good drag race, 10:89.3, 127, beats a 10:93.2, 122. And the parade of cars continues up the return road. You can see that main base 57 Chevrolet rolling up there to get his time slip. Very cool rig, man. It's a 1962 Pontiac Tempest wagon is coming next, and if those wheels look familiar, they should. They came off a late model Pontiac GTO. Actually, everything about this car came off basically a late model Pontiac GTO. The drivetrain entirely, and I believe most of the chassis pieces, are integrated from late model stuff. Independent rear suspension like those cars had and all the stuff underneath it, as we have the Pontiac Firebird, the Formula hood rolling up on the Mofoco side. Fully staged in for the black and primer Pontiac. The Pontiac wagon that's going down the Alston side. Look at the hood as the Shelby car. Those of you in the stands, you can look down there with the returner. Look at the hood on that Shelby Mustang. What a cool piece. As the Pontiac wagon goes down the Alston lane, 12:47.5, 108 miles per hour. The Pontiac kind of limping its way down, 18:32 with a 0 at just 77. So the Street Machine Eliminator lanes will be closing up in a few minutes here. Street Machine Eliminator lanes will be closing up in a few minutes. And then we go into the all-run round of the program, which is lanes open. Anybody who wants to show up and go. If you like Starsky and Hutch, you love the Torino coming up on the Alston side. It's got a stroker big block Ford engine. Doesn't have the weak smogger motor that would have been in that thing from the factory, but it's got the big healthy engine in it. And the Camaro convertible comes down the Mofoco side next to the Starsky and Hutch mobile. 11.25.6, 122 miles an hour for the Camaro. 11.96.1 at 113 miles an hour for the Starsky and Hutch Ford. Thank you very much to Gear Vendors, not just a sponsor of this race, but a vital piece of equipment in the successful ventures of drag week competitors from all across the country. Gear Vendors under an overdrive units can be found on the internet at www.gearvendors.com. Find out more about the application you're running, what they have available to you, and how a Gear Vendors unit can literally change the personality of your ragged edge hot rod. How about a Corvair on a G-body chassis? So it's a front motor Corvair wagon on the G-body chassis, going 1262 4 104, and the Pontiac GTO goes 1359 with a 1 at 103 miles per hour. So the Honda Civic coming up now, that 1979 Civic with the late model VTEC style engine in it. And the VTEC will kick in, as it goes down past 60 feet. It's going to kick the bigger set of camshafts in as the revs come up, and it makes the high breathing horsepower. That is a quick and very minuscule car on the Alston side. 1270 to the 2, 115. It looks hilarious pulling a little trailer down the highway, which we saw last night. 1437.3 and 96 on the Mofoco side. All competitors turn left at the top end. Time slips are handed out in the red building that you approach when you come up the return road. And lastly, you need to turn those time slips in at the Hot Rod Motorhome. The Hot Rod Motorhome is the spot for you to turn in your time slips. I see Tom McGilton has come in. He is now an impound in the ZL1 Camaro. So all the heavy guns are here. McGilton's here, Barry's here, Bailey's here. Goldstone's in there. Glenn Hunter's in there. It is a party of horsepower in the detention zone, or rather I should call it the impound zone as they go down to the top end. The CUDA goes 12.25.8, 111, 12.94.6, 114 on the Mofoco side. A reminder, if you're running in Street Machine Eliminator, the lanes are going to close up here in a few minutes. Street Machine Eliminator competitors are going to close the back of the lanes in a few, and then it's going to be all run time. Everybody show up, everybody run, and then everybody get on the road to head to Cordova, Illinois for day 4 of Drag Week, which will be happening tomorrow. Third gen Pontiac Firebird SN95 Mustang, and there we go. We'll purge of the nitrous oxide on the Alston side. We almost forget about how many cars run nitrous out here because of the fact of how many turbo cars we have. But Monty Smith is out here, NOS is out here. They're filling nitrous bottles for free, and life is good if you're a nitrous racer on Dragway. Both of those cars made weird moves to the right side as they hit the tires, spun the tires, and pitched themselves sideways. Third gen Pontiac goes 12:01.0, 114. The SN95 Mustang goes 11:85.0 at 119 miles an hour. This Gold Challenger 1971 model is spectacular. If you're a fan of E-bodies, boy, you gotta love this one. It looks great with the big and littles on it. And Eli coming up. Eli rolling up in the Turbo Trans Am. Now this is a turbocharged Pontiac engine, non-intercooled, very basic, very low buck turbo setup. Doing it the way you can do it in your shop at home, and it makes good power. Unfortunately, it also makes so much power you can blow the tires off. And as Eli trying to get that thing hooked to the ground. Meanwhile, the 71 Challenger going to motor on down, do what it do over there in the Alston lane. 11:65.7, 120. The Pontiac goes 14:59.9 at just 97 miles per hour. Time slips next to the toter home. My apologies. You got to turn in your time slips next to the hot rod toter home. There's a setup down there. Tanya and Tara are down there. Some racers already turning in their stuff. Turn your time slips in next to the hot rod toter home in the shade on the back side of the thing. Several racers already lined up to turn in their stuff. That's where it's going to happen. So the Teal Nova runs down. The 4th gen Camaro goes 10:18.2, 129. The Nova 11:47.2 at 109 miles an hour. So the high winding Ford small block with a tunnel ram and a couple of carburetors on it here for the Maverick. This car used to have a gear bag and 4-speed and a top loader, but it has since been replaced with the more sensible and likely more consistent, but come on, likely way less violent automatic. The Roadrunner is in the Mafoko lane, and the Roadrunner goes down past 1,000 feet and will lead the Maverick down. Not quite. The Maverick makes that high winding move at the top end. 11:37.0, 120. 11:57.7 on the Mafoko side. So the turbo patinaed Trans Am rolls up, as does the Buick V6 powered Mustang. This thing has a turbo Grand National style V6 of 3.8 liters under the hood, proving that you literally can repower a Fox body with any combination you can dream up. We've seen everything but a diesel powered one of these things out here this year, and now that I said that, someone will probably have a 4BT Cummins in the front of a Mustang when we get here next year. And again, that unique buzz and half dozen of the Buick Bent 6 heads down the racetrack. The Pontiac goes 11:84.2, 107. The Buick powered Ford goes 10:30 with a 6 at 133 miles per hour. And this, well, this is just a weird pair all around. A great pair, but a weird pair. The gorgeous Falcon wagon. Look at this thing. Got the wood grain paneling on the side, the simulated wood grain, the roof rack, the roll down rear window. All of it is absolutely flawless. And then we got the truck over here. It's a 1937, 38 Studebaker truck. The cab was off a big heavy duty truck. That's why it has those big crazy wide fenders. They built this bed for it, changed the look of the truck from last year. It has an actual Studebaker tailgate on it. And the power plant is a Cummins 6BT inline 6. I believe this is a 12-valve engine as they're making their way back up to the starting line. The hot rodding of diesel engines over the last, 8 to 10 years has really exploded. And the power you can wring out of these things is incredible. I'm not sure what his exact turbo setup is, but if he's running a set of compounds on it, which I don't think he has compounds on it, but they will be guys that will run over 100 PSI of boost through these engines, a ton of fuel at the top end. As the wagon tears off the starting line, driver of the truck builds up said boost, starts feeding it the power, and it is gone. The wagon goes down 991, 135, and the truck, well, the truck goes through the timing traps 12, 12, 9 at 113 miles an hour. So a low 12-second rig that looks like it came out of the junkyard yesterday and smokes like a locomotive goes down there in the low 12s. Staging lanes are closed for Street Machine Eliminator. Street Machine Eliminator lanes are closed. Once again, Street Machine Eliminator staging lanes are closed as work progresses to get Joe Barry's car prepared, Glenn Hunter's car prepared. Tom Bailey has the nose on of his car, so he will likely be coming around the corner in just a couple of minutes. 12:15, 7, 116, 12:48, 4, 140, 126. Hey, if you're watching the live feed at home, I'm telling you right now, Bailey's car is going to be coming in a couple of minutes. So jump on your favorite social media channel, whether it's Twitter, whether it's Facebook, whether it's all your pals you text on your phone, tell them to tune in the live stream because in just a few minutes, Tom Bailey is coming. And we know a couple things about Tom Bailey, and one of them is not that he is a wilting flower that will get shy about this racetrack. So Tom Bailey will be coming. Get out there, and you want to see that 6 Seconds 2.0 machine, you need to get online and watch in just a couple minutes as history could be made here at Great Lakes Dragway. So the Nova heads down the racetrack. That's a 4-speed car, and the Fox body machine coming down the Mofoco side. The Nova's going to go down a 1090 with a 720 mile an hour shot, 1058 with a 130 on the Mofoco side of the drag strip.
I don't know who you are. You're doing a good job. Thank you, sir. Brian Lowe. It's nice to meet you. Marcel.
So we have the 1979 Pontiac Le Mans going to line up next to Jesse Mataferri and that John Deere green and yellow stake side pickup truck with the exhaust stacks coming up through the hood, or through the bed, I should say. So the pickup truck and the Le Mans head down the racetrack. First down will be the Le Mans 1268.7 at 84 miles an hour. The truck goes 1392 at 94. Continuing on with daily drive with our Street Machine Eliminator category, it is that blacked out Malibu, just a really neat and mean car. This thing at night would be nice and intimidating with the smoked taillight lenses. All of it kind of adding that nice sleeper effect, and is, well, I guess we can really call it the sleeper effect because the car's owner is in fact Mike Sleeper. That is his name. Staging lanes are closed for Street Machine Eliminator, and that means we will have our all-run open session, and one of the first cars in line is one of the Aussie cars, that Holden, the Tirana, will be running down as well as all of our other competitors in the lanes. The impound area is humming. We have the fastest cars in the program still in down there in impound, 1077 125 for Sleeper. 1621 at 83 on the Alston side. So the Dart GTS and the pickup truck doing maybe a little hot lapping down there and turning them around pretty quick as they are back up again. So the pickup truck and the Dart GTS going to run down the racetrack. And down they go. The Dart getting the better reaction time by just a couple hundredths of a second. You know, normally, as David has told us here, and we've talked about, reaction time is not too big a deal until we get into the daily driver race on Friday. That's when the Quick 32 will go into a bracket-style eliminator, more of an open comp-style eliminator, and you got to hit the tree. You got to drive both ends of the racetrack. Hey, it is right now, it is 11:30 in the morning. I'm sure they're serving breakfast or lunch down there at the concession area. If you want something to eat or drink, you can run down there and get some of the great food that's being served here at Great Lakes Dragway. Grab yourself something to eat if you're here for the duration. We're going to be running until about 2 o'clock. So you can get ready to rock and roll down the top end. 1098.7, 131. Okay, we have a racer with a turbo 350 that is starting to go away. What car is it?
It's a Camaro, orange Camaro, flatbed, 75J.
So it's an orange third-gen Camaro. You can't miss it. It's the same color as your hunting cap. You can find it down in the pits. It's a turbo 350 transmission. The thing's starting to go south. The dude's looking for some parts and maybe a lift. He can get the thing up there and get a look at the transmission. Find him in the pits if you know a transmission guy. If you are a transmission guy, he's actually down in the staging lanes. It's on that side area down there. It is a bright orange third-gen Camaro. Get over there and get him some help. Yeah, he is looking for parts to rebuild that baby. 1466.3 at 97. 1726.5 at 83 on the Mofoco side. And the dude with the Camaro is more than capable of doing the work. He's looking for the parts. So if you know anybody with parts or a place to get some parts, and he's getting some help, hopefully, so we can keep that Camaro on the road and he can continue on with his drag week trip. So it's going to be the short bed Chevy pickup truck will be coming down the racetrack next. It'll be next to that first generation Camaro as soon as we're given the all clear by the starting line officials who are mopping that starting line and getting ready to rock and roll. So just a couple of more points here. If you want to get something to eat or drink, you got the concession area is open. They're serving lunch down there, so handle that. If you need to turn in your time slip and you're a racer, you got to go to the back of the Hot Rod Toter Home, not in it. You got to go just slightly behind it. Tanya and Tara are down there recording your information. You can turn in your slip. You can get your directions to go on the next scenic drive in the countryside to get out to Cordova, Illinois, as the pickup truck and the Camaro leaves the starting line cleanly. No red lights here. Double checking on the impound area. See Tom Bailey still standing pat. Rick Prospero's car is ready to go. He is waiting patiently his turn. Tom McGilton and others are getting their stuff prepared. Joe Barry has got his car up on the jack. He's working on it. It is going to be a very busy afternoon here. This all-run session are going to have the heaviest, the fastest, and the biggest mile-an-hour cars we have left in the contest will all be running in this window when we go to the all-run field. And likely most of them will probably come out of impound in one fell swoop. So don't go anywhere unless you're going somewhere quickly to grab some eats and a seat. Hemi Joel Nystrom heads down the racetrack. That Buick GTX convertible is lined up next to the Bullet Mustang. The Bullet Mustang's got nothing for that Elephant Hemi in the front of the GTX. 1378.3 at 100 as the Mustang goes 1445.3 at 98. The step-side pickup and the Mercury Cougar. Gavin Lusk is driving that Mercury Cougar. And the step-side pickup, just a really nice piece. Got the black tailgate, but running that white roof and the kind of greenish emerald color on the side. Nice drag race. The pickup truck trying to put a nose out at the top end. He does. 1160 with a 3.116 as Gavin goes 1297.5, 112. Pulling the shift handle the whole way down. The black and gold Chevelle, one of the best Chevys in the place. And actually, he's got the best license plate in the joint. This dude in the black and gold Chevelle, the license plate that says "You tried" on it. Perfect, right? That is an absolutely perfect plate for this type of racing. And here comes that 11-second Pontiac G8 up for some more on the Alston side of the racetrack. Let's see what kind of launch we can get out of the Chevelle this time. My memory is not failing me. It should kind of hunker down over the right side. Should throw that front end up in the air. Maybe not a massive wheel stand, but should be able to get some altitude under those front tires. Let's see, they're both staged in. There we go. Actually did unload the rear end a little bit when it came down. You heard the car squealing the tires just past the 60-foot mark. And the Chevelle goes 1139.2 at 120 miles an hour with the Pontiac G8 going 1163 with the 2 at 118. Another run for our step side Chevrolet pickup truck and that primered small tire early Chevy 2 Nova. That's about a 63 over there on the Mofoco side of the strip. Still paying close attention for any sort of motion out of our impound area. The little primered Chevy 2 heads past the 8th at a tick over 90 and then goes down. 12:19, 1:13, 13:54 the 0 at 100 miles per hour on the Alston side of the strip. Here comes the short wide Chevy pickup. Going to line up next to Jeff Dugopolsky, or Dugopolsky, I should say. So Jeff Dugopolsky is going to be the second to fully staged in the Crimson Chevelle. And Greg, or rather Jeff, I should say, has won the Street Machine Eliminator category twice in the past. He'd love to do it again. 11:19, 4:119. 12:31, 1:107 on the Mofoco side. Here comes again our main base 57 Chev. We're going to line up next to this 4th generation Camaro. 4th generation Camaro, the license plate says smoked on it. The 57 Chevrolet nearly killed Freiberger and I yesterday, but it entirely wasn't his fault. We were driving down the highway staring at the car that was off of our right side, only to look ahead and see an 18-wheeler had come to a stop in front of us. So thankfully, although the Nissan Sentra is crap in every other aspect, the brakes are actually pretty good. Pedal job for the 4th gen Camaros that busted the tires loose. Meanwhile, the 57 came off the starting line just like you'd want it to. Not going to have enough to hold off the charge of the Camaro, though. 11:65, 2:115 as the Chevy goes 13:87.9 and 97. Just a hateful burnout from the pickup truck on the Alston side. A much better sounding burnout for the Camaro on the Mofoco side. So the 4th gen Camaro and the Silverado there on the Alston side of the drag strip. And Tom Bailey's car has left the impound area, and Tom Bailey's car is sitting at the ready line. Now, he is not in it yet, but he will be in just a couple of minutes. So Tom Bailey will be making a run in the not too distant future as he has pulled the car out of the impound area and he has moved it into position. He is talking with Lonnie Grimm now, and I think when Lonnie gives him the okay, he will get in and strap it, and then we will see the 6 seconds 2.0, the current leader of the event, run down this historic drag strip here at Great Lakes Dragway in Union Grove, Wisconsin. The 4th gen Camaro, 11:47, 2:113. The pickup goes 12:77.5 at just 84 miles per hour. So we have the 3-valve Mustang and Scott Abbott coming up in his Roadrunner, and Abbott has run this car in this fashion at Drag Week for many years. Every time he threatens to paint it, a whole bunch of us gang up on him and say, "Don't you dare." It's a very cool looking car, kind of like a nice worn-in pair of sneakers. David Freiberger currently hanging out down in the pits, completing some sportsman interviews, some interviews with racers down there, getting a full look at the scene. My name is Brian Lones. I'm bringing the action here from the tower, and we'll be doing so with David all week long. The heads-up day on Saturday. Thanks for coming out to the drag strip today to our many fans. I mean, this place is jamming. We've never had a crowd this big anywhere. 11:78.7, 120 for Scott Abbott, 13:005 at 90 for the Mustang. Huge crowd here, which is fantastic. And those of you watching on the Eastwood live stream, thank you for being part of Drag Week as well, from whatever part of the world you hail from. Messages from guys in Scandinavia last night, people watching from England and Australia and all over the North American continent as well as South America. It is gratifying to know that there is such enthusiasm for the Florida's drag racing all across the world, especially this style of drag racing, the most interesting and honest kind there is. 10:36.01 34. The Shelby Mustang goes 11:59 with a deuce at 115 miles per hour. So we got the Honda Civic with the VTEC motor in it and the Z28 Camaro lining up on the Alston side. And so the Camaro goes down cleanly, as does the Honda. Another 12-second run as the burnout completed by the Dodge Omni. This is a 10-second car all day long. It makes more than 500 horsepower at the wheels out of the turbocharged 4-cylinder engine. You hear him making the shifts out there. He grabbed a gear at the 8th mile. And the Omni goes 1070 with an 8 and 135 miles per hour. And I do believe that was the last car we're going to see in that session. What's going to happen now is we're going to prep the racetrack, give it a drag, and spray it end to end. I've heard from the race officials. They're going to go ahead and touch up the entire length of the racetrack. And then what will follow will be our open afternoon session, including the 6 Seconds 2.0 Camaro of Tom Bailey, which has pulled out of the impound area and is in position to come towards the racetrack.
I was going to go a single pass. What do you think about a double pass?
We have a racer. We have a racer that is in need of turbo 350 parts. He needs to rebuild the transmission in his car. It is a 3rd-gen Camaro. It is bright orange. Like I said, it's the same color as your hunting cap. It's down there in the pits. Find him and grab him. He's more than capable of doing the work, but he needs the parts. He's not sure if it's clutches or what's going on with the transmission, but he's looking for turbo 350 rebuild pieces. And if you got a lift of him to do it on, oh, that would be even better. You'd be full-on hero level at that point. Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week 2015. Our primary sponsor on this event is Gear Vendors. Drag Week epitomizes the use of Gear Vendors overdrives, the most reliable trans you can buy, coupled to the highest horsepower handling overdrive unit you can buy as well, and that is what Gear Vendors is all about. As we've been talking about all week, we have had a bunch of racers out here over the years using Gear Vendors units, and a bunch of racers using them this year as well. They are a very, very handy piece of equipment you can add to your car or truck or RV or whatever piece of equipment you're running. Whether it's a vintage car that has a very steep rear end that you restore that you want to take at highway speeds, or it's something that makes a couple thousand horsepower and you want to run it down the drag strip, this is what it's all about with Gear Vendors. It gives you those options and the ability to make something streetable that previously probably would not have been. Rick Johnson's the proprietor of that company, and they make one product. They make one thing, and all they make is that Gear Vendor under an overdrive unit. So you're not going to get a bunch of watered down stuff. You're not going to have anything that is detracting from their focus of that one thing. It's all about the Gear Vendors unit, and that's all they do. And the Eastwood Company, go to bestofeastwood.com, www.bestofeastwood.com, and join the Eastwood Sweepstakes. They're giving away welders, plasma cutters, and a whole bunch of stuff over the next couple of weeks. If you've got a home shop that you're working in, building stuff or wrenching on stuff or gluing stuff together with metal, you got to go to bestofeastwood.com and join the sweepstakes, where you can win. Anything they're giving away is going to be cool, and you can only win if you enter. So go to bestofeastwood.com and do that. Last thing, if you go to eastwood.com and you go shop to buy stuff, you're going to use the code DRAGWEEK when you're checking out, the source code DRAGWEEK when you're checking out of the online store at eastwood.com. You'll get a 10% off discount off of your entire order. So if you've been waiting to buy stuff from Eastwood, now's the time to do it, and use the source code DRAGWEEK to save 10% at the close of the order. Track preparation is going on, and will be going on for the next couple of minutes. They're going to drag it, they're going to walk it, they're going to clean it off, and then it will be time to go racing with our afternoon session wide open. So you will see the John Deere tractor out here momentarily, and of course the spray rig and all. As this track has really been hanging on to some great runs today. It has been a hooking piece out there. And again, we can't thank the people that have come out to the racetrack and those of you tuned in online right now enough for being out here. I mean, this place is literally alive with people. I don't know what the count is for those that have come through the gate, but I can tell you this, it's the most impressive looking crowd we've had at any track ever, just judging by the fact that how jammed up the impound area is and how full those grandstands are out there. Thank you for coming out to support Drag Week in this part of the country, to this great racetrack. And it is always fun to see it come down to the wire. on a beautiful afternoon such as we have had. Boy, the weather has really been in our favor this year, and it's been in the favor of the racers as well. We have had years where these things have gone 95, 100 degrees every day, and as if you're not getting beat up enough driving around in these cars to do it in that kind of heat is a really, really tough deal. So certainly nice to be able to have some moderate temperatures to take care of our racers as they make their way down the road. As you'd imagine, a very, very small fraction of these vehicles actually have any sort of air conditioning other than the fancy 2x55 air conditioning, which is 2 windows rolled down and 55 miles per hour whizzing down the highway. Speaking of that, this afternoon we'll be heading out of here. All of us will be gone by the end of the afternoon, or at least all of us with running vehicles will. If you want to be part of the route, you can go to hotrod.com and you can look at the same directions that our racers are going to take to get from here in Union Grove, Wisconsin, over to Cordova, Illinois. Why would you want to do that? Well, if you live in the area, you can know exactly what streets we're going to be driving down, what roads we'll be taking, and what gas stations you should hang out at to meet and see some of these incredible cars up close and personal. A lot of people have been taking advantage of it so far this week, and you should as well. It is one of the coolest parts of the trip, the Americana aspect of this, driving through the heart of the country, seeing so many small cities and towns, and seeing the reception that these cars get as they go down Main Street, oftentimes in the middle of the night, trying to get their way to the next hotel after working and working and working hard at the drag strip and on the side of the road. So it's a heck of a day this Wednesday at Drag Week, and we have really not yet begun to fight in terms of some of our heaviest and fastest competitors. We've seen some great 7-second runs. We saw Goldstow go out there and run 200 miles an hour in the AMX, but we have not seen anybody go in the 6s yet today. And I surely do believe that we will at least see a 6-second run. We'll see what Tom Bailey can throw up here if he's going to try to punch one down in the 6s. His 35 yesterday was the best effort out of that car, and they learned a lot out of it. Some of our competitors have already called it quits. Jeff Lutz in the unlimited category has dropped out, as you well know. David Schroeder is the latest victim in unlimited to drop out. He had lifter issues. That killed his chances to continue on. So the beautiful Corvette of Schroeder will not be appearing to run down this racetrack either. Those were a couple of the big heavy guns in unlimited. There are other vehicles available. And as we talked about first thing this morning, in case you missed it, we're shaping up to have one of those years that if there's some sort of a slip up at the top of unlimited, the reality is somebody from outside that category for what would only be the second time ever could win the overall at the event. In 2006, Eddie Miller won his class, and he also won Drag Week, and he was not running unlimited, but he did have the quickest car. There was so much breakage in the unlimited category. The guy who won unlimited had a 13-second average. Eddie was down in that 8-second zone, and he was able to be the quickest car that year, and that means he was both the overall champ and his class champion, a rare occurrence, as he was not running in the unlimited category. So the spray rig is out on the racetrack right now, as you can see right over my shoulder there, as I use my pen as a pointer. That pickup truck has the spray rig hooked to the back of it, and they're fire hosing that moose juice down on the racetrack, that traction compound that is going to help these cars stick to the surface as they go all the way down the 1320 here at Great Lakes Dragway. We're going to ask, or I'm going to ask, that you please, please, please use the trash receptacles that are near your area. If you buy a hot dog or a brat or whatever they're selling down there at the concession stand, you're eating your lunch, look down at the racetrack right now. You see that paper blowing around on the track? If we had a 5-second car out on the racetrack and Tom Bailey was running down and somebody's hot dog wrapper blew through the 8-mile clocks or blew through the quarter-mile clocks, it is a giant bummer. So please, use the trash receptacles around you. Keep the flying objects off of the racetrack, because anything that blows in front of a timing block wreaks havoc for the people that are out here trying to lay down a number and win this event. And several of those people that are trying to win this event are in the final stages of making their next or first runs. Joe Barry has brought his car down off the jack. I believe we're going to be seeing that 56 Chevrolet moving in this direction. Mentioned that Tom McGilton is here. They are working on that car, getting it prepared to run down the racetrack. Prospero and Bailey have already escaped the surly bonds of the impound area. As the tire drag out there now, after we sprayed the track, going to run the drag down over top of it to make sure we have maximum traction action out there. Boy, when Great Lakes Dragway first opened up in 1955. There was no conception that anything like this would ever be happening out there. The cars ran down the racetrack, and if there was oil, well, you tried to dry it up as best you could, and you did the best you could to send the next car down. Today, it's a different process. Got to manicure the surface, got to keep it up and keep on it. And the track here has obviously done a fantastic job because it's been hooking. We've seen big mile an hour. We've seen low ETs out here. This thing has been every bit the surface that we have seen, or performance-wise, earlier this week. So as the John Deere does its job and the track crew does their job, this is a great time to grab something, a t-shirt specifically. Get down, grab your t-shirt. There has not been a break or a lull down at that t-shirt trailer all day. I first thought it was the free beer trailer, but I realized soon that they were selling the Drag Week merchandise down there. You're going to want to grab a t-shirt. These are where you can get them. We don't sell these things online. They're not available after the fact. You either buy it today or you have to tell everybody you were here and they don't believe you anymore. So if you have a t-shirt, you can prove your whereabouts. As I was joking last weekend at the bowling race in Bowling Green, this is a perfect way to set an alibi. There's some sort of thing that is not going right. If you have the shirt, hey, I bought it there, I was there. That proves your whereabouts. Time slips are being turned in at the rear of the Hot Rod Motorhome. So time slips, turn them in at the rear of the Hot Rod Motorhome. And you ventured back. David Freiberg was down in the pits meeting with some of the racers. From here anyway, it looks like this place is jamming. Like people-wise, it's crazy.
Unbelievably so. That's one of the things that we were doing, is shooting a video to show people back home exactly what's going on here, because Great Lakes is banging. One guy told me that he's been coming here 10 years. This is the biggest crowd he's seen, and I can't really believe that.
Wow.
It's pretty hardcore. But, you know, while I was wandering around, I have to admit, you know, I sensed a little bit of struggle in your voice and maybe some hollowness, so I thought I would come support you again.
You're a mean and bad-spirited person.
Right.
I dislike you greatly.
Yeah, I know, you know, you can handle NHRA Nationals, doing pro events for the NHRA, but if I'm not here at Drag Week, you really got nothing to lean on.
No, man, I'm like scraping gum off my shoe up here. I'm in big trouble, so thank you for coming to bail me out.
Absolutely.
I'm going to slip something into your drink tonight.
Yeah, and as an absolute curse to me and everyone in the grandstands, you could retaliate by leaving for about 15 minutes, and I'd be up here swallowing my tongue.
Humming.
Exactly.
Now, it's a real pleasure to be not only here, but just to be involved in this event. It is certainly one of my personal favorite things to do. Not that it matters to anybody else out there, but those who sit in the stands, if you're formulating a plan to be involved next year, this is what happens. You know, you come and see this thing, and you think, I got to experience it for myself. You really do. And once you get out here once, you get that needle in your arm, you understand why 350 spots sold out in like 64 seconds this year or whatever it was.
I think we're dragging this year. It was like 22 minutes.
Oh, that's a fail.
Year before that, we did 308 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
craziness.
it's incredible, and that's why, you know, we visit these tracks. We got a crowd coming out here to watch these racers. They're rock stars, and once you get out there and do it, you never want to miss it again. Many of our competitors are multi-year racers, and the reason is the camaraderie and the fun that comes along with this race.
And the mind-blowing thing of realizing this has gone worldwide. People watch the live feed, and they show up here. 5 guys from Sweden a couple nights ago asking me details about how they can do this. We have a guy from Finland. We have got Canadians everywhere. They almost don't even count, because those are, we share the same land mass with them.
Yeah.
I'm talking about guys who are shipping their cars from Australia, from Europe. Crazy town.
How about a note I got from a guy from Malta?
Malta?
I didn't even know there was a real place.
I got Aruba.
Aruba?
Yeah, in fact, there's someone here from the Caribbean.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is amazing, and that's the appeal. You know, the appeal of this thing, not only the drag race element, but also the road trip element, getting out and seeing the country. And that, of course, is the romanticized side of it, because you say, oh, we're going to go out and see the country in your rumbling car that is 1,000,000 degrees inside and may break down at any moment.
And it's midnight. And you're in a cornfield with no street lights.
And that police officer really doesn't look too happy after he's tripped over your wheelie bar trying to come around and see what the front of your car looks like.
It's true. I'm getting some good stories like that walking around out here. I've also am seeing Tom Bailey right there, getting ready to have a look at the track.
You know, one of the best stories I heard from one of our racers that had not an incident, had a meeting with a law enforcement official several years ago. This guy, Nino Porpiglia, used to come out. He ran a very fast, third-generation Pontiac Firebird. So he was.
Oh, yeah. I remember him. Oh, yeah, that guy was a good guy.
He was a great guy. Really, I hope he's watching right now. But Nino got stopped by an officer of the law, was being asked some questions. And the guy, of course, is like looking at the parachute. They got all kinds of stuff jammed inside this car. He's wondering what's going on. So on the spot, he formulates this story about he's an engineer and they're on a tire endurance testing trip, and really feeds this guy a bookload of BS right on the spot, to the point where the cop went cross-eyed about 3 minutes in and basically said to him, "Don't ever let me see you here again," and just let him motor off into the night.
That's
So,
perfect. A lot of stories like that. One of the most iconic photos from Drag Week is actually one I shot of Bailey with the 6 Seconds car pulled over by a cop. In that situation, it actually looks like, you know, he's reaching for his cuffs. He was just stopping to check him out, make sure he was okay.
It is really awesome.
So we're going to play some videos now of stuff that I did in the pits, and I walked around, I showed people back home, just the crowds here. I talked to a bunch of the racers, and I will say that I had a interaction with Mr. J. Brown that I think the audience will want to hang out to see.
Okay.
Because we've maybe said a unkind, joking word or two about
Wait,
him
you got a
yesterday.
mouse in your pocket? What is this we?
We.
What is this we?
You participated.
I stood next to you. That was how I participated.
You egged me on. You're an enabler.
I did do that,
Face
actually.
it.
I did.
No, but I hope the amount of actual smooching I did to his backside will help recover the fact
I
that
can smell it
that
from
I
here.
criticized them, because legitimately I think one of the most impressive, coolest cars here is that 8.8 second sock motor Mustang. But you can see more butt smooching when the video comes up later today. Right now we're going to go ahead and roll one though. So stay tuned there at home while we continue to gab here with the audience at Great Lakes Dragway. Here at this historic place since 1955, Great Lakes Dragway. I wanted to walk you around outside a little bit, mostly because this has got to be the biggest turnout of spectators that we've seen so far, maybe even ever. Seriously, this might be the biggest day I've ever seen of people showing up just to watch it Drag Week, especially since, let me think, I think it's Wednesday. During the day, all these people ditched work to be here. Look at the packed impound area that we've got here. This is in the short staging lanes here at Great Lakes. People just surrounding all of these cars, probably making it a little bit stressful for our racers to be wrenching on their cars with all these people around. But that's the thing this is about, getting up close and personal with these racers, many of which that you've seen in the magazines many, many times. In particular, Joe Barry over here in the orange 56 Chevy. You got Glenn Hunter over here in the red and white 56 Chevy. Cars that have been in Hot Rod magazine for a long time, and that's one of the draws of people coming out here to look at them. Now have a look at the grandstands over here. It is packed. We knew that we come into this area because everyone is a drag racing fan and we got cars everywhere. We did not expect to fill the grandstand in the middle of a Wednesday here at Great Lakes Dragway. The first racer we're going to catch up with today is Chris Beischer. You've been at Drag Week, what, 3 times?
This is the second time.
This is the second time. I remember being super impressed with the truck the very first time. This thing has got what in it?
It's got a twin turbo 5.3.
Which is junkyard stock, or?
It's stock, but I didn't get it out of the junkyard. It was a GM warranty motor. It had a bad cam and a bad lifter.
You even open it up and, you know, open up the ring end gaps, anything like that?
Ring gap.
And that's it, stock piston.
Everything else is stock.
And the truck has run a best of what?
918 or 819.
819, right. And are you at the top of your class right now, or are you one down?
As of last night, I was 1.
Number one. That's super cool. And tell me just a little bit, quick roundup of the combo and the rest of the truck.
It's got a power glide, Mike Ridings converter, 9-inch big spring, cow track.
And are you still working for Lingenfelter?
I am, yeah.
What do you do there?
I'm an install tech.
Which means you're installing blowers and stuff all day long?
Right, yeah. If you need some internal engine work, I'll pull the motor out, give it to the machinist, and when they're done with it, I'll put it back in your car. If you need a supercharger, I'll put that on as well.
Huh, that's cool. Are you Indiana or Detroit?
Indiana, Decatur.
Decatur. I guess in Michigan it's nothing but the collection, huh?
Yeah, they have a small facility up there. They're starting to do a little bit of work, but yeah, all the work right now is currently being done in Decatur.
That's super cool. You get to play with high-end stuff all day, and then really this is a pretty low buck deal considering you're going in the bottom eights with it.
Right, yeah, it's budget build.
Yeah, super cool. All right, well, good luck. I hope you stick with us the whole week. I'd like to see you win again.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. This time we're with four-time drag weeker Doug Flynn, who's got a great story with this Nova. Tell me about the number of motors that you've swapped through this thing over the years.
I've had this since I was 14, and I've had a 307, a 350, a 388, a 491, then an LS Turbo, and now this 582.
So you were really successful with that LS Turbo. What made you go back to the big block?
I wasn't successful enough. There's some Fox-bodied LS cars I just couldn't keep up with a 3,900-pound car.
Right.
So I decided to put a big block and spray in it.
And tell me about the combo.
It's a 582. It's got a dart block, dart Pro 120 heads, solid roller, 278, 350, big cam, Holley EFI, of course, and 2 stages, nitrous.
Is it aluminum block or?
It's iron block.
Iron block. Okay, tell everybody what you do for a living.
I'm an EFI guy at Holley.
And do they let you come do this as promotion, or
They
do you have to
they
take
have the last
vacation?
few years.
Yeah.
It also has hooker headers. I need to make sure I say that
For sure.
because my hooker buddy there is he's not gonna let me live it down. So
How many other guys from Holley are here?
there's 4 of us here.
I saw
And
Rick's
Monty.
racing too, right?
Yeah, he hurt the motor yesterday, unfortunately.
Oh,
so,
is he out?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're talking about the little, I think it's a 79, the ugly Mustang. It's like the worst color in the history of mankind, but I think he's proud of it.
It's a neat car.
So you're standing in your class. I don't know where you're at right now given today's numbers, but it's really tight.
Yep. It's fun the first time, so we're gonna try to make a clean hit now.
Okay, cool.
So
And if you get a good number, I'm guessing
We're
hit the
gone.
road. Tell
Yep.
everybody what the car's been running.
went a 864 St. Louis, and went a 853 Indy, and just went an 890 spinning.
And naturally aspirated.
It's on spray.
It is on
Yeah,
spray.
it's on
Okay, I
spray,
forgot
yeah.
which class you're
Not
in.
a lot nitrous, but a
You
little
were
bit.
supposed to plug NOS. That was kind of the
NOS.
clue. Okay,
Yep.
there you go. You got the hat on.
Got the
Yeah,
hat
Bill
on.
will be happy. All right, everyone. Doug Flynn, super cool car. Thank you very much.
Thanks, David.
Thanks for doing that.
Thank you.
Yep. This time I'm with a hardcore veteran. Keith Harrison has done this 8 times. And I'm used to seeing you in that 55 Chevy that you ran in our gasser class. What did you run before that?
Before that, I had a 1970 Camaro.
Okay. And now you're back with 34 Ford?
Right, I'm kind of moving back in time.
Tell me the story on the car.
Well, when you made rule changes, I decided to think about a new car, and I've always wanted a street rod. And it's a real challenge to build a street rod that you can run at Drag Week. So I decided to take up the challenge and put this together. Finished it the Saturday before Drag Week.
Yep.
We drove it around the block, loaded on the trailer, and towed it from Virginia.
And big success so far? You've been struggling.
You know, I think it's been successful because nothing's fallen off the car.
Okay.
You know, and I haven't had any breakdowns. It's not running as fast as I'd like it to, but we're still in it, and it's doing pretty well. And I'm having a blast.
And you're in the hot rod class, which is kind of new this year, just to explain to the audience. It used to be restricted just to vintage stuff, and now it's really kind of wide open. So what's your powertrain combo that you're running?
I took the powertrain out of the 55 gasser. It's a 500 cubic inch big block that's running, about 700 horsepower with a turbo 400, 411 gears in the rear, 9-inch Ford rear end.
And what's the car been running?
It's running 11 O's, and it should be in the 10s.
Yeah,
so
definitely.
So we're trying to figure out. I think a lot of it's driver error though.
Oh, okay.
Working on it. It's,
Sorting out a new car that you just finished days before.
right, and it's got a different driving position, and so I'm learning the car. It's learning me, and we're hoping to do better as the week goes on.
The fiberglass car, what's it weigh?
It's actually heavier than we thought. We put it on the scales, and it's about 2750 without me in it.
Yeah.
About 2950 with me in it. So
Oh man, you should haul once you get this thing sorted out.
absolutely, it should be going faster than it is. We're going to figure it out by the end of the week.
Well, I hope to see you the rest of the week as well as next year and the year after that.
Absolutely, survive in advance.
Thank you for coming back.
Sure, I
So
wouldn't
good
miss
to see
it.
you. I'm glad I ran into you.
Yeah,
All right.
terrific.
See ya.
Thanks for putting on a great show.
This time we're with Jay Brown, who has shown up at Drag Week 9 times, and in fact was at the very first Drag Week with a 69 Mach 1 that I absolutely loved. That car blew me away, sort of aspirational for me. But this week, I've been sort of throwing some poo on camera because while he won class a few times in a row, he came back and really struggled the past couple of years. And I made some crack about how you were the world's foremost authority about braking in the pits during Tech Day, which you know has happened.
It has
but
happened.
I'm ready to swallow the gaff. Go ahead.
You know, I thought you said that I was known for coming to Drag Week with a really cool car and leaving after the first day, and that was disappointing to me, you know, because I mean, I came here in the first ever Drag Week when hardly anybody else showed up. Nobody knew what was going to happen, and I won my class. And then I went in 2006 and I won again with my Ford GT, and you outlawed it. And then in 2009, I came here and won with a bench seat, column shift, full-size Ford, running mid-nines.
Yep.
And I thought I would be known for that. But instead, apparently, I'm known for showing up, braking, and going home.
Well, unfortunately, you're only as good as your last pass. And that's why you've been completely feeding this back into my face this week with this bitchin' car.
Right.
Stock motor powered, naturally aspirated.
You've been watching me in the pits. You've been seeing my middle finger in the rearview mirror.
Exactly. No, let me finish up though. I think the punchline on this car is you've got a sock motor in it.
Right.
And you're like essentially the guy when it comes to FEs online. You got a dyno at your house. You run these things constantly.
Yeah, I run them hard.
Tell me what you've put together on this motor.
Okay, this motor is 585 cubic inches. It's a spread bore spacing Shelby block to get to a 4.5-inch bore and a 4.6-inch stroke. Bigger than any other pushrod FE because the camshaft doesn't get in the way of the rod, so you can put a big stroke in it. It's got an EFI system on it from Mega Squirt. I built the sheet metal intake manifold for it. I built the headers. I did all the work on the engine. It gave me a lot of trouble this summer on the dyno. It broke and repaired, Finally got it going, made 992 horsepower at 6,800, made 830 foot-pounds at 5,100, and it really hauls the car around. It runs a little bit lower engine speed than my last one did, so I re-geared the car to a 430, but it seems to be hooking up fine, except at this track. I'm hoping for a little bit better luck today at this track than I had on my first pass.
Do you have any known issue at this point that might prevent you from finishing the week?
No, I don't. I did have a rocker arm go out on me last night on the way past the second checkpoint. So there I was in the Big Lots parking lot, tearing the motor apart and putting a rocker arm in it. Other than that, it seems to be running fine. You know, I mean, motor is good, transmission is good. The car has been pretty consistent for a brand new car. So
888 twice, right?
888 second day, 891 first day. So
incredible. I mean, regardless of if you finish the week, regardless if you run eighths every time, I'll make sure that you remain famous for this car because we love this thing. As a matter of fact, I was talking to the editor of our Mustang magazine. He's trying to figure out how to shoot a feature on it this week if he possibly can.
Well, that'd be great.
And of course, we'll make sure we get into Hot Rod. And we're doing this interview because whether you believe this or not, we really appreciate you coming back. We love the car.
Well, thank you.
And,
you know, and I have to say that the last 4 years, I've broken and I may have made it out of the first track. But every year, I still look forward to coming back. And that's credit to you guys. You guys do a great job with this event. For me to come out, spend thousands of dollars on breakage, and then can't wait to come back the next year, you guys are doing something right.
Well, thank you very much for that. And I'd like to mention another thing that I think makes you a hero. Am I correct? You had 3 cars here one time?
No, I tried to get 3 cars here.
Okay.
And I couldn't get them here. But you know, one thing you might know is I've won with 3 different cars in 3 different classes.
Heading to 4.
Yeah, heading to 4 maybe. So we'll see.
Yep. Very, very cool. Thank you very much for catching up. I'm glad I ran into you.
Yep.
And I'm glad you didn't hit me on camera. All right. And we're back to action. Tom Bailey waiting in the wings. But look at this thing that we got coming up. One of the Aussie cars, big block Chevy in this thing.
The 1979, I believe, Holden Tirana Super Sport. Whole bunch of carbon in the exhaust. He just blew out there when he hit the gas pedal. The Tirana being driven, 1977, Tirana being driven by Brian Jensen of Australia. It has gone 956 and 971. Both runs a hair over 140 miles an hour. It is a big block Chevrolet with a single 4-barrel carburetor on top, and he's going to run next to that showpiece of an early Chevelle on the Mapoko side. Oh man, you can see the Tirana just absolutely choking itself to death with fuel. That black smoke coming out of there, all the soot the thing really loaded up. 1046.8, 127. The Tirana, 1269.3 at 102.
Speaking of the Aussies, that Chevelle, the one we've been talking about, the 69 that they bought for $1,500 out of a field, they are looking for a 4-speed.
Uh-oh.
They are at the pop-up behind the Dragway motor. So we're looking for a 4-speed for a 69 Chevelle. I'm thinking they're not picky. Saginaw will do.
Little MY6 action?
Yeah, anything. Give or take.
And so both cars now going to go into the tree here as we begin our final push for the afternoon. Roughly an hour and 45 minutes of racing to go if we stick to the schedule. The Chevelle of John Manasse. The Mustang leaves, and Manasse feeds the power to the Chevelle off the starting line. Good traction out there for the big, heavy Chevy as it gets down to the 8th mile at 102. And Manasse will not catch the Mustang. 1043.6, 127 for the Ford. 1062.4, 126 for Manasse and the Chevelle. And here comes Norm Tannehill. The 1971 Camaro will be coming up on the Mofoco side. And there is that big 1966 Impala, dressed in white with a red interior of Lance Sharp. This car has not run to the level I do not believe that Sharp has wanted it to. Obviously, it's still running, so he's got a chance to improve on his performance. But Sharp has mustered just a 15 and 11-second run at only 96 miles an hour. What you'll see, or what's been happening, is the car has come off the starting line okay. It's made good power in mid-track and then really had trouble at the top end. So this is kind of the MO. Once again, it's doing what it does. Power comes in right around the 8th mile. It makes a good charge. Norm Tannehill goes 11:30 and 122. And the best run so far of the weekend for Lance, as Lance Sharp goes down through there in the 11-second zone at over 100 miles an hour. Mike Wensler's car is awesome in many ways, but I really like it because it's very reminiscent of me to an early 1990s Pro Mod. It doesn't have quite the huge wing on the back, but it certainly has the look. The third-gen Camaro body style was so popular back then. Got the forward-facing scoop, has all the tire in the world underneath it, and it has a big nitrous motor making that power. Wensler's car has run in the 7s a few times. He has had some struggles early on in the runs to getting the car off the starting line. It is equipped with a gear vendors unit. So Wensler's car is one of those dedicated gear vendors customers out here running the product behind one of these massively powerful engines. When you see Wensler's car with the hood off, the tunnel ramp climbing way out and everything, it's really, really cool. Lined up next to that 8-second Chevy Malibu on the Alston side, the Malibu on the radials, beadlock wheels, and the parachute hanging off the tail. Little pedal job there for the Malibu as Wensler's car comes out and again smacks those big slicks, and Wensler 143 in the 8th mile, and Mike takes it to the traps. Yeah, 762 with a 5 at 176 miles per hour for the Michigander Mike Wensler. 892.2 after a pedal job for the Malibu on the Alston side.
And I am getting an answer here for those Aussies looking for a transmission for that Chevelle. We've got a local 4-speed builder, and I've got the phone number and the directions to his place up here in the tower. If you guys want to run up here, we'll see if that can help you out. He's 20 minutes away from here.
So once again, the Australian dude's looking for a 4-speed. We got a source to repair your stuff or fix it. Come up to the timing tower. We will give you the information. Chris Bashir is coming up. So it is a battle of trucks, and a battle of trucks that could not be more different. Chris Bashir, turbo LS-powered machine on the Alston side of the drag strip. It is running the 8s already today. And Tim Hall coming up, and Hall, that 1947 International KB1 cabbed hot rod.
Apparently this guy has more than 1,000 Muncies sitting around his shop. So we have the information right here if those guys need one for their Chevelle. Easy answer, 20 minutes away.
So that's a situation where you're going to either get your transmission fixed or get bludgeoned to death by an input shaft. Your call. Because both trucks getting ready to go. 1,000 Muncies, come on. Bashir going to take his time and spool it. He ran a high 8-second pass. He's looking for more than what he got. So Bashiri, clean launch, 135 to 60. The S10, 861 with a 7 at 163 miles an hour, and it's lacking any and all drama down there. The exact run they were looking for, stuck to the ground, motored through, didn't get loose, and it looked great.
And that thing is a bone stock 5.3 short block with the ring end gaps opened up and a lot of turbo. He works at Lingenfelter. He knows what he's doing. He's an installer, so he's making horsepower all day, every day. And tech tip for you and me, Beischer.
Oh, Beischer. Okay, great to know.
Or Bisher. Sorry.
Okay,
Bischer.
good. That's good. That's good that he told you how to do it and you still did it wrong.
Yes.
Tom Bailey waiting back there. The staging lanes are open. All cars, all categories. Staging lanes are open for the afternoon session. If we stick to the program that is as advertised or as planned, at 2 p.m. we will be closing the lanes. That is about an hour and a half from now. Rick Prospero wants to get his last shot in. Prospero's last run was clean, but it wasn't the number he was looking for. Remember, he went down and the thing was really fattened up and just kind of puking all the smoke out of it. It's like Joe Barry is getting ready to start making his way out of the impound area. Glenn Hunter Jr. doing some work in the 56 Chevrolet. And there goes Rick Prospero again, loaded up with fuel. Prospero goes 828 with a 3 at 173 miles an hour. So that is a great run. He went 828.7 yesterday, 828.3 out here today. There were some nervous Nellies out there saying, I don't know about this, I don't know about Great Lakes, I don't know about this, I don't know about that. Fail.
Yeah, a lot of whining, sniveling. We need to bring back the no sniveling t-shirt.
Yes.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Here comes the 1964 Pontiac GTO of Doug Garrison. Garrison out of Pennsylvania. This stick-shifted car. Watch this. Hikes the front end. Grabs second. Tries to hike the front end again. You got to love that car. And Garrison takes the Chevy-powered Pontiac down the track. 10:53.5 at 129 miles an hour. 10:76.7 on the Mofoco side. Doug Garrison, you can nearly throw a rock and hit Ray Barton's shop where Doug Garrison lives, right around the corner from Ray Barton over there in Pennsylvania, the noted builder of the Hemi engines.
Keith here in the right-hand lane is driving that Chevy Chevelle wagon, which incidentally looks exactly like the car that I grew up riding around the back of. My dad bought one of those brand new. I remember picking it up with him. But what's important with this thing is turbo power from a guy who works at Total Seal. This thing's been passed around the aftermarket industry a little bit, and now he's got it out at Dragway.
Kevin Studaker heading down the racetrack, pedaling the wagon. Got some gription out there going after he got past the Christmas tree. And Tina Pierce-Jones, she's not messing around. Tina goes 851 with a 4 at 168 miles an hour. Pretty as you please with a parachute out. And ladies and gentlemen, Tom Bailey has emerged from under the timing tower in the 6 seconds 2.0 Camaro. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm a little amazed that it's gone this far. This is a first-year effort. They've only had the thing out testing for a couple of months. A testament to the construction of this thing that it's made it this far in the event.
After the whoop-de-doos that we put him through on that one drive the other night, I was telling him I was going to get SCORE, which is the sanctioning body for the Baja 1000. They're going to help us out with the route next year.
I was waiting for some of those dudes that make the booby traps out there in the desert to pop up in front of us when we were going through those areas the other night.
Maybe he was just hauling and he cleared the doubles. That might have been
sure
it.
That's what it was.
No, very impressive that a car like this is really just a pure pro mod. How many miles has it driven to this point?
Over 500.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Over 500 at this event, and he's put at least 500 on it at home. This is Tom Bailey, and this is an opportunity to see some history. Can he reset drag week standards? Can he reset streetcar standards? And can he do it at one of the most historic drag strips of the country? Here he goes. The car chewed the tire up down low. He stands in it, though, and Bailey goes 684 with a 6, 215.41 miles per hour on that first attempt. very ginger and it started to wad the tire up. As you saw that car bouncing up and down, it was less because they were overpowering the track and more because they took maybe a little bit of an underpower approach there. And as the slicks start to fold up, the thing loses its directional stability. You saw him have to steer it back into the groove before he laid on the gas pedal. It was going 170 in the 8th after the pedal job, and it's Bryant Goldstone coming up now. Again, we got the March of the Elephants coming up. These are the real heavy hitters. Spread the word on the internet. All the fast stuff is stacked up and ready to run. So Bryant Goldstone went 200 miles an hour on the nose last time, and it is very important to note here that Goldstone is not. He is not in the same category as Tom Bailey for competition. Goldstone is in a newly created class called Ultimate Iron that is designed for cars like his with steel bodies, or mostly steel bodies, majority steel bodies. He had this car last year. He broke it during the test session to start the event. We were all highly anticipating it. Unfortunately, it didn't pan out for him. This year is another story. He once again has emerged from day 3. He has gone 6 seconds at the first 2 tracks. Can he do it here? And this place is absolutely jammed wall to wall. It is incredible to look out the window here and just see people all over the place here at Great Lakes Dragway. Absolutely awesome. As Bryant Goldstone, after going 200 and pedaling the car earlier, is looking for a 6-second 210, roughly mile-an-hour time slip. Goldstone gonna spool the turbos. Oh, he's got a program. Hang on to it, baby. Once again, it pedals at the top of first gear, gets sideways. He's got to pedal it. He goes 720 with a 1 at 204. Again, it was not the first 60 feet. It was when the turbo started to come in. It got to the top of first gear. It busted the tires loose. And he goes low 7s at over 200 again, but no 6-second number. Will he make a third shot at it this afternoon?
Yes.
Do you think so?
I think so. He's just too close to getting top 3 overall. He's just got to get that all 6-second drag week, in my opinion.
Moving right along, we have a very, very quick Mustang. This is a car capable of running in the 7s, running well over 180 miles an hour, and it is going to leave like a gunshot over there on the Mofoco side of the drag strip. Daryl Yost got his stuff fixed. That's the 4-speed car that ripped the drivetrain right out of it earlier today. You see Yost bobbing and weaving out there as he tries to make the gear change. The Mustang 810 with a 174 miles an hour. For those of you on the broadcast, you can't see it. Those of you in the grandstands, make some noise for Mike Wensler. Wensler coming by in that awesome 3rd-gen Camaro down there. That thing is just flat out nasty. And here comes Tina Pierce Jones up the return road as well in that beautiful Colorado pickup truck. What a show this is turning into this afternoon.
In the left-hand lane here, Doug Flynn, who's your current leader in street race big block power adder, 582 cubic inch motor in that thing. He's got nitrous on it. This guy works for Holly. This is his 4th drag week.
And Doug Flynn normally attends drag week with his dad. So many father and son combinations, so many of the different age groups out here represented. And Doug laces the thing pretty good out there, 127 in the 8. He goes 907.2 at 159 miles per hour. I will tell you, there's nothing like the feel of a place like Great Lakes Dragway when it's jam full of people. You can literally feel the electricity in this place right now. As the next 2 cars complete their burnouts, this is the high-winding, wheel-standing, small block-powered 2nd-gen Camaro on the Mofoco side. And you're in love with this little Chevy pickup truck.
It will impress you. This is everything I should be with my Chevy pickup, but am not.
I mean, the good news is you're not even close. Here he comes, folks. Tom Bailey on the return road. That is Project 6 Seconds 2.0, and you've likely not seen the last of it this afternoon.
Dirt tracking that thing off the line. I like it.
Very aggressive. The Camaro goes down first. It goes 966.3, 139. The pickup 1046 with a 123 miles an hour.
Yeah, I'm about 2 seconds worth of not as good as that guy.
The Ranchero, though, you are pretty good on because he's got your sticker on the back tailgate there. The Road Kills Fault Ranchero coming up on the Mofoco side.
Could you guys confirm this? I put the wrong number on his ticket. It's supposed to be 108M. That was a truck, right? I remember it now because, what was it?
So word has come up, the lanes will be closed at 2:30 this afternoon, which is exactly 2 hours. Exactly 2 hours from right now, the lanes will be closed. And man, this thing has all of a sudden kicked itself into high gear. This is Brian Loans, that is David Freiberger. If you have just tuned in, you're watching Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week 2015 live from historic Great Lakes Dragway. Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week presented by Gear Vendors, and you're watching a live feed that's been presented by the Eastwood Company. We came back from that track prep break, and all of a sudden the sky is falling in here, man. This is crazy.
Yeah, everything had just changed.
Yeah.
In a matter of minutes. I always say it comes down to every single day, adds up to the end, minute by minute at this point.
And this place is wall to wall. You're watching the live feed, you're going to see shots from all over the racetrack. I'm not kidding you. When you see a shot of the grandstands at this place, it looks like the second coming. It is absolutely awesome to see Great Lakes Dragway jammed to the gills with people from the starting line all the way down the fence into those finish line grandstands.
Mike Peavy is there in that 73 Ranchero. I'm dying for this thing to go 1099.
Let Bryant Goldstone hear you. Bryant Goldstone coming up the return road. Give him a hero's greeting in that AMX as it makes its way across in front of the grandstands.
And it's a $9.99 I'm looking for out of this thing, not a $10.99. I misspoke.
1020 with a 131 miles an hour for the Ranchero, 11:37.1 at 126 on the Alston side of the strip.
We do know that that Ranchero has a 1008 in it because it did it at St. Louis.
If there's vehicles that always come up in conversation between you and I, it's that Cougar over there on the Mofoco side of the racetrack.
Yeah, that and the Monte Carlo, Gallimore, the Ranchero. Brian and I spend a lot of time together in the car when we leave here, and things aren't always pretty. A lot of talking back and forth, a lot of fumes.
The fumage is bad. The skittle consumption is bad. None of it is very good. Keith Harrison's car is good, though. He's going to try to keep it hooked up down the racetrack. He has had some issues. You can see the body kind of hunker over on that thing as he gives it the go pedal.
Keith is really good. 9-time drag weeker.
877.7, 156 miles an hour for that Fox-style Mercury Cougar on the Mofoco side. 11:57 for Harrison in the hot rod.
That is the white barrel coming up there about to go solo. I don't know if I can do that.
Yes, that's fine.
Can they do that? Make a single pass?
They can make single passes, right? Solo pass. Yeah, that's fine.
So Tom Bailey's pass was legitimately on 7 holes out there. We had heard a report they removed the rocker arms off the thing, so it was a 7-holer out there. And Steve Morris, we hope you're watching from home. You broke your neck, man. I want to break Freiberger's neck, but I'm not actually going to do it. So hopefully you recover. We hope to see you out here again. Thank you very much for the information passed along there as Tom McGilton comes to the starting line.
Before there was a heck of a lot more people. Looks like it's cleared out a little bit now.
This thing is an absolute showpiece. You can see the Larson Race Cars logo in the rear quarter window from the 2013 ZL1 Camaro that Larry Larson built for Tom McGilton. Tom McGilton brought this car with only 36 miles on it to Larson Race Cars in Oak Grove, Missouri. He told Larry, I want this crazy Pro Street twin turbo big block car, but don't screw any of it else up. And he didn't. Working touchscreen, working key fob, working trunk popper, working air conditioning, and a couple thousand horsepower to boot. It went 189 miles an hour yesterday. McGilton finds a fully staged position. He's going to spool the turbos up and let him eat. Man, that thing just flat works. It makes it through low gear. 147 in the 8th mile, and McGilton Goes 781.9 at 186 through the lights. 781.9, 186 for McGilton.
It'll be interesting to see how the numbers crunch on that. He's currently number 3 in Pro Street Power Adder, but he's got some guys ahead of him who put down some good numbers today. We never know until the end of the day exactly where this falls, which is why you need to go to hotrod.com tonight, where you will see all of the results from every day of Drag Week. You'll also be able to watch the live feed tomorrow and read all of the coverage. We've got little mini features on some of these cars, information about some interesting stuff that's happened out on the road, hundreds of photos at hotrod.com.
Go ahead.
That car number that I got wrong, was that 103R that I quoted in as?
Yeah, sorry, I think it was supposed to be 108.
Correct. All right. Just making sure I got my sheets correct here as well.
Yeah, of course.
And we continue on here as Mark Covey comes to the starting line, going to line up next to that 4th generation Camaro SS on the Alston side of the drag strip. So the Super Street Big Block NA category is hemmed up pretty good at the top with 3 familiar names. The same 3 guys that were at the top of the category last year. And one of them is Mark Covey as he heads down the 8th mile, the 1,000-foot, and through the lights in that Buick. Goes 10:37.0 at 128 miles per hour.
And looking at the fight in Pro Street Power Adder that we were just talking about with that ZL1, we're looking at McGilton and Hunter. And who's at the top of Big Block Power Adder right now? It is Blasco, is that guy's name, in the 72 Dodge Dart. McGilton just moved up to number 2, but Glenn has not put down a solid pass yet today. He's still got time to do that, so things are still going to wiggle around. Cougar in the right-hand lane, loaded with 500 cubic inches of FE versus the Barnyard Viper gasser truck in the left lane.
Well, the Mercury goes 9:47.5, 142. The pickup truck 11:36 with an 8 at 118 miles per hour. Trying to determine if Tom Bailey is going to make another run this afternoon, or if they're going to go back and put that thing into driving mode. Obviously, if they're down a hole, they may have to make a strategic change.
That number makes a lot of difference about what happened. And I don't know, can you recover from a dead hole? Is he going to tear the engine apart? Or is he just going to make it happen and finish out the week, roll the dice that some other guys are breaking?
Yeah, I guess the risk is when you do you got an established problem now. If you pull the thing apart, you may create several more for yourself when you don't put it back together the right way.
I know I would. Right-hand lane, Scott Scribner in modified naturally aspirated. This is a mid-10-second car in the right-hand lane.
And the very short wheelbase Gremlin of the Gebhardt family getting it done out there, going by Scribner at the top end. 9:26.9, 141 for the Gremlin as Scribner goes 10:34 with a 0 at 130 miles an hour. Oh, man.
This car in the left-hand lane is so cool. It's a 37 Ford truck with a 36 grill. It has been featured in Hot Rod Magazine, but when it was powered by a V6. It subsequently had a bunch of small blocks in it. It is now a big block Chevy. The guy open road races it. It's been 180 at Bonneville, and you're going to see him drag race the thing right now. And he rolls 10.21 at 139 with a vehicle that's been around the road course and the autocross and here in the left-hand lane, of course. 9-time drag weeker Jay Brown. You're going to see a video later on in the day on the live video feed of us having a chat about some words that I used about him on the mic the other day, making fun a little bit of some tough years that he's had at Drag Week, but he came back and crammed. Apparently they've already rolled that video, so people have seen this, which makes it even better. He is cramming those comments down my throat with 880s from a sock motor in this thing.
Exactly. If the Shelby Mustang wasn't cool enough, it has a single overhead cam, 1960 style Ford engine in it, and away we go. Jay Brown off the starting line. 144 short time. A little bit of a tail movement there as he gets it to the 8th at 121, and Brown goes through 911 with a 3 at 148 miles an hour. The Challenger goes 1189.5 at 117.
I'd love for Jay to come back because I want that thing to go 8s every single day. But I told him even if it doesn't, we will make a hero out of that thing and he will be remembered for that car because I'm really impressed by it.
Well, Brown is one of the recognized authorities on the FE Ford engine in the country as the Chevy 2 Nova with the stack injection being fed by electronic injectors at the base of the intake manifold, loses power at the 8th mile, and the Roadrunner drives away down the Mofoco lane. I knew I was going to do that once. 11.55.4 at 118 miles an hour. The Alston lane with the Chevy 2 goes 17.17.4 at 48. Well, we can't see all of it quite yet, but you can from your vantage point. That is the stretchy truck of Nick Pluniak. And this is a rare occurrence for us to be able to look literally down from atop of that thing and get a real indication of just how long and narrow it is. So Pluniak, the midship mounted, twin turbocharged, big block Chevy engine, be lining up next to one of the Gebhardt family members in a 1962 Valiant. The Valiant with the forward-facing Pro Stock style hood. These little early 60s Valiants have some good Drag Week history. On the very first Drag Week, there was a guy that came out and ran one of these things with a pretty hopped-up leaning tower of power and a 4-speed in it. He came out with his daughter to do that. Pluniak may be having some sort of an issue. One guy we have not seen so far is John Ferrone. If anybody out there in the live feed or anybody out there in the interweb universe understands or knows what Ferrone's situation is, pass some information along. We know he was replacing the throttle body in that car a couple hours ago, but as of right now, John Ferrone from Australia has 1 hour, actually it's just slightly less than 2 hours to get here and get a run. With that run, Jay Brown has taken the lead and modified naturally aspirated by 54 thousandths of a second.
He has been on top of that class. He's just trying to hang on to it, but still, I want 8s every day. He's run 891 and then 888. 149 mile an hour car. 150 would be nice to see. I'd like to see a parachute on the back of that thing.
So Pluniak coming up to line up next to Gebhardt in the Valiant. Two of the more unique cars on the road trip this week. Of course, one being a truck of incredible length. Here we go. Doing what it likes to do. That thing really likes to kind of move side to side as it goes down the racetrack. Pluniak makes the top gear change, goes 924.6 at 145 as the Valiant goes 1062 with an 8 on the Mofoco side. 71 Demon. Mofoco side of the racetrack in a stunning shade of green. And the Ranchero station wagon. Wood grain. That is Adelaide Ross driving that 1963 Ford Falcon wagon. It's gone 10:01 on its quickest run. It's gone 10:18 earlier.
And it is at the top of Street Machine Eliminator right now.
Right now, the #1 qualifier in Street Machine Eliminator. We'll see if there is an offer on the time slip this time as Adelaide takes it down. And oh yeah, 10:06.6, 132. Basically setting themselves up for an airtight #1 qualifying spot in Street Machine Eliminator. They've only left themselves 600th of a window to be passed for the #1 spot in Street Machine.
Here in the right-hand lane, we have a really good story, as you can probably see for yourself. This is Dan Smith, expert bracket racer in his 79 Chrysler 300. We haven't had a chance to find out exactly what happened. We know he had the urge to French his right front tail light, or headlight, by about 2 feet.
Yeah, a chance encounter with a very big object knocked the front end of that car in last night. They made the repairs. They're continuing on drag week. And right now, Smith is on the bump spot in the Street Machine Eliminator category. So Smith heading down the racetrack with that green Mustang chasing. The Mustang goes 966, 4, 141. He goes to 1154, 2 at 116.
And as an indicator of this guy's bracket racing prowess, yesterday he went 1154 at 116.
So the Aussies have come up in the Chevelle. This story on this car that is creeping toward the Alston lane that looks like something that's fallen out of a horror movie. This is a car they found and bought out of a field for $1,500. They got it to run. They claim it's an original SS396 car. It is running low 14s. They've invested a little bit of money to get things working. They blew up a rear end in it. They fixed that. Supposedly they blew up a transmission. They were looking for help fixing the thing, but all of a sudden it's back up here at the starting line. This may be them just making a run to get the thing down the racetrack and then continuing on with the week. We'll find out. So there it goes, and again, it is a funny story. They found it, they bought it, they got it to run. And even with the wounded transmission, it manages a 14.02 and a wait. Something's good. These guys are playing a game out here. 14.02 and 100. What's wrong with that?
I think these guys are punking us on this somehow.
I think so too. Once again, for the fans of the grandstands, you can see him on the return road. That is Dan Smith. That is the guy that exemplifies the spirit of this event. The front end of that car got caved in last night. They worked on it all night to get it squared away, and he is trying to fight himself into the 32-car field in the Street Machine Eliminator category. So Dan Smith, we appreciate your efforts. Thanks for fighting through it. We hope you can make it in the field and participate in Street Machine Eliminator on Friday. Toronto time. Boy, this thing went down. It was just like someone was shoveling logs into a furnace as it was going down there. The amount of smoke that was coming out of this thing last time, just super, super fattened up.
Yeah, he's switched off to vaping now.
Oh, he's gone to vaping. That's a good move. He's vaping. He's going to vape his way down there with the cotton candy flavored liquid. That's what's going on. Although the flavorings you can put in alcohol, which you cannot use other than in the unlimited category, pretty funny these days. Great flavor. All that kind of stuff. You can flavor your race fuel. This Toronto is flavored fast. 966, 440 miles an hour with the driver sitting on the right-hand side. 1054.7, 130 on the Alston side. Bullet Mustang completing the burnout, as is the Pontiac Ventura here in the Mofoco lane. Brian Goldstone, the AMX, it bears mentioning that back in 2013 when Bailey won Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week, he won it using a torque converter that came from Goldstone. Now they find themselves as rivals at this race. It's a pretty tight window.
Well, now I'm getting word from Rick Johnson at Gear Vendors that he's spoken to Bailey, and they knew that they were going to be better off tearing into their engine to fix a bent valve tonight than they would be trying to do it and make the program today. So they rolled that 684.
Yep.
And that's definitely going to affect his finishing position, but they're going to fix the engine tonight and roll in tomorrow to Cordova. It's anyone's game. It's still anybody's game.
How about Rick Johnson? Rick Johnson for Gear Vendors, sponsored the event, Cub reported out of the pits. Is there anything this guy cannot do? Designs trophies.
You know, really what people are racing for is the iconic Gear Vendors trophy. The tranny guy. He's the sort of mascot of Gear Vendors.
Totally.
On this trophy with a Hemi. I think it's a Hemi and like a torque flame.
Yeah, and he's like got this thing by the hair.
Right.
Just hanging on, riding that thing like crazy. Got it on there. It's a very cool deal. He designed it himself, and it's one of the, again, that's that thing you put on the shelf, and you never forget it once you look at it. All the memories come flooding back, it'll be Friday night when somebody's going to be taking that trophy home.
Well, and he's done them not only for the Drag Week winner, but also for the Shootout winner. There's a different one, Gear Vendors Trophy for the Hot Rod Heads Up Shootout on Saturday. We want all our racers to come back for that. It's a really, really cool event. It has no bearing on your Drag Week standings whatsoever. Brian's up here just killing me. He's eating this sandwich, which is falling out of his face, trying to speak words in between. He's absolutely gagging himself at this thing.
I don't know, I don't even know what this stuff is. It's like mystery meat, but it's good. So we got a little scraping going on, and again, knock on counter, the racers get all the credit in the world over the last couple of days. We have had, the last 2 days, we have had so little stoppage time, other than to do the things we need to do to maintain the racetrack. A huge credit to what's been going on, whether you're doing your daily maintenance, whether it's just you being very super crazy, detail-oriented and keeping your stuff running, but we have very rarely had to stop to clean anything up or deal with anything, and what that means is everybody's getting the shots they need at the racetrack before they're able to leave.
We've been blasting through the program. We had about 300 cars, 301 cars that started with us. We've lost in the neighborhood of 40 plus some more today. So you're looking at 260, 270 cars going down the track, which is no problem. Plenty of time.
I'm going to look out my mail slot over here to find out what's going on in the area of impound. Joe Barry has left the impound area, so that 56 Chevrolet is on the loose somewhere.
I see Glenn Hunter coming towards us.
Yeah, Hunter has got his car off the levitation program and is now back on terra firma, and he is moving. I got to admit, I always loved Hunter's car because he used to run the big block with the big giant whistle blower on it, but I do have to say, with the flat hood on it, pretty awesome.
It is. He's had this car so long, he said he had to go to his mom's house to pick up his hood so that he would have a flat hood for the car, which was pretty neat. You know, I'm going to ask everybody in the grandstands and at home to check out bestofeastwood.com. Eastwood, which is our live video feed sponsor, has got a race going on, a sweepstakes going on, where you can win stuff every 2 weeks. Tools of your choice, welders, plasma cutters, paint guns, all of the stuff that they make, you can choose from every 2 weeks. So enter the sweepstakes at bestofeastwood.com.
The thing I really like about Eastwood is the fact that the company is 100% geared toward people that are doing stuff on their own, with their own two hands. They're super. They have a great setup where they have videos that they've been producing as far as kind of how-to stuff. They have a great line of videos you can purchase from them, or you can go to YouTube. They have a lot of stuff available on the internet. Kevin Tetz, many of you know Kevin from the television shows he's been on. Super talented body guy and a great teacher. He also does a series with them as well. So Eastwood is definitely a company that is geared towards the dude who's looking at a project going, you know what? Give me the right tools and I can do this. And that's what they're up to.
I've used their chassis black paint forever. To me, it's like just the right eggshell for a frame, inner fender well, stuff like that. They make a lot of stuff.
You painted your house with that stuff.
I would. I would rhino line my house if my wife gave me the chance. Just hose that thing off and call it done.
Yeah.
Rhino liner have never fade.
One of the great internet threads of all time. The kid who got the rhino liner on his HOTUS. Oh, that's what an epic one, man. You never read that one before?
No.
Oh, that's an all-timer. I'm not going any farther than that, but you can find it.
I don't go on the internet. People criticize me. I can't
Yeah,
read it.
you know what? They tend to be
hurt
critical.
down deep.
When
Yeah.
you know
and I've never criticized anybody.
What
on the
I
internet.
think is interesting is what you find out today is when you insult someone, they get mad at you.
No.
Yeah, that's what happened to you today. You learned a valuable lesson.
That's right.
And all is not lost. We're coming out of this thing ahead.
No, we're speaking into a vacuum here. No one cares.
0 people.
Say anything you want.
Exactly. Ready?
Speaking of which, yeah, 5,500 people watching worldwide right now, or they were just a few minutes ago. 5,500 people, and between the guys tuning in and tuning out, tuning in, tuning out, you get, neighborhood of 40, 50,000 people watching Drag Week every day of the week. That's why I think this thing has become so international. It's people watching it worldwide.
Yeah, and again, there is the element of the adventure. I mean, it'd be one thing if we had this thing set up where guys would tow their stuff track to track, people would still show up to watch, but it would not be anywhere near the level of cool that it is. And even though it was designed to really put an end to the argument about what a street car is, it did nothing but throw a bucket full of gasoline on that fire.
Yeah, that horse left the barn. But you know what? The other thing the internet is good for is controversy wins. People want to argue about stuff. You agree with everyone, you don't go on the website. Listen to this update that I'm getting from Pete Walsh in Indy, who's still working with Ferrone on trying to get that Australian Pro Street Charger running. It's actually running in the unlimited class, but Pro Street style car. They got the car started with their old computer and a broken throttle body because they had a new throttle body, but it still needed machine work. So they've got the car going one direction and the throttle body going another. It's going to Automotion race cars in Indy to get machine work done so they can get here and still try and run. What's his time frame looking like now? It's 1 o'clock. We'll have to get with the race directors to find out if we're going to open the staging lanes any longer than 2 o'clock.
It's 2:30. The word already came to us. It's 2:30 is when the lanes are going to close. So John Ferrone, if he can find a hyper gear to get here, he's going to need to find it. 2:30 is when the staging lanes will close, and if he is not in them by then, his week ends. In a competitive mode, anyway. A story that had sad beginnings, but certainly a triumphant current situation, as this car was owned by a racer and built by a racer who had been dealt a tough hand. He had several he had a lot of health issues, and he came out, his name was Steve Boyer, came out to Dragway, ran several years, built this car, came out, and unfortunately passed away in his hotel room a couple years ago during Dragway. That car was driven by the guy driving it this year to the win in the Street Machine Eliminator category at the close of the event last year. An incredible story that went from very deep emotion, sadness on one side, and then the following year kind of redemption. It was great.
One of the best tearjerkers of Drag Week of all time. The other is when I found out that you were coming to announce this year.
Well, there was all kinds of chicanery involved in that decision-making process, but here we are. So the first-gen Camaro and the Fox-bodied Mustang leave the starting line. That little Camaro actually pulled the left front tire and the guy grabbed second gear. The Mustang goes with 1036.2, 132. The Camaro goes 1151.8 at 122 miles an hour. And here he comes, Glenn Hunter. He says, I don't need you no more, blower. I go to turbos. He says, I got the nice turbos for you. Let's get them on there.
And in the right-hand lane, Pete Johnson in modified Power Adder, currently holding second in that class. He's been running 880s yesterday, 840, and he's looking for an improvement because he's going head-to-head with Rick Prospero in that green Mazda RX-7.
This could be one of the fastest side-by-side pairs of the entire day. The radio-equipped Cougar blows the tires off. Glenn Hunter's going to try to hang it in the groove. He's a little bit offset to the left, but he ain't lifting for nothing. 142 in the 8th mile, and Hunter goes 782 with a 6 at 180 miles an hour in that concrete block of a 1956 Chevy.
He had a 763 in that car yesterday. It'll be interesting to see if he's going to call it good. I'm going to guess that he probably is. He's going to hit the road to the next track. He is chasing after Matt Blasco, who's got that flat black 72 Dodge Dart in Pro Street Power Adder. That moves Hunter up to second. I am getting word. Hunter goes to second. He came in the day with second, but then some numbers that were run by other cars, it switches around during the day. We're keeping track of it minute by minute up here.
Well, 1056.1, 128 down the Mofoco side and 1181.89.1 on the Alston side of the drag strip. As Scott Abbott makes his way up, Abbott in that well-worn Roadrunner. Going to line up next to the Nova over here on the Alston side of Kurt Bayer. Bayer, the 1972 Nova, has gone 980 and 970 respectively over the last 2 days. When you're returning in your time slips this afternoon, you need to do it on the table, the pop-up tent behind the Hot Rod Drag Week Toter Home. That's where you go, on the pop-up tent behind the Toter Home.
And while you're there, mosey over and buy a t-shirt before it's too late.
So the Nova heads down the Alston side. He's going to go 9s, 986 to 134 miles an hour. And Scott Abbott goes 1151, 1 at 121. Shane McClellan has not been having the typical drag week. This car is normally one of those cars that shows up and just laces the numbers down on the racetrack, but it hasn't really been acting its normal self, and it happens to everybody. You know, you come in here with a plan, you come in here with a history, and this event will eat up your dreams and spit them out and not give a darn about what you think about it.
And we talked about all we're really doing it for here is that Rick Johnson Gear Vendors Trophy and a jacket and the respect of your peers and your own personal accomplishment.
So Shane McClellan goes down to the top end, 927, 145 miles an hour. Again, that car busting the tires loose there. You know, jacket to the trophy, what are you going to do? It's just, that is what it is. It's not about a big giant cash prize. It's about, again, Seth's personal accomplishment. There's something to be said for that as Joe Barry is backing his way up towards the starting line after a traditional Joe Barry smoky burnout. Barry will be lining up next to the Nova.
The lanes will be closed at 2:30, and then we're going to run out the cars that are in lanes at that point. So you want to hang around.
All right, so there should be no subterfuge on the starting line here. These guys aren't trying to kill the tree or hang each other out. They're just trying to get them staged up and go. What's going on right now is a wheelie bar adjustment being made on the back of Joe Barry's machine. The parachute's being checked, and Barry going to be landing in towards the starting line. Now, Barry's going to straighten that thing out as it's sitting cockeyed in the lanes over there. He is giving a little bit of left rudder. Come on, Joe. Give it some left rudder, Joe, as he is going to move that thing up toward the starting line. The Nova, this car is a quick one. He gets the front end up in the air, and Barry's going to hit the throttle, push the car towards the center line. He steers it back into the groove, and it's loose, and he's going to pedal it and coast it down the top end. 933 with a 4, 125 miles an hour, and Joe Barry goes 948 with a 3 at 97.
Did you see yourself as prophetic on that pass?
I didn't see myself as prophetic, but you watch this stuff enough, and from where we're sitting, you can see it. And a car like that with those monstrous giant slicks on the back of it, you saw what happened when he tried to steer it. It was actually a pretty good indication. Because those slicks have so little rigidity in the sidewall, when you actually try to drive the car, it gets a really weird left to right thing going, and you can save it at once in 100 times, but that was not Joe Barry's time. He did not have to pull the chutes. He'll be back in quick. It's the Cianquito Brothers Ford pick-em-up coming over here on the Alston side, lined up next to that Vermont-based third-generation Camaro. Man, that truck is just evil. Is it getting it out there? Is it? I think that has a real one of the, like a small multi-disc, small diameter clutch. The way the thing hits off the starting line. 1120 with the 109, 1273, 108 miles an hour on the Chevy side. And man, fill in the assembled masses about what they're looking at in that red Camaro.
Well, is this the first time that we've seen Doc McIntyre come to the starting line today? It is. This thing is incredible. Longtime winner and racer in Pro Street, naturally aspirated. He's been having a head-to-head battle with Eddie Miller in the same class, with the exception of the minor problem, they've never raced side by side. When Doc shows up, Eddie doesn't. When Eddie shows up, Doc doesn't. So they're going after each other basically on yellow bullet. But Doc went all out this year. He's got a new Alston front clip in this thing. They've changed some things around. But the major thing that they've changed is a 673 cubic inch Goodwin Hemi. 845. He has rolled quicker than that. He's looking desperately for a 799. Let me scroll through here. He has run 873 and 837. Nevertheless, I think Doc's probably going to call that good, pack it up, and head out to the next track.
Yeah, they are in the power position in that naturally aspirated category. And again, you don't want to do something that's going to jeopardize a potential win at the event. You have until Friday, and you do have Friday. If you can make a clean run Friday, and that's why if you got some time off, you want to take some time off, or you hate your boss and just want to stick one to them, then come down and see us on Friday at St. Louis. Because what happens then is people tend to make a run they need to win the event, and then they come back and pull the weight. They pin the gates open, they go crazy, and they get ready to rock and roll. So it is going to be a fast day on Friday. And it looks like we're going to run down and grab some debris off of the racetrack as the Chrysler 300 of Dan Smith waits at the ready line. Okay, so there may be some oil down there in the right lane. They're going to go down and check. You can see him
Radio check.
flicking his foot down there, and the telltale sign is if his foot is bouncing off the racetrack, it's a good sign. When his foot starts looking like an ice skate, that's a bad sign. We're going to wait and get a report from down there on the right-hand side of the drag strip. It would be the first time in a couple days that we've had anything on the racetrack. The lanes are going to be open till 2:30, according to our race control officials down there, and there are only right now about 8 cars in the staging lanes. We've talked about it a bunch of times. As this event has evolved, the strategy has gone less from, woo, I'm going to make 100 runs today, to, well, let's GTFO. I got a time slip. Let's get out of here. But, man, for the folks that are racing Drag Week for the first time, if you have any appreciation for the sport, you're making runs at Indy this week, you're making runs at Great Lakes Dragway, we're going up to Cordova tomorrow. I mean, really, if you do enjoy the history of drag racing, you're getting yourself a real big slice of it here, and you're being able to experience it as a participant even better. You know, this form of racing, obviously born kind of off an offshoot. We've talked about that in the early 90s, but the idea of racing stock-bodied cars really exploded in the middle 1960s. At right around that mid-1960s area is when we talked about cars like the Pontiac GTO and some of the other Chrysler products that come out, the Max Wedge cars and the Hemi cars and stuff. So in 1965 was when the movement became, with guys started moving the axles, and the whole kind of funny car era started. And we're 50 years removed from that, and we look out into the pits and we see these guys with, you know, gas-burning small block cars that are running incredible laps times that guys of the 60s and fuel cars would have been eyes bugging out at.
You look where we've come even from 11 years ago when we kicked this thing off. It's amazing the technology in cylinder heads, in making valve springs live. There's just all kinds of stuff that's happened. EFI, turbos have come into their own.
Big time.
Definitely.
I mean, the EFI thing, you know, the turbo thing, to me, the turbo thing and the EFI thing go hand in hand. I mean, obviously you can successfully run a blow-through setup, but to really get complete tuning control over what you're doing, you need to be able to plug something in there and set it up.
Yeah, that's what opened the floodgates for all the turbos going on today, for sure. And it's interesting how modern engines, you can literally pull out of the junkyard and they survive the boost.
Yeah, it's nuts.
You know,
I mean,
you'd love to look back and go, small block Chevy's an awesome motor, it's classic and everything like that. I guaranteed there was never a day where you could pull a 350 out of, 72 Impala in 1976 and hit the thing with 20 pounds of boost. It just wasn't going to happen.
No.
The cast piston was going to return to sand.
Well, that and the guy in 76 at the engine factory, there was a dude who might have had a couple of beers at lunch pounding the pistons into it. Now this stuff gets all it's robotically assembled, and the actual precision that the engines are assembled with these days is beyond anything you can compare.
Especially the performance engines. I've been to the GM plant where they do all of the dry sump engines, that go into the Corvettes, and they're essentially hand assembled there. They don't have robots doing it.
Well, the best news we've gotten all day, the right lane of the drag strip is clean. There is nothing on it, so as soon as we get the Harley Davidson parked out here behind the tower, we're going to send cars down the track. The few and the proud that we got sitting in the staging lanes. Just because we run out of cars in the lanes, kids, don't go home, because they'll be driven and drabbing through at 2:30. We still, again, have cars that are very powerful, very fast, that will be loading up, taking one more swing at it before hitting the road and heading towards Illinois. Get a t-shirt this afternoon while you get the chance. They're going to close that trailer eventually, and you will be boned. So get down and get your Hot Rod Drag Week 2015 gear. The trailer's open. Make it happen.
I've got my eye peeled for Jay Brown down there. Is he back in lanes or no?
Let's see. No, he is not quite yet.
Okay.
So Smith goes down 11:51 with a 9 at 115 miles an hour in the Mopar. 1160 with an 8, 124 on the Mofoco side. Yeah, I'm wondering now, you know, we're kind of looking at Dan, we're scrutinizing Dan's reaction times here. We're going, okay, all right, we're watching what he's got going on. Personal opinion here on the reaction time front. I don't think Dan wants to develop the reputation as us going, oh, it's another awesome light. Oh, it's another awesome light. Blending into the crowd has its benefits sometimes.
Because you'll notice it's the same light every time.
Yeah.
It's just not the one that we were thinking of.
Right.
He is back. All right, I want to see the 8 out of this thing. Sock-powered 69 GT500. And in the right-hand lane, Josh Norris has got the 67 Chevy too. That is a 1039 car. He ran 10.0 yesterday, so another guy looking for a personal best. Wouldn't 999 be cool right now?
Of course, the Sock Ford engine has a great story. The whole thing developed in 90 days by Ford during their whirlwind total performance era in the 1960s. It was going to be raced in NASCAR, and NASCAR basically put the kibosh on it before they even got it finished. And Jay Brown, oh man, he had the launch there. That was what he wanted, but Brown had the lift. Going past 330 feet, the car coasting on the Alston side. Meanwhile, that little Chevy 2 is going to go down through 1066.9 at 129 miles per hour.
That was a 136 short time there from the Mustang. He had a hold of it.
More importantly, it was a straight as an arrow 60-foot time. The car was not wandering whatsoever. It was just hooked up and rolling in a straight line. So Brown is coasting down there at the top, and we may have to send a retrieval party down there to get him off the track. So Brown has come to a stop at the top end, opening the door down there. We're going to send the truck down there to get him and pull him off around the corner. What if you can rack your own memory here, which I realize is
it's a very shallow pool.
It's a very crummy effort that's happening there. But in terms of engines, the more unique engines we've seen out here in Drag Week, you know, kind of history. Obviously, anything with a sock engine in it, it's like it makes you stop and stare at it. You know, traditional 426 Hemi stuff. We got a couple Hemi cars out here this weekend. There was a time when the turbo stuff was exotic, but that's not really the case anymore. What has struck you over the years as something that was totally out of left field?
Oh, well, there's a guy here who actually has an LS engine in a Camaro.
Okay, that guy's breaking some new ground.
Absolutely.
That guy's he's really gone the extra mile. The LS powered Challenger didn't show up today.
There you go. There is a late model Dodge Challenger powered by an LS engine that has rolled through. I heard him talking, saying that he had fouled out some plugs, wasn't really sure that he was going to do it. Apparently, he pulled the plug.
Yeah, they had finished that car like everybody here in the not too distant past, but it is a virtually brand new looking Challenger that he bought as a theft recovery. So he basically got the car as a roller. It was trashed. And he turned it into a drag car that is powered by a turbocharged Chevy LS motor.
Yeah, he thought it's my favorite car and it's my favorite motor. Put the two and two together, and I'm just a happy guy.
He's going to love going to Columbus to the Mopar Nationals next year. They will receive him with open arms.
That's right.
And then they will set him and his car on fire.
Going back to the coolest engines question, or the most obscure, this isn't obscure at all. It's just unexpected at Drag Week. That guy last year with the flathead powered 34 Ford.
Yes.
That was super, super cool.
That was really good, and likely one of the, if not the only flathead powered thing that I can remember coming out here to compete.
Yeah, that's why I bring it up, because like, you don't expect a guy to do that. And didn't he break into the 14s?
He did. Yeah. We've celebrated like the guy won the final at Indy on Monday when he went like a 14.99.
It was huge.
The guys that ran the Gremlin that had the single nitrous deal plumbed right into the log intake manifold was pretty good too. Inline 6 motor that they were spraying, essentially the middle 2 cylinders with nitrous.
I was just about to go there as well.
We are 2 hours and 15 minutes away from shutting down the staging lanes. No, I'm sorry. Strike that. 1 hour and 15 minutes away from shutting down the staging lanes. 1 hour and 15 minutes until the lanes will be closed. .960 with a 3:141 for Roberts over there in the Malibu, the quicker of that pair. That gorgeous 1971 Challenger going to come up next to the 1972 Nova on the Mofoco side.
Charlie Ogle's there in that 72 Challenger. Really cool car. 11:48 on the first day, 11:26 on the second day is one of our Street Machine Eliminator entries. I'm going to need to go down in the pit see what's up. We could call that a 72, but the taillights are not 72. Need to check the grill.
The Nova goes 10:28.4133 with the Challenger of undetermined year goes 11:63.2 at 121.
I think it's a 70.
So Doc McIntyre is leading his class by 2 seconds currently.
Do you think he has it covered?
I'm not sure, but that is a lot.
That does come down to survival now. Will the thing make it all the way to the end? And will he put on a show, or is he going to soften it up to keep it alive?
I think the show starts after he gets that last time slip he needs. 10:91.3 at 121. The hot rod goes 11:25.8 at 124 miles per hour. Greg Dugopolsky coming up. Dugopolsky to be lined up next to that great teal 1990s era painted Nova. And so the Nova heading down the racetrack. Dugopolsky is also heading down the racetrack. 11:23.8, 118 for the Chevelle of Greg. 11:54.7 and 115 for the Nova.
I spy a big block Chevy in Dustin Gardner's 80 Ford Mustang there. That thing's running modified, naturally aspirated. His best run of the week, a 9:55.
A report from resident Mopar chick Alana Scheer says Ogle's car is a 72 with a 71 grille and tail panel and shaved side marker lights.
There you go. Thank you.
The Mustang convertible never leaves very hard, but boy, it charges big in the top end. 1040 with a 2, 145, and the big block Chevy powered Fox body goes 964.9 on the Alston side. And again, if you're gonna tune your ear to listen to something right now, tune it to listen to the white Camaro on the Alston side of the drag strip. That second-gen Camaro running in one of our naturally aspirated small block categories. Why would I tell you to do that? Because listen to how hard he is going to turn the motor on or in that car. And remember, he's doing it repeatedly for 5 days in a row, as well as driving it down the highway. This thing is getting beaten like a rented mule. And literally, the Camaro tooling on that thing like it owes him money. Goes 965.6 at 139 miles an hour. And trouble for the Mercury Cougar.
Yeah, Pete Johnson there is actually second in modified power adder. In the Fox-bodied, oh, that's incorrect. I'm sorry, I mixed up my numbers here. I'll get back.
Greg Mayton.
Greg Mayton, I apologize. I got a glitch in my numbering system here on our score sheet. 100% my fault. That thing has run 879 twice in a row.
So the staging lane's down to just a slow dribble at this time of the afternoon, as it always is. But as we mentioned before, don't go anywhere. We still have a lot of heavy-duty cars that are going to run, make attempts this afternoon, and try to better their efforts from today. The impound area is starting to thin a little bit. Frank Sapronaro has already headed on to Illinois. Tom Bailey appears to be making his changes to get ready to go to Illinois. It's up on the jacks right now. Glenn Hunter has his car on the ground with the trailer hooked to the back of it. So after that 180-mile-an-hour shot, it appears that Hunter is also going to make his way to Illinois. Not sure what the plans are for the AMC of Prospero at this point, but again, there is still some excitement remaining for many of our competitors down there in the impound area, as well as the rest of the pits too. Don't forget about the rest of the pits, as there is cool stuff stacked up from end to end over there. Yes, it's starting to thin out. Yes, drivers are handing in their time slips at behind the toter home of the pop-up tent, but we still got an hour plus of racing to handle this afternoon here at Great Lakes Dragway. It is a pleasure and an honor to be here for this third day of Drag Week action in 2015. Thank you to Gear Vendors, a presenting sponsor of Drag Week, and thank you to the Eastwood Company, the sponsor of the live feed that you're watching right now, which will commence with racing immediately. Yep. Thanks, dude.
Oh, thank you, guys.
All right, so the Roadrunner being backed up, or the Roadrunner backing up, squaring up to the starting line as the Valiant of Mr. Gebhardt comes up again on the starting line. It almost is like one of those jokes about three guys walking into a bar when you see the Gebhardts going down the highway, because it's like a Belvedere, a Valiant, and a Gremlin are going down the highway, you know, and there should be a punchline somewhere, but the only punchline is they're all really fast and really reliable and belong to people who love this event with all their being. The Valiant goes 10:53.2 at 126 as the Roadrunner goes 13:07.4 at just 80 miles per hour.
We have to thank the Gebhardts for putting together the data that we are using here to look at the historic numbers that have been run at Drag Week. They keep a list like one we have not. He's got it nailed.
Yeah, he's got it locked down.
It had us talking last night about how we really should put together an official record book. All the records to this point have basically been quote mark records because we haven't kept track of it or made it official or looked at the crossover of the different classes, but thanks to them helping us out with that data, we might go that direction. Because let's be honest, 11 years ago, who knew that we would still be standing here today in front of packed grandstands, broadcasting it worldwide? Kind of crazy.
Nova goes down 10:66.0, over 130 or 120 miles an hour as the 55 Chevy Nomad rolls up. And again, another one of our competitors whose car is evaporating from the bottom up. At some point, this car will show up as just a roof and a steering wheel. None of the fenders have fallen off yet, as we have made a bold prediction that there could have been a fender removal by high-speed wind at the top end, but the blow-by situation may be affecting that a little bit.
This car broke a ring on nitrous just before Drag Week, and I give him credit for coming anyway. He's going to flog that thing as far as he has to. If Bailey can run on 7, so can he.
Flog on, brother. 11:02.0, 121 as the Nomad goes 13:67.6. The dude in the Nomad's cool. He's hardcore. He camps. He sleeps in the car.
He slept on the roof of a timing tower one night last year.
Yes. No, it was a couple years ago because it was at Indy.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, well.
He slept on the roof of the Wally Parks Tower at Indy. It's something that security may be on their way to get him for now.
Yeah, it's covered there, which is really good move.
So Alex Taylor is pulled into the staging lanes as I look behind the timing tower. She'll be coming momentarily.
Have we seen her before today?
I didn't think so.
So her dad is out with the Retro Nova. Do we know anything about the Ranchero Gasser?
We have not seen that car either. 10:02:31:27 at the big end for the Camaro. So Alex will be coming up. We have not seen the Ranchero Gasser. We have not seen we know the Nova's out. He threw in the towel on the Nova yesterday. I think some fuel system issues. But Alex is still in that LS-powered twin turbocharged 1969 Camaro. Each of these days has its own personality. You know, yesterday was a day where we kind of got over. We looked at each other and went, "Oh, it's done." You know, there was no big, huge moment yesterday. It was just a very quick-moving day.
There was. Jeff Jr.
Okay, there was that.
That's right. Jeffrey Lutz in his Honda Civic with a 434 small block twin turbo deal. He's been following his dad, but Jeff Sr. fell out yesterday. Jeff Jr. decided to keep going, and he was in the very last session, and we literally had to go to the clock ticking. We went to the 5-minute rule that we had prepared for in our new rule book this year, and he barely made it under the wire, but didn't really get a solid pass, but decided to hit the road and come with us anyway. And they're still out there somewhere working on it, but at this point, the clock math says that ain't going to happen.
Yeah, they're in bad shape right now. You never know. We saw a crazy thing happen last year in Noble, Oklahoma on the third day when Larry Larson pulled in with a pickup truck at the very last second, made an attempt to get down. Didn't work in its favor, but it provided one of the most dramatic moments I can ever remember at this event. The moment yesterday afternoon with Jeffrey centered around the fact that the car would not spool the turbo in the starting line. Sat there, he tried to get it to spool, it wouldn't. So they backed it off the line. There were a couple more racers in the staging lanes. Those racers got to do their things. And to their credit, they took their time.
Right.
And they took their time, and by them doing that, it gave Jeffrey enough time to get in there and make an educated guess at how to fix the problem. It was a laptop deal. They're working on the fuel injection system, I'm guessing, on the car, timing and all that stuff. So he brings the car back into the staging lanes as the final vehicle of the afternoon of the day, and it won't spool the turbo again. He managed to fight it down the racetrack, but not anywhere near what he wanted to do.
But one of the rules of Drag Week is that if you take the beams, we give you a 20-second ET. The reason for that is that you've shown the effort to actually get here. If you want to stay in competition, if you want to prove that you've actually been on every track, you can show up and do it so that you can complete the week and be considered one of the guys who survived Drag Week. But that 20-second ET added up and averaged out at the end of the week means you're essentially not winning anything. Nobody who's taken the 20-second ET has ever placed in class. And I'll say that with the caveat, unless there was a class that had like 1 or 2 cars in it that I'm not remembering. But that's what Brian Loans' Drag Week brain is for.
Humana. Yeah, you know, one of the things about this is I look at Alex Taylor out the back window. She's starting to drive to come under the tower, so she'll be racing momentarily. You look at this event, you think, okay, it's 5 days long. But reality is you can lose a 6-hour chunk early in the week and spend your entire 4 days running and never catching up. And really what's going on now with the Taylors could be a little bit of that, because they've had such trouble with the other cars. To see Alex only running now at about 1:30-ish in the afternoon is kind of wild, because this car appears to be running like a top, but I'm guessing that they've had some issues on the road, or they spent time maybe last night trying to fix the Ranchero. That threw the schedule off, but she's here now, and that's all that counts. So those pair of Borg-Warner turbos hanging off that 6-liter engine, or 6-liter based engine, in the front of a car called the Bad Marrow. And this, of course, is her daily driver. She drives this car to school. She is I believe she's a senior in high school this year, is Alex Taylor. Lutz Jr. is out. We just got word, a text came through from Nick Pluniak, very friendly with the Lutz family. And Nick Pluniak has passed word along that Jeffrey Lutz is out. So there you go, a tough break, a tough end for the Lutz family effort, with Jeff going out and Jeffrey ending his charge today as well. Someone who is not out, that is Alex Taylor. And Alex Taylor is going to pre-stage and run down this drag strip here at Great Lakes Dragway. This car has gone in the 950s at over 150, nearly 160 miles an hour. Man, that thing bounces around, getting kind of unsettled there. Is Alex Taylor going to lift and kind of, well, 124 in the 8, she pedaled it. She goes 9,005 at 156 miles an hour. 9005 at 156 miles an hour in the Camaro. And that thing was pretty unsettled going through 330 feet. She had a nice car, nice job of driving it to settle it down and power it through the back end of the racetrack. Once it settled down, I thought she had lifted because at the 8th mile, the thing was looking so smooth. I was kind of surprised when that 124 mile an hour speed came up, but almost down into the 8s. 9005, 156 for Alex Taylor. Were you taking parts orders at the back door all of a sudden?
I was. Walter Herr, who we've been seeing, remember he put a big piece of fire out the back of the thing, both on the highway last night and out here on the track today. He is looking for a big block Chevy rec port intake gasket. A Felpro 1275 is what he took off of it. That would be a happy thing to return to it, but I'm sure if somebody shows up with anything resembling a gasket with rectangle ports, he will be using it on that thing. So he's right behind the tower here with us. 1275 big block Chevy rec port intake gasket.
Somebody's got one. Bring it. We talk about shooting fire. One of the more impressive things I've seen in my travels this year was at the U.S. Nationals during Pro Mod qualifying. Billy Glidden was heading down the racetrack, and all of a sudden about a 6-foot jet of fire came out of one of the bullhorn-style headers, and the hood scoop got launched 150 feet in the air. I mean, just a massive manifold explosion. That was impressive, but the more impressive thing was when I went down to the pits to figure out what happened, he burned basically every valve out of that side of the engine on that pass at once, and that was explained the giant flame out of the exhaust, and then all of a sudden all that flame made its way back to the intake manifold. But those big hairy nitrous engines, as Dave Schroeder is working with one, he's out now, but that big 872-inch piece, when it goes wrong, it's like a nitro motor. It all goes wrong at a very big. As Rachel Gebhardt comes up, and really nothing much has been going wrong for Rachel Gebhardt or the Gebhardt family so far this week, although I believe they lost one member of the crew.
Darren is the Gebhardt who dropped out. He had a 73 Charger. Looks like he didn't even make it past first day. That family has been very successful at Drag Week.
Rachel left the starting line very early. We'll actually not get any information on that pass. So I'm sure she's going to double back around and make another shot. We are less than 1 hour away from closing the staging lanes. Less than 1 hour away from closing the staging lanes as Jay Brown has returned to the staging lanes. I look back there to see his car.
Great.
Alex Taylor has looped it right back in again as well. Thank you very much to the Eastwood Company for sponsoring the live feed here of Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week 2015, presented by Gear Vendors. And a huge thank you goes out to Rocket Brand Racing Fuel. Rocket Brand Racing Fuel is formulated from the finest blend stocks and strict quality control procedures to guarantee superior engine performance and run consistency race after race. Need tech help regarding fuel? Stop by the Rocket Brand booth located in the staging lanes with your questions. Also, check out the special Rocket Brand hats and t-shirts.
We also want to thank some other sponsors who've been with us a long time. Of course, Rick Johnson and Gear Vendors, and Jack Day from Rocket Brand Racing Fuel, our only sponsor that's been with us for every single year of Drag Week. Oh, nice. Nice wheel stand out of the hole for this thing. He runs 613 to the 8th at 113 miles an hour. Takes the big beams at 964, 139.55.
So it is Jay Brown once again, the sock-headed Ford FE-style engine under the hood of this Mustang. Of course, not one that was ever offered in this car, but one of the more awesome and exotic Ford swaps he can perform is dropping a sock-headed motor in anything. You know, the sock motors were used when they weren't used on the oval tracks. They certainly got used at the drag strips, and they were used as fuel motors in Top Fuel dragsters for a while. Connie Coletta ran one. Don Prudhomme had the Super Mustang dragster for a short time with a sock motor in it, and they blew up just like everything else did, but when they ran right, they were virtually untouchable.
See the parachute on the back of this car?
I do.
It has run 149 miles an hour at Drag Week. Oh. Boy, I want to see him put together that 8-second run. He's got plenty of time to get back in line.
He does have plenty of time, as we are just a shade under an hour Jay's got the car fired up again. He's going to drive it down the racetrack. Not sure if this is a fuel delivery issue or what's going on out there. But the car is working nicely. You can see it out there. He hits the throttle. The thing settles back down on the slicks, and it's pulling along in a straight line. It's not moving him in any direction, but then all of a sudden, like someone's throwing a light switch, it's the nose drops.
Maybe it was the anger that was giving him his mojo. And now that we've
you know
sort of
what?
settled
Why don't you
the
go ahead
score.
and say something mean about his mom or something.
Yeah, maybe that'll
Yeah.
help. You know, now that he knows I actually like the car and like his operation.
That's the big problem here.
Right, yeah. Let me just make it all about me. You know, Jay has got a dyno at his house where he runs FEs constantly. I can't imagine the joy of having a Superflow sitting right there in my living room. I'd be there. I'd never leave the house.
You would never leave the house, and your neighbors would have a voodoo doll. They'd be jabbing pins in your eyeballs.
We're way past that point.
Well, Rachel Gebhardt is going to be coming up again in a Plymouth here momentarily, but first it is going to be the Nova. The Too Slow license plate on there. Like it. This is Josh Norris. Norris has gone in the 10 O's at over 130 miles an hour on his best effort. Norris, the category Norris is running in is our modified naturally aspirated category. Everything looks better with the Hilborn style injector stacks coming through the hood. Norris's car goes 10-15-5 at 131. Mile an hour is right there. About a tenth off the best on the ET side, but the mile per hour hanging right with the best of them. Just looked at the back of Rachel Gebhardt's Plymouth that's coming to the starting line. I noticed that wacky racer sticker on there. And somewhere over in England right now, Mick Wilkes, who came over to race Hot Rod Drag Week just a few years ago in his Bedford van and made a lifelong impression on everybody, maybe sitting in that wacky racer shop right now, that's his business, watching and listening to us, which we apologize that you have to do that, but maybe you get it on mute and just look at the race car.
That's a good idea. Mute. Tech tip for everyone at home.
The one guy that suggested I wear a welding helmet on camera, I like his idea too. 11:30 with an 8 at 114 miles an hour for Rachel Gebhardt down the right lane. And now, we wait. So Hunter's got his trailer hooked up. Bailey's looking like he's pretty much packed up over there. I cannot tell if Goldstone will be coming out to make another run. I'm not sure if they've packed it up for good or if what they're doing over there in the Goldstone camp, but they have a little bit a little bit more than 50 minutes to decide. We've just learned in the not too distant past that Jeffrey Lutz has called it quits, so we will not be seeing the turbocharged Honda out here. That car had its biggest number. Unfortunately for him, the biggest number he ran was a 7-second pass that was made during the test session that preceded the event on Sunday night.
And I'm going to go out on a limb here. This is not official in any way, but I'm just going to go ahead and say Ferrone doesn't make it.
I don't think he does either, but you never know.
You never know. Stranger things have happened. People pull miracles at Drag Week.
They really do, and especially in the mechanical repair end of things. We've seen guys use epoxy and beer cans to fix cylinder heads.
Last night we were looking.
Jeff McConnell.
You're right. Last night we were looking at that Instagram photo of somebody who fixed a torched head with JB Weld.
Fixed a JB Weld. The Finnish Corvette that already blew up the hash shaft apparently broke what looked to be. We were looking at those photos earlier. It looked like it broke an A-arm. It looked like an A-arm in the suspension to me because there was what looked to be a fitting, like a grease fitting for
and a bushing. I saw that. Yeah. It's cracked all the way through.
Yeah, and that was apparently removed, welded on the car and put back together again.
We ran into that Falcon Gasser, the Miller, the High Life car, the sort of metal flake gold car. He was at the side of the road and just broken a pushrod guide plate. And they found a local guy who asked him what they were doing, and they went back to that guy's house and they actually welded the guide plate back together. But then he didn't show up the next day, so I'm not sure what the program is with that.
It's great to get help. It's great to get help on the side of the road, but the help that he got were some local guys, as you mentioned, nice guys that were all like drunk 9 ways to Sunday.
I didn't know if you were actually going to reveal that detail.
These guys were blotto, absolutely hammered. Nice, super nice guys, very chatty when we got to talk to them. And I almost said it like it was the dude was annihilated. But anyway, they were enthusiastic. They got them together with the parts. They welded the thing. They were encouraging you and I to insult the big guy who welded the thing, to insult his welding ability, which I artfully made you do. And so that was good.
He was rolling video on that. I think he was looking for the moment where I took the fist to the face.
Yep, and I was too.
Yeah, exactly. I didn't get it. What else have we seen get fixed heroically here? You know, a lot of people will just have something go wrong with a cylinder, bend a valve, you know, hang one, whatever, and just leave the solid roller down in the thing, take the push rods out of it, hope it doesn't kick the lifter out of the valley or out of the bore, because you'd lose oil pressure, and just run the thing on 7 cylinders, whatever it takes. But the most heroic thing I think I've ever seen, I'm trying to remember where it was. There was a guy who had a V6 Grand National. And I was telling you earlier about how we have that rule where you can take the beams to get a 20-second ET to stay in competition. This guy had blown a head gasket, lost a piston. He came to the line with a 1-cylinder head, and the intake manifold bolted to the cylinder head, and you saw the other pistons flapping around in the breeze.
Really?
Absolutely. Oil's pouring out of the thing. He's got the intake manifold underside of the ports taped off so he doesn't have a big vacuum leak. He took the beam on 3 cylinders with 1-cylinder head.
Holy cow.
Yes.
Wow, that's insane. Roy Henning report to the IO5 radio tent. 105. Roy Henning report to the 105 radio tent by the Yellow House. So yeah, I mean, between that and, you know, this year you added the sealed hood class, with the sealed hood, award rather. And so Jim Forbes, one of our racers, we saw him earlier in that gasser, was able to remove and fix a supercharger without lifting his hood.
We got to catch up with that and find out what happened.
He's like the smartest man in America. He really is. The guy's a genius. Not just because of that, but, you know.
In general.
In general. He's like designs robots and stuff for fun. They use finger paints. You know, that's what I'm doing fun around here. With designing robots.
Hey everyone, while we're on a break, get on your phone or do it when you get back home. Check out hotrod.com. The live feed updates are going to be there. You'll be able to watch us when we move on to the different tracks for the rest of the week. We got hundreds of photos, lots of information, and the results of everything that you saw here today, and some interpretation of those results that's probably beyond the expert tutelage that you're receiving on the microphone here from the tower.
Maybe.
And it might even be factual, which is, you know, a couple clicks above what you're getting right now.
As long as you don't go by displacement.
Check out hotrod.com. Oh, dude, you had to go to the displacement.
Competitor DW Dishman, it's car number 164J. DW Dishman, car number 164J, is in need of a posi unit for a 9-inch Ford rear end. Find him and help him. Speaking of help, here comes Greg Trapnell. Somebody's got to help this guy. He needs to get some psych meds. This guy's out of his mind. He is one of our Australian racers, and Greg Trapnell is in a 1972 Holden HQ Coupe.
He's run 978 2 times in a row at our last 2 tracks.
There is not another vehicle in the joint that leaves like this thing does. It is an injected big block Chevy on nitrous, and I was just about to say something about the passenger he has in there, but he's driving the car from that side, obviously. Not smart. I am. So Trapnell goes in, watch the left front tire. Oh, man, maybe, I don't know if he held it, fuel starvation, what happened there, but boy, it hit the tire and then just became immediately unhappy. He's up by the center line now, goes 11:57.1 at 136, and I'm guessing sometime in the next 45 minutes we're going to see that car back in the lanes again. Once again, competitor DW Dishman, vehicle number 164J, is looking for a posi traction unit for a Ford 9-inch rear end. And don't look now, but Bryant Goldstone is coming around the corner. He is not going to quit until he gets a 6-second time slip.
That, of course, is the big AMC Javelin, the red and black car that we've been following. The unexpected 6-second passes out of a car that's in the Ultimate Iron class.
Oh, man alive.
Oh, it is the majestic fish.
Feast your eyes on this, ladies and gentlemen. The regal nature of the Marlin. The Rambler Marlin, a car that encapsulates everything beautiful and strong about the Marlin fish.
Oh, now seeing that car makes me want to just mount that thing right above my fireplace. I'm gonna shellac that.
I was gonna
deal.
say, you get a little shellac on that SOB, you get it nice and shiny, and stick it right above the fireplace.
Now, unfortunately, the bullet he's going to take is a new nickname this year because he was welding the underside of the car and caught the rear seat on fire, so that is now the Smoked Marlin.
Smoked Marlin on toast.
And he rolls 12.19 at 116 miles an hour. That guy's taking some good-natured ribbing for us for absolutely no reason. For some reason, we were punchier last year than we have been this year, and the comedy was just rolling.
It was rolling, man.
Yeah, and nobody really got insulted by the jokes, except for that guy.
Hey, we're going Dice Clay on it this year. Here comes Bryant Goldstone. It's gone over 200 miles an hour twice, but what it hasn't done is put a 6 on the first digit of the elapsed time. That is a burnout right there, kids, all the way out till way past the 60-foot cone. He's going to roll that thing to 330 feet. Man, here comes the big AMX in reverse back up toward the starting line.
This thing's part of the ultimate iron class that we created for the all steel-bodied cars that have a full tube chassis under them. Something we sort of rifled into after the Unlimited class turned into a bunch of fiberglass and carbon fiber Pro Mod cars. So this is a little bit more traditional. Not as pure of an OE car as the Pro Street category, but still stock body lines, stock steel, and this particular car has steel front fenders and hood, or the hood I'll have to check on, that might be glass, but the fenders are steel, the deck lid is steel. This thing's gotta be heavy.
So it's gone 7-0 today. He's just a couple hundredths more. The problems have not come on the hit of the throttle. The problems have come at the top of first gear. At about 200 feet down the racetrack is where this car has busted traction twice now. If you can get through that spot, you're going to see that 6. Here we go. Nope, same spot again. He hikes the left front tire up. He's back on the throttle, and Goldstone goes 7:13 with a 2 at 205 miles an hour. Again, the 60-foot time, a mirror image, 113, 113, now 114. But it's between the 60 and 330-foot cone that the mojo has been evading Bryant Goldstone.
Imagine the world where you've got a car that drove 500 miles over the past couple days and we're disappointed in that 713 because it needs to say 690.
Yeah, we are all very jaded people here.
I've been informed on our live feed, Freiberger, you choked. It's steel hooded, and you choked yesterday as well.
Ah, see that? You're the one making mistakes. I'm just perfect over here. I'm not messing anything up.
Go talk to Kurt Johnson about it.
So the black and gold Chevelle comes to the starting line. Just a very nice car, very clean, finished car. Let's see what he can do out here on his radials and skinnies up front. .97 in the 8th mile as the Chevelle goes 11:01 at 121 miles per hour. So here comes that 1947 International KB1 truck. At 104.5 track, and the pickup truck goes 10:22.7 at 127 miles per hour.
That's Tim Hall, currently leading our hot rod class, and I think that's going to leave him in that position after that pass.
We got a racer in need, a Vortex V3 supercharger head unit. It's a 2000 Mustang convertible, the black 2000 Mustang convertible in the middle of the pits. Not sure if they've gotten that fixed up or handled yet. If not, if the car's still there, lend them a hand. We also, the racer that was coming up here talking about Turbo 350 parts, if you've not gotten hooked up with somebody, head over to the area where you're going to turn in your time slip. Head over to the Easy F10 to talk to Tanya. She's got some information you may want. William Fowler, Bill Fowler, who was unable to make the race this year as he had a mechanical issue with his Mustang, said that the deal with the one-cylinder had happened right here, actually, at Union Grove.
I was thinking that, but as you know, things come out of my mouth and then my brain reverts it. I couldn't remember.
Well, the Fowler News Service reports that it happened here. And Bill's a name you can trust.
Jeff Lutz just texted me and said, sorry we're out, but we are going to move on and see you in Cordova just to hang out with the fans, which is super cool.
Very cool. And so we are down to 38 minutes. 38 minutes until we close the staging lanes. 38 minutes until the staging lanes will be closed this afternoon here at Great Lakes Dragway. Nice wheels up launch, and again, that Camaro is wound tighter than an 8-day watch as he heads down to the finish line. That thing clipping, it sounds like 7,500, $8,000 down there just repeatedly over and over again. 963.2 at 140 miles an hour in the Camaro as the Marlin is back up again. The Fat Fish license plate on this thing. It's a cool license plate. It's a cool, unique car as well. And so the Marlin staged with the rear tires are going to move him back so we can get him locked in with the fronts there. Here comes Bryant Goldstone up the return row. There's Goldstone in that AMX. What a piece that is, as he's been fighting it, trying to get it past that top of first gear zone. The AMC Marlin, the fastback that actually beat the Barracuda to market. So the Marlin heads down, flopping past the 8th mile at 93 miles an hour, and it fillets the quarter at 12-12 with a 3 at 116 miles an hour. I'm going to hang myself because I said that out loud. I'm done. I'm going to hang myself with a microphone cord. I'm sorry.
I see what you're doing now.
I couldn't, yes, the fish jokes. It's all about the fish humor, ladies and gentlemen. As we now have Rick Prospero coming up. With the metallic green RX-7 powered the same way that Mazda should have initially powered it, not with the Wankel rotary engine, which is the one excuse I get to say Wankel repeatedly while talking about a Wankel rotary engine, but instead with the twin turbocharged big block Chevy. The packaging here in this car is beautiful. We saw it on the side of the road the other night. Nothing major was happening. He was just fixing some small minor stuff, but we had some time to kind of stare at it in the quietness at the side of the cornfield there, and it's a gorgeous, gorgeous piece. We ramped the boost up earlier this time, 142 in the 8th mile, and Rick Prospero goes 820 with a 0 at 174 in the RX-7. His best run by almost, no, his second best run. He was best run was at 813, but he goes at 820 the mile an hour at 174 as well. So there you go. So have they figured out what is ailing the sock-headed motor here in Jay Brown's Shelby Fastback Mustang? The last 2 attempts have gone down. The thing has left straight and it has left good, but then all of a sudden it's like the power switch gets shut off and it just is falling over. Let's see what happens right now.
Yes!
Oh! Made it out to 330 feet, stumbled. Goes 9:35.8 at 142 miles an hour. I think we should be playing taps right now as we look over on the return road and see one of our competitors coming back up the return road on a car trailer. Tough, literally a tough break. That Nova last year was a wheel-standing machine.
That is like the walk of shame right there. That's when you don't want the thing to be in front of the grandstands, the return road.
Yeah, that is why you're doing this to me right now. Yeah.
Still have shipments in the yellow house from UPS and FedEx.
There's more stuff sitting in the yellow house here at the track of parts that people have had next day aired in here. So if you're looking for parts, walk over to the yellow house and they've got a whole bunch of boxes for you.
If there is any opportunity to use any of those parts to make the soul-sucking, horrendous, life-crushing Nissan Sentra that we're driving around this week faster, we will apply those parts to our program, especially if they are nitrous. The nitrous on the, we should nitrous, if there's nitrous over there, we shall apply it to the Sentra. And we'll see how the CVT handles it.
Can we do something worse to it?
Well,
There's got to be something
we
worse.
start with the nitrous. When we get back to St. Louis, they must have nitros around there somewhere.
There aren't a lot of cliffs in this area, are there? How about lakes? Lakes?
Well, lakes, now that's too gentle an end. The end needs to involve fire, is that thing. This thing is just so god-awful.
Kill it with fire.
Yeah, kill it with fire.
That car is horrible.
We are still waiting on the official email from the Nissan of North American people to request us stop trashing the crap out of the horrendous Nissan Sentra, which we renamed the Nissan
Anguish.
The Nissan Anguish.
That's right.
Yeah.
Don't forget to enter that sweepstakes at bestofeastwood.com. You win stuff every 2 weeks. Well, you might not win stuff every 2 weeks, but there is a winner every 2 weeks for significant tools out of their catalog that you get to take your pick. So have a look. bestofeastwood.com.
And make sure you stop by gearvendors.com to see what Gear Vendors has to fit any application you may need for an auxiliary overdrive transmission. A great product, a reliable product, and a product that has been time and tested out here to handle thousands of horsepower going down the drag strip, going down the highway.
Your favorite tricycle is here.
It is, but it wasn't very tricycle-y during the last pass because all of a sudden it came up on the three-wheel motion and then right down again.
You're claiming that you've seen it at half track with that left front tire in the air.
Hey, this is fact. There's video on YouTube, man. I'm not making this stuff up. They don't even have CGI in Australia yet. It's going to be real. They don't do that stuff down there.
Now you've got a whole country mad at you. I've got one guy.
That Aaron's Rock isn't even a real thing. Oh, that's trouble out there. Look at this thing. It's really not wanting to. This is the stuff that gets you, man. This is the stuff. This is why when you get behind out here and you're running out of time, literally, they have now 32 minutes to figure out why that car is behaving as it is in the starting line. 16.058 at 144 miles an hour. For Greg, and it will come around. Hopefully they can get it square one more time.
You know, we've got quite a few people under pressure in that situation right now. You know, not the least of which is Jay Brown. And apparently Alex is making laps. What's going on with that? Let's look at her numbers.
So she went 9 flat last time. Her best run is 8.96, so that 900 is certainly in the ballpark. But they'd like to get the car back down within the lapse time, starting with an 8. Something that's going to help her cause is going on right now directly in front of her. You see that the traction compound is being fogged down there with a hand sprayer. She's got a set of radial tires, and again, the big difference between a radial and a slick tire on the most basic level is a slick tire you need to build up some wheel speed with to get the tire to work with you. In a radial tire, you want the exact opposite. You want no slippage. This car had a lot of bouncing going on. The back end of the car was really bouncing bad over the first 330 feet in the last run. We'll see if they may have made a shock adjustment or two back in the pits. But it went 9.004, was going 124 in the 8th mile. So those are two benchmark numbers to look at.
Alex Taylor walked into the day in the 7th slot in the very competitive street race small block power adder class. Hard to believe you're that far down the list when you've got a car this fast. She rolled 8.96 at 157 yesterday.
The bouncing still a part of the program there to 330 feet. The speed is up 1 mile an hour to 125. She goes 8.94 with a 9 at 157 miles an hour. And that certainly seems like the run they were looking for, 8.94, 9, 157.
That was a bam. I'll give her bam.
That was a Bama Ding Dong moment right there. Nick Pluniak coming up. It appears that Pluniak has removed the mirror, the glass from the mirror on the right side to take a little weight off the front end of that thing. It's a bold strategy, but there he is. Changing lanes of that thing's like changing lanes with a school bus. It's so long. You better have that glass in there so you can see what the heck's going on.
887 at the first track, 889 yesterday in Indy.
He's been working hard to get it done, but we've not seen those 880 numbers come out of it yet as Jay Brown has returned to the staging lanes, as has Greg in the Holden, and the door is being shut on Joe Barry in the 1956 Chevrolet. The final half hour, as it always is, very busy time here. Oof. That thing is just not happy whatsoever. You heard the thing stumbling on the starting line as he was trying to get the turbos to spool up. So Nick Pluniak going to take that truck down, 12:57.2 at 92. And here comes Joe Barry, the 1956 Chev. He came up here last time. The car seemed to me anyway to be misaligned. It drove itself off to the right side, and he was unable to get it corrected back into the groove. So now we will see if he can replicate the launch he had, but do it in a straight line. He is going to be in good shape.
He definitely had a candy wampus while he was staged last time, putting down some rubber. Let's see what he can do here. I like the little green dingleberry guy thing that he's got hanging off the back of the car right above the rear window. That's become sort of a regular player.
So I've been told a rubber band clutch kit upgrade and a nitrous kit should bring the Nissan up to Nismo spec.
I'm guessing that came from Monty Smith from NOS, standing in the pits, anxious to give us a mother bottle to strap to the roof of the Nissan Anguish to speed up our trip to the next track, which is in Cordova. Every time I say Cordova, I'm dying to say Cordoba, as in not rich Corinthian leather, as we discovered last night in a scientific analysis of YouTube. It is the soft Corinthian leather.
If John Ferrone does not make it, we'll have lost roughly half of the Unlimited cars. 7 of the 15 Unlimited entries will be toast. Monty Smith is standing at the starting line right now. Smith going to bring Joe Barry in. Yeah, Monty's got it going on right now as that thing is set up on a rail. It is set up nose first down through the groove. Can Joe Barry stick one in second zone? Barry has gone 7:11. He's gone 7:04. He can jam a 6-second time slip. It'll be a moment to remember here from Union Grove. Come on, baby. Joe Barry is clean. He's quick. 8th mile, 4:61. Joe Barry goes down. 7:18 with a 7. 177 miles an hour. Definitely 8th mile, the quarter there was not the run they were looking for. Picked up less than 20 in the back half of the racetrack. The 1:16 short time looked like he was going to be a player, but from 4:61 in the 8th at 1:59, it just didn't move like they wanted it to in the back end of the track. Downtown Jay Brown, the man from Minnesota, completing the burnout and moving towards the starting line. A couple of very short, abbreviated runs, then one pulled at 330 feet that had all the promise in the world before the bottom fell out of it. Let's see what Jay's got going on now. Maybe he is making that incremental progress to get himself down the racetrack. We are down to about 25 minutes according to my watch. Lonnie Grimm will be the one who ultimately sends us the note that says the lanes are canceled.
All right.
And Brown, here he goes, baby. 8th mile at 122, and Jay Brown goes down through there. 894 with a 3. And 150 on the nuts. 150.00.
That is a bam!
Total bam moment there. 150 miles an hour right out the back door for Jay Brown. He had the parachute hanging on the back, and it is no longer there for show. A 150 mile an hour certified run for Jay Brown down the Alston side.
Once again, folks, that thing powered by a sock motor, Ford sock motor. Here's a tidbit of info I learned from Jay. You could put a bigger stroker in one of those motors than other FEs. I'm like, why? He's like, there's no camshaft in the way. They're up in the cylinder head. There's some head scratching here on the starting line.
Yeah, frustration starting to show there for Greg and the boys as Greg goes down the Alston lane, 10.94.0, 143. You watch a guy like Brown, though, that was really interesting to watch. The thing looked like, oh, this is curtains for the guy. And it took him a couple of hits, And thankfully that car can repeat, and he finally got that full pole he wanted, gets the 8-second slip, the 150-mile-an-hour slip, and he's off smiling and no longer wanting to go burn your house down.
And on his way to an all 8-second drag week. And I might point out, a naturally aspirated car too. Ford sock motor, running all motor.
So Nick Pluniak is down in the staging lanes waiting. Tom McGilton is sitting back there in impound, but I think he may be getting himself prepared for trailer reattachment mode. We'll find out. Again, 20 minutes left. There's not a whole lot of time left on the thrashing side of things. As Brian Goldstone got the parachutes spread out in the back of the car. He not sure if he's going to make another attempt for the 6-second zone. Highly entertaining day here at Great Lakes Dragway. Super, super, super happy to having been here this year on this part of the tour. Really is a very cool thing to be able to say that you stood in this place, worked at this track with guys like, we heard that note, we got that note from John Lundberg, of course, that worked here at a race in the 1960s. Lundberg told us he was up here in this building in 1964 for the first time calling races. So much has happened at this track, and as part of Drag Week lore, a lot has happened not only this year but in years past as well. So very cool.
The golden voice, right?
Thunderlungs.
Thunderlungs.
The voice of drag racing.
That's right.
Yes.
As opposed to Thunder Gut.
Yes.
That's right.
That is this guy right here. Thank you.
So who are your top announcers of all time? I know Steve Evans. That's a given.
Yeah.
Who falls in line behind him?
I don't think there's any surprises. I think, Steve Evans and Dave McClellan and John. And
oh no, I was asking
Brett.
for an actual ranking.
I'm not doing that because I'm friendly. I'm thankfully I've been able to worm my way into friendships with many of these people, and I'm not doing that.
Well, it didn't stop you from hurting my feelings the other day.
Oh, what the list?
Whatever, I don't know.
The list, there was you were almost included. You almost made a list of 100 people that were the most influential 100 people in drag racing. You were you were among those considered to be on it.
Oh, that was interesting.
But
no,
you made the cutting room floor.
I was talking about when we were bench racing about that list, who you would actually put on it, on the most influential, the people who actually changed drag racing.
Yeah.
Wally Parks.
Have to. Yeah, Wally Parks. I mean,
Clearly.
Anybody that ran a sanctioning body, of course, has an influence. Jim Tice and Larry Carrier for the IHRA, those three certainly should be on there.
You have to go with Garlitz for the rear engine deal, although people tried it before him, but he's the guy who made that thing assembly line.
Yeah, he's the one that actually started turning on the wind lights with it. And yes, people say, oh, he certainly was he was not the first one to ever have a rear engine dragster, but he definitely was the one who was able to make it the most successful. I have a feeling we're going to get some news about John Ferrone here as Alan's coming in. What's the prognosis, Alan?
He's still stuck just before the first checkpoint from yesterday.
Ferrone is stuck before the first checkpoint from yesterday, so he's not going to make it here. Is he going to make it to Cordova tomorrow?
He's going to do everything possible to make it to Cordova tomorrow.
He says,
just do exhibition passes.
we're filling in the whole world right here on camera.
Yes.
He's going to come out tomorrow and do some exhibition passes. So sad news there. Thank you very much for letting us know.
Thanks, Alan. So yeah, tough break, but again, the valiant effort. These guys fight and scrap and claw all the way to the end of this. And so John, again, he's going to show up and hang out in Cordova, and I bet he's going to be back next year. The funny thing is, when guys struggle at this event, they don't struggle and say, screw this, I'm never coming back. They dig in deeper and they claw harder, and that is to me that says the most about this thing is when you have a guy that's had unfortunate luck. There's no other way to put it for John Ferrone. He has not had good luck, so he is going to head. I'm sure we'll see him next year, but we'll see him again making some exhibition passes.
It is that personal accomplishment thing that I think drives people to do that, because this is very much like Bonneville Speed Week in what people are doing here. They're not necessarily, well, we know they're not racing for money.
Right.
They're not necessarily racing for records. They're racing for the personal accomplishment of having survived it, having done it, and setting personal benchmarks for ET. That's kind of why we're looking at things like an all 8-second week becomes a big deal, an all 9-second week. Breaking out of the 19s for some guys becomes a significant moment.
Maybe that dude ordered nitrous. Maybe that's his nitrous that's sitting over there at the
That's
at the
a
setup.
good idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, how does a million-mile 283 look with about a 250 shot on it?
Let's find
We
out.
can find that out.
Let's
This
go
is
to the
Drag
tape.
Week. That's sounding awfully roadkill. If you guys have not paid attention, Roadkill is a show that I do with Mike Finnegan on YouTube. We put one up roughly every month. Sometimes we get a little backed up on that. But we just have crazy road trip adventures, do wild things. We now have a magazine. We now have a website, roadkill.com. It's a lot of fun, so go ahead and check that out. Unfortunately, I don't spend almost any time dealing with Hot Rod Magazine, the print product, anymore.
It's all roadkill all the time, man.
It's that and digital. It's like there's so much new media with the social and the magazine actually for roadkill. It's crazy volume of stuff we've got going on.
Well, as cool as roadkill is, and it's been a giant success, there's another event on the horizon you're going to hope build into a success, and that, of course, is Drag Weekend. So anybody watching at home, if you want to do a smaller, more scaled-down version of Drag Week, one that's more about hanging out with your buddies and just thrashing in your car and going on a road trip, you got to participate in Drag Weekend. Details.
It's on the western half of the country because we also have a guy out there, a lot of guys out there like Bill Fowler, who make a big effort to get here to Drag Week, but it's so far from home that we're giving them something that they can do out in Arizona. We're going to run Tucson to Phoenix to Fontana, California. Just sort of a laid-back deal, very trimmed-down rules package compared with Drag Week, and essentially doing it for the fun and for the experience. So please check out hotrod.com and you'll get details on Drag Weekend at the end of October.
All right, we have a racer in need of a 2.19-inch Indy valve, 11/30 seconds, I guess that's the stem. It is a valve spring, actually. So, actually, no, what is that? The retainer. I'm trying to read the...
It's a 1.550 spring with a 10-degree retainer and a single groove keeper. That sounds a lot to me like 72 Dart twin turbo big block Mopar.
You know what it sounds like to me? It sounds like the Gremlin, because this is one of the Gebhardts.
Oh, there you go. That would explain an Indy. It's a Mopar of some kind. So I guess if you've got anything resembling that part, you'll want to bring it up to the tower. We'll make an announcement and we'll get that
Just
in
find the
somebody's
Gremlin.
hands.
The pits have thinned out. If you got the stuff, the Gremlin is sitting down there. If you can't identify a Gremlin, please never come back to Drag Week. You'll find it. It's sitting over there in the pits.
Again, we're talking about a 2190 valve, 11/32 stem. He's also looking for a spring. It's got to be a 1.550 outside diameter, and the retainer's a 10-degree single groove.
So more opportunities to be involved in events like Drag Week with the advent of Drag Weekend out there on the West Coast. And if you get the time, all you got to do is hit the interwebs. You can get all the information you want about Drag Weekend, and you should be involved. And again, it's one of these deals. Once you do it, you're never going to not want to do it. And
this just gives you a taste so that you know that you're hooked.
Yeah,
and you got to come to the big show.
And it's funny if you follow this type of this side of the sport of drag racing or this kind of stuff involving hot rodding with events like Drag Week, and you go to a car show and you hear a guy talking about how he drives his car 4 miles a year or something like that. He's the minority now. He's the guy, and there was a time in this hobby when it was not about getting out there and using your stuff as much as it is today. There was a time when it was more about polishing stuff and how nasty was the idle when it was kind of coming into the cruise night parking lot as opposed to building a functional car that could really do stuff. And events like Drag Week, events like Power Tour have really flopped that on its head. Get out there, use it, enjoy it.
The standout example of that is the truck that's here today, that little blue 3637 Ford. That guy has run virtually every kind of amateur motorsport with that thing, from the big oval to autocrossing to open road racing.
Bonneville.
He took it to Bonneville, ran 181 miles an hour with it, and now he's here at Drag Week, driving it on the street. That is the type of flog I really enjoy seeing.
Absolutely. Yep. Yeah, it's a great, very well sorted truck, and I'm looking down in the staging lanes behind the camera that you can't see, and it's Alex Taylor and Nick Pluniak down there. Again, on the on our.
One more thing that I would like to mention about Saturday. All you racers in the pits, please come bring your car, no charge, if you complete Drag Week, to this event, Hot Rod Drag Week Heads Up, that we're going to do in St. Louis on Saturday. Everyone at home who's watching on the live feed, you need to come out to Gateway and watch this because we're going to take all the cars that complete Drag Week. We're going to give them random pairings for the first round, and then the winning ETs will take that number and put it on a ladder, and we're going to run them down to the end. The pairings on this thing just turn magical because you see guys with slower cars absolutely tree some faster cars and win. It's interesting to watch, and when we get down to the final 8, we take them all, line them up on the starting line. We put the quick 4 on one side, the slower 4 on the other side, and we let the quick guys pick the duck that they're going to shoot. They get to select the pairings themselves. You were telling me in all your drag racing experience, that is about the most unique close to a round that you've ever seen, huh?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying we invented anything there, but
No.
I think, but it's just like, I don't know of any other race that's run like that, especially when you get down to the end, and it makes it super fun. The crowd in Tulsa was going nuts last year, especially because a couple of these people literally picked their own assassin. They thought, I'm going to take you, and the person came out and wiped the floor with
Just
them.
drilled them.
Yeah, so it's greatness. Okay, we got a note here from Lonnie Grimm, who's running the staging lanes. Boys and girls, get your cars to the lanes if you're wanting another pass before 2:30. If no cars report, we will be calling it a success at Great Lakes Dragway and calling it a day. So get your cars to the lanes. If you would like to make another run, now is basically, if you're doing this in the traditional drag racing sense, your final call. Now is basically your final call to the staging lanes.
And do not forget to hand in your ET slip to Tanya at the Hot Rod Toter Home. Tanya and Tara are in there collecting those things. They will give you your map to the next destination, which is Cordova. What goes on tonight, for everybody who may not be aware, here in the stands, at home, all of these cars need to drive on the street with no support vehicle and make their way onto the next track. Probably about a 250-mile drive this evening. That's about what we've been averaging. Could be a little bit shorter today, but it can turn grueling. You can take a 200-mile drive and turn it into a 24-hour adventure at Drag Week. And Brian and I will be out there running the route, catching up with people, getting some stories to share with you tomorrow on the live feed. But the whole Hot Rod staff is out there as well. They're taking pictures, they're taking video, they're taking notes. Alana is riding with a whole bunch of guys. And the real fun of Drag Week after hours is seeing the survival of these cars. So check out hotrod.com and you'll see some of that stuff.
Also along that front, you can go to hotrod.com, or I'm guessing it's on the Hot Rod Facebook page as well, and get a copy of the directions. How are we going to be getting from here to Cordova, Illinois tonight? If you live in the area between here and Cordova, Illinois, get the directions and find out. There were people, again, last night we're driving along. There are these 5 older guys in lawn chairs on their front lawn, sitting in a circle, bench racing, drinking beers, and waving to all the cars as they're going by.
Well, and there's plenty of locals who could save your bacon if you're a racer
Big
in a
time.
pinch out there, because we've had stories of people doing things as crazy as like welding, taking engines out of cars, taking them home, putting them back together, taking it back to the side of the road, putting it in the car. Just insane stuff goes on with locals who have never even met the racer, but are going to go out of their way to make Drag Week happen anyway.
My favorite, probably my favorite Drag Week anecdote ever was last year. We were driving through whatever town it was. I believe it was in Oklahoma, or it was either that or Kansas, because that's where we spent most of our time last year, somewhere in those areas. But we're passing through this town. We see like half a 31? Was it like a 31 Ford body was sitting in this window front of the store, so we stopped.
Oh, yeah.
So we could take pictures of it. Well, meanwhile, as we're sitting there, you guys are taking photos and stuff, and you hear this kind of gruff voice come from the back, and this older, heavy-set guy kind of trundles up. He's talking to us, and he starts to tell us a story. We said, oh, we're from Drag Week, and he started to explain it. He says, I know what it is. And we're like, what? And he's like, I'm waiting for Jeff Lutz to drive by. We're like, whoa, this guy had the whole program together. And then he goes on to tell us, well, I was in Hot Rod Magazine. And we're kind of like, oh, okay, that's cool. Then he goes and produces the article. This guy was stationed in Guam during his military career as a young guy. So they're on the island of Guam. He and this other guy decide to go pick up a bunch of scrap metal and pipe. They weld it together. The kid's dad that he was stationed with owned a car dealership in Massachusetts. He mailed them a small block Chevy, and they built the only dragster on the island of Guam, and they used to race it on Sundays by themselves and nobody else around up and down the airfield. I mean, an incredible story.
And those are the types of things that happen to everybody who comes on this thing, which is why the experience is so much deeper than just the drag strip, and why guys come and get hooked and keep on coming year after year after year, because it's certainly not for the quality of the announcing.
0% chance that's bringing them in. We sell more headphones and earplugs down there at the merchandise deal than anything else.
That's what we're here for.
Yeah.
Speaking of selling more stuff, get down there and buy a t-shirt. I see you sitting in the stands out here. That's the wrong place to be. You want to be ganging up on the T-shirt booth.
Especially you, sir, without the shirt on. So we have the last couple of cars coming in. Lonnie Grimm has made the announcement. Get in the lanes or forever hold your peace. We are 10 minutes out from 2:30, and I'm sure he is going to start counting them down and sending to the starting line momentarily.
As we wrap up towards the end of our day, I got to talk about our entire video crew and how they've been putting together this live feed for us, which more than 5,000 people have been watching at any given time throughout the day. This was a special day because this track did not have the type of internet access that we needed to have in order to upstream, so we had to get a satellite truck. So we want to thank the whole crew from STS who brought out this satellite truck so that we could be streaming here all day long today, and also our whole video crew, which is just destroying themselves to make this happen. It's very long hours because once we wrap this up and the last car goes down the track, we've got a couple hours into picking up what Dustin and I estimated to be a full mile of cable that we have that's running back and forth between the cameras that are here in the booth and the satellite truck out there and the audio and the monitors so that we can see what's going on. It's actually a pretty big production.
I'll tell you, the funniest thing about having the satellite truck here is the thought that the two of us idiots, our faces and voices are being broadcast into space, likely being monitored by something on some other planet, and they have completely written off humanity as a lost cause.
Idiocracy.
It's over with, baby. It's done for. These people, we're just going to wait out the string here, and that's it. But no, just a couple cars left to run. There's nobody else that's pulled into the lanes for the last couple of minutes. Shane McClelland is in there, Alex Taylor, and again, Nick Pluniak. And I'm sure Big Lonnie Grimm is going to start to point to his watch and set cars heading our direction as we get ready to close it up here at Great Lakes Dragway and get ready to move on to another historic drag strip in Cordova, Illinois.
I have to give credit to the locals here. This was a massive crowd. Not only standing room only in the grandstands all day long, but just packed in the pits. A lot of people came out to see the cars that they've seen in the page week coverage, and I think they got their money's worth. This was a solid day.
100%, and there's nothing like doing anything in the sport of drag racing in front of people. You know, it's great to come here and have fun at every track we go to, but when you get into a packed house, I know it for me anyway, you can feel that the place is completely alive. You see people reacting. You see the cars coming up the return road. People are giving high fives and cheering, and you can see the drivers reacting. To me, that is it. That is what this is all about.
And it's hard to believe there's more people than this worldwide again watching the feed.
Yes.
It's amazing what this has become.
There's a guy in a grass hut somewhere watching this. You, sir, in the grass hut. I'm speaking to you.
Let's run through the countries that we've seen again. We've seen Aruba, we know Finland, we know Sweden, we know England, we know Canada,
yes.
We know Mexico, we know Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates or Emirates. Say it for me.
Emirates.
Emirates, thank you. Yeah,
you can say it
all
your
over
way
the world.
too. That's a good way you said it.
That hasn't ended well so far. Saying it my way really is not good.
Yeah, you know, drag racing is one of the few things, when you think about stuff that everybody does, there's drag racing on every continent but Antarctica. There's drag strips in China, there's drag strips in Russia, you name a weird place that you think would not have drag racing, there is there. Asia, it's huge. Thailand, South America, drag racing is giant in South America. They're building tracks actively down there. You know, a lot of the countries in the Middle East, of course, you know, everyone knows, oh, Bahrain, Qatar, those countries have these very luxuriant places, but as low as I have to say it, even in places like Iran, they're operating drag strips. So it is a sport that crosses every single sort of cultural line, because it's the most basic idea there is. You and me, starting point, ending point, let's get it done.
And I think you can actually go back to human nature. What makes us care about getting there first? And I think it's like running for food. That's probably where it started. Who can actually catch the dinosaur or whatever?
Right. If you put a donut at the end of the track, I would outrun you to get the donut.
So your memory is clearly so far superior to mine.
Now you're buttering me up for a fall here.
I'm going to tell you like two of the moments that I remember from past drag weeks that were really, really big, and then I need you to remind me of the other ones that were really big for me. One of them, these are both personal goal things. Last year, Joe Barry, 6:99 or 6.
Yeah, so I think it was a 98, the first one.
6:98, his first 6-second pass. And at Great Bend, a few years before that, Mike Roy, his first 7-second pass.
Yeah, that was really solid. Huge moments, and there were some great photos that were captured after Joe ran that 6-second pass. You know, some kind of quiet moments he had. I believe it was with his wife, and it was just, it's emotional, and people that aren't into this and don't understand this don't really get why that's a big deal. They don't understand how much effort and how many nights you've laid in your bed staring at the ceiling and done
Chasing
that
a hundredth of a second.
right, and done that whole thing and just killing yourself. And you go to the track for a whole weekend, and you leave Sunday afternoon, and you've gone slower than when you showed up on Saturday, and you think, well, why do I even bother doing this? But then you actually accomplish it, and it changes everything.
And you've put everything you have in life at making this happen and all your focus, and you can get destroyed by the weather.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. The headwind kicks up or a little bit of rain comes through, and see you next year. I mean, land speed racers, not to be crass, but Bonneville racers are learning that lesson in a very shocking way right now. So it is a tough deal out there.
Who do we have actually pulling into lanes? All right.
All right, Greg.
Another chance for the tricycle.
The tricycle's coming. He's got his Drag Week bag in the back seat. He's got a bunch of stickers and stuff on the package tray down there. Greg, part of the Rebels Car Club down there in Australia, where he hails from. The car does sound kind of ragged as it's sitting down here. He's revved the motor up a little bit. He's going to go into the burnout. So the Holden. They have taken the parachute out of the parachute. The parachute is not on the car right now, but it's kind of an interesting deal. The thing has not run 150 miles an hour, so I'm not sure that that's a big concern. Greg Trapnell. It is a Holden HQ coupe. So can't Trapnell get a clean one out of the purple Holden? He is fully staged. So the fuel station at the racetrack is open. If you need to gas up, fuel up before you leave the racetrack, the fuel station is still open. 10:07.2, 147 for Trapnell. And Lonnie Grimm informs me that Nick Pluniak has been put on the 5-minute clock down there in the staging lanes, and we have a cell phone that has been found. If you lost your phone, you got to come up here and tell us what kind of case you got on this thing. Yeah, that'll do it. Tell us what kind of case you got on this thing, and we will give you your phone back. So once again, if you lost your phone, we got one up here in the timing tower. Just going to identify the case, and we'll give it back to you as the stretchy truck of Nick Pluniak makes its way into the water box.
It's got a white case, spec case. Oh yeah, are you serious? Company photo, man. I can't believe this shit. It's crazy. Thanks, guys.
All right, the phone, that was the quickest phone recovery ever. Nailed it. So that stretch S10 of Nick Pluniak is coming up to the starting line. Thumbs up given. And Nick in that big long wheelbase truck, it's some sort of a miss in it out there as you can see it and hear it. Pluniak drives it through 963.6 at 141 miles an hour. So Pluniak, his last pass of the day.
Hey, Brad.
Results in that 936 or 963.6, 141. And up comes Alex Taylor. We saw Alex run earlier, her quickest run ever. Not just in the Bad Marrow, but her quickest run ever in any automobile, in any setting. So Alex Taylor, the high school student from Arkansas, comes up here in the Bad Marrow, a car that she has become very closely associated with. And a car that has really kind of cranked up on the performance scale as she has gotten more comfortable. So here comes Alex Taylor in the Bad Marrow. And the staging lanes are officially closed. The staging lanes are officially closed, so other than the cars that are in, nobody else will be entering the staging lanes. The staging lanes are officially closed here at Great Lakes Dragway as we finish off this Day 3 of Drag Week 2015. Oh, she's cooking along now. 124 in the 8th mile. Alex Taylor goes 9:16.7 at 156 at the big end. Mile an hour was off about half a mile an hour from the previous run that was just up over 125, but she goes 9:16.7 at 156. As we once more look back to the staging lanes, and it appears we have one car waiting to run back there. It looks like the Krusty Nova of Shane McClellan. Lots of work going on over an impound, but not to prepare cars to run down the racetrack. It's to prepare cars to run on to the next track, which of course will be Cordova Dragway in Cordova, Illinois. Got a couple 100-mile drive tonight through the back roads and side streets on the way from here to Cordova. It's going to be a fun ride. Always interesting to see what happens on the side of the road to our competitors. If you want to blow out of work tomorrow, come on over and see us. We would love to have you up there at Cordova. It's going to be a great fun up there, and expect another great crowd as the crowds have been building every year we've been coming to these tracks. More and more people showing up to hang out with us here at Drag Week. So waiting on word from Alani to find out when and where these dudes will be rolling from the staging lanes here. I wonder if he's got them on the clock. I'm guessing. So look at that, right? Just like that. So the 2-minute clock has been started on the Krusty Nova. So 2 minutes to get the car fired and moving towards the water box, according to race official Lonnie Grimm. Thanks to all the fans that came out today. A huge thank you goes out to the folks at Gear Vendors for being the sponsor of Drag Week yet again this year. And a huge thank you to Eastwood, the Eastwood Company, for sponsoring our live streaming video of the race all week long. Those two companies will continue their backing as we head to Cordova tomorrow. And they're going to have to, looks like they're going to jump start the Krusty Nova. A couple guys sprinting up to the car with jumper cables in hand. They got a pickup truck pulled to the back. Look, they're going to put some cables on it, see if they can get that thing lit off. Shane and crew have certainly been fighting a uphill battle with the car this week. It has not been a smooth week for them thus far. See if they can get their fortunes turned around here, getting the car jump started, what can happen as they run the Nova down. And Lonnie Grimm says done. Lonnie Grimm says done. He is waving them off. The 2 minutes are up. They will be unable to make a pass this afternoon. And so that's the way that Wednesday ends. Not with a bang, but with a little bit of a whimper as the car not able to fire in time and come up to the water box. Well, that's it. This is day 3 of Drag Week 2015 from the Great Lakes Dragway, a historic place and a place that has stood the test of time very well. It has also stood the test of traction very well. as all of our competitors are able to hammer down the track and lay down some good numbers, some solid numbers, and for some, personal best for their entire career. For those of you that are going to tune in tomorrow, and that should be all of you, we'll be live from from Cordova Dragway tomorrow morning for Thursday. The final quote-unquote new track will hit this week. Our competitors are grabbing their directions and leaving now. On behalf of myself, Brian Loans, on behalf of David Freiberger, the entire video crew that works so hard to put this production on behalf of the great people at Eastwood and those folks at Gear Vendors Under and Overdrive, thank you for watching. Thank you for coming. Be safe on your ride home tonight, and come see us tomorrow morning, either online or in person, at Cordova Dragway in Cordova, Illinois. Have a great afternoon.